Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us as we are continuing our coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez. We are in day 15 of the entire case, day 4 for the defense. Yep, day 4. We left off yesterday watching a video of Carlos's interview. I guess we'll go more with an interview at the police station. We got in about almost 2 hours out of, they're saying 6.5 hours. So let me just check my audio real quick, make sure we're good. All right, cool. Yeah, they're saying, oh, and I got my squeegee shirt on today. So, Drunky the Bear, I got my shirt on for you. So, hey, MEG, thank you for joining us. Afton, good to see you. Thank you so much. Selena K, saying hello. Pammy, good to see you in our chat. Fala, hello, hello. Lily Wayne, thank you for joining us. Sharon, good to see you as well. Baka, good morning to all that you have missed. No problemo. Missy Russell saying hello. Oh, yes, we are over 6,800, guys. We made it over 6,800 subs. Therapist You Know saying hello. Golden Girl, good to see you. Deanna May. Yes, Newton. Newton is our camera operator. He's about to go in and set up. So excited about that. Deanna May, good morning, everyone. We'll be listening but getting things done so I can be in court after lunch. Perfect. That's perfect. You won't have to sit through hours and hours of video by then. Because they will, let's see, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. They break at 12. So they'll have gotten through another 2 hours or so. And it's that would get them to pretty much 4 hours. So you probably only have like 2 hours left at that point, give or take. Hey, oh, MEG, yay. Yes, we hit 6,800, you guys. Capri pants. You know, that's what we call, I love the shirt, yeah. That's what we call Super Bowl. We call Super Bowl pants. Don't ask me why, I forget where it came from, but she's got, there. Oh, that's her little toy. I told you she's like weird, right? So that's like this toy's been with her. That toy's been with her since she was a little kitten, but she rarely plays with, she just plays with the string. So she's such an odd little kitty. Yes, Baka, thank you. Just Shamrock, I'm trying to be there mid-morning break. Awesome, fantastic, Just Shamrock, love it. Drunky. I wore the shirt to the local grocery store and nobody said anything, so. Let's see. Gordon, hi. How are you? What's going on in the UK? The wonderful land of the UK. Are we streaming on Monday? Green-Eyed Cat asks. No, we are not. We are going to take the day off. We're going to take a nice long weekend. We will absolutely be working on stuff behind the scenes because we have a lot of projects lined up for you guys. We have the 1-year anniversary next Saturday. We've got some other projects we're working on. So we'll be working this weekend, but we will not be streaming. Yeah, Fala. Just Shamrock. Yeah, is going there as well. Capri Law says, so cool you guys are going. I know. Making real life connections. It's so nice. Right? Just Shamrock, see you there. Deanna May and Newton. Yeah, it's so cool. I love it. Oh, Monday's your birthday. Oh, no. Oh, well, happy birthday. Happy birthday early. Sorry that we will not be doing anything particularly for it, but we will definitely recognize you today. Happy early birthday, and we will recognize you on Tuesday. Capri says, Aaron and Chris are always grinding. Yes. Yes. Deserve time away from us? Yes and no. I mean, we don't want to spend time away from you guys, but we have so much going on. You guys have no idea until we actually start to tell you what's going on. One of them is this 1-year anniversary stream. The other one is I'm working on one big side project that I'm collecting all these videos, and I'm going to put that together. And then there's another project that we're going to be working on, that we are working on with two of our mods. So I'm just going to leave it at that. That's the tease right there. So, yes, Drunky, happy birthday. Yes, Drunky, we will definitely celebrate on Tuesday for sure. Pammy, your granddaughter is going to be 14 on Sunday. Wow, happy birthday to her. Very cool. Aw, Drunky, everybody saying happy birthday to you. Nice. Father is off to, oh, you're off work today, so you'll be in and out? Okay, cool. Oh, Green Eye Cat, thank you. You as well. Drunk, have a great birthday. I like that. Drunk. Have a great birthday. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. Happy and blessed early birthday to Drunky the Bear. Shirley Roth, good to see you. And everybody is also wishing Pammy happy 14th birthday to Pammy's granddaughter, right? It was your granddaughter? Yes, your granddaughter. Nice. Very cool. Wow, so many birthdays. Holy smokes, your grandbaby Ruby is going to be one on Monday. Fantastic. Very good. Hey, Dwayne, hello to you. Dwayne, we owe you an email, so we didn't forget about you. We do owe you an email, just so you know. You have an email on the way. So thank you for stopping by and joining us. Selena Ka. When are the kittens coming? She's due probably next weekend, to be quite honest. I think she's in her 8th week. Aaron posted, oh yeah, for members, you guys saw, Aaron posted a picture of little kittens kicking in Polly's belly. So yeah, she's, I think, 8 weeks. She'll be 9. She'll start her 9th week, I think, on Monday. So she is due, they say, like 9 weeks. So she's due. She is due very, very soon. So potentially by next weekend, which would be our anniversary stream, yeah. Maybe there'll be kittens on Drunky's birthday. Very well, possibly could be. Yeah. Oh, should we name one? We'll name one Drunky. That would be funny. Oh, yeah. Sorry, it was a video. Oh, we call Squeak. Okay, so Aaron's reminding me, yeah, because remember we called pants, we saw capri pants. So we call her Squeaks or Squeaker because she would go, meow, meow, like she would squeak, meow. And then it was Sponge Kitty Squeaky Pants. So that's how Pants was born. The pants. And there's the pants. There she is. Oop. There's the pants. Hi. Next to her little toy. Yeah. She's just chilling back there. Feliz Campal, I cannot pronounce that. Feliz Campal, sorry, I'm going to butcher that. But yes, happy birthday to all the peeps. Campaños, right? Feliz Campaños. Baby kitties are so tiny, but cute. Yes, Brenda, they are. No. You're not in trouble, Dwayne. You were never in trouble, my friend. No. It's to reply to a question that you asked yesterday. Campaños. Is the L pronounced? Is that L pronounced? I didn't think the L was pronounced. Hey, Irish Amy. Excuse me. So it is pronounced Campleanos. Feliz Campleanos. So it's Campleanos. Okay, so Aaron, Campleanos. All right, so Aaron had it as well, Campleanos. All right. I didn't think the L was... I couldn't tell if that was a pi or an L, Aaron. I couldn't tell if that was Campleanos or Campleanos. I got it now. Bot, get your mind out of the gutter. Oh, what did the bot get you? Did the bot get you? Cumpleaños. 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 Okay, feliz cumpleaños. Is that better? Cumpleaños. Cumpleaños. Okay, I think I got it. Hola, amigos. That I can say. I can definitely say that. Hola, amigos. Okay. You're dying. So when I was in New York, I'd be sitting on the subways and they'd have an English version of an ad and then they have a Spanish version of an ad. So I would like just kind of look, I think I can read it better and I can understand it. I can't really speak it, as you are finding out. But then I was in publishing, right? I got into publishing as my day job and playing music at night. And one of the jobs I did, I was a manager for a Spanish program for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. It was a reading project, and I managed the Spanish department. I managed the Spanish, and there were editors, there were designers. Actually, no, the designers were English, whatever, English speaking. But yeah, all the editors, the proofreaders. So I managed them, and I didn't speak a stitch of Spanish, but somehow I got the job. I managed the Spanish editors, which was fun. They were a blast. I had so much fun working with them. But I learned about the different dialects. You got Spanish dialect, you got Mexican dialect, you've got Argentinian dialect, you got Portugal dialect, you got Cuban dialect, you got all kinds of different dialects. And it's funny how you could say, I went to the store today, or today I went to the store today I went, the store today I went to. I mean, it's like you can literally say the same thing, just like we can, obviously, in English, and I'm sure every language is like that. But that was one time where I learned, and they would fight. They would just get into, not brawls, but they would definitely fight. They're like, no, it has to be, I went to the store today, not today I went to the store. What's wrong with you? And then they'd be, just yelling at each other in Spanish. And I'm just like sitting back like, I'd be like, kids, stop yelling. But I was probably their age or younger, because we were all like in our, 30s. Yeah, I was probably like 30. Yeah, I was like 30, 31, 32. Fun. It was fun. Fun gig. I like working in publishing. All right. Waiting for a feed to come up. Nomad, hey, how are you? I don't think I said good morning to you yet. And for those coming in, I've got my squeegee shirt on from Drunky the Bear. Sweet little gift she gave us. And then back here, let's see. Wait. That's the other thing Drunky gave us. So, Drunky is a great supporter of the channel, and we appreciate everything that Drunky does. And it is her birthday on Monday. So make sure you guys definitely say happy birthday to Drunky. Hey, Remy Nas, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? Happy Memorial Day weekend to you too, Remy. And Northwest, you need a nap? Drunky's presents are the best, Irish Amy says. They are very thoughtful. Absolutely. All right. So those that are coming in new, we've got Newton. He's the camera operator. He's in the courtroom. We've got Just Shamrock. She is going to, I don't want to, I'll just say they are going to the courtroom at the mid-morning break. And then Deanna is going to be in there for the afternoon session. So we are going to have 3 people in the courtroom today. I am beyond excited about that. Not even sure what's going on there, but we'll just leave it at that. Remy, what? Could be better, could be worse. Oh, no. Well, that stinks. Hey, Tammy, good to see you too. I think it's BS that I got to work today, right? Hey, Alice, you're lurking and working. Happy Friday to you. Therapist is the best present giver. You're her apprentice. Nice. Hey, Birdie, good to see you. All right, I'm going to start to pay attention for a feed, so I won't be able to wish people coming in for a moment or two. Let me just... Now, remember, we're going to pick up with the video. We're about an hour and 45 minutes into the video, so we still have a good 4.5 hours to go. So we should get through a lot of it in the morning, so the afternoon should be the experts. We're finally going to start to hear from some mental health experts. I'm excited about that, because that's what it's all about. I think for a lot of us, I think most of us want to just, let's get to the experts already. Let me put myself over here so you can kind of see what's going on. So Carlos Dominguez is the defendant. He stabbed and deleted David and Karim on the 27th and 29th of April, 2023. Then he stabbed Kimberlee on May 1st, 2023, but she survived, just so you know. And I'm just waiting for the feed to kick in, which it should be any minute. This court usually starts on time, as we, for those that have been following it the whole time. You will know, and for those that are new, Judge McAdam is fantastic. He is like one of my favorite. Oh, here we go. We got a feed. All right. We've got a feed, and I will get us into the courtroom. And we have, yep, I know. Thank you. Feed is up. Thank you, Aaron. Let's get us into the courtroom. All right, here we go. Day 15. Lots of video today, guys, so settle back and we're going to get to some video.
Wow. So I have a media order that the jury is not to appear on camera. So the court's cameras can't pick you up, and neither can the media's cameras. But just for the benefit of everyone, Memorial Day is Monday, and this jury is dressed in an American flag. And it's a beautiful thing to see. And it's great to see everyone. Let's go on the record in the people of the state of California versus Carlos Dominguez. And we are in a jury trial. This is case 23-1391. And we have Prosecutor Mora, Prosecutor Hook, Attorney Hutchinson, Carlos Dominguez present. And 17 members of our jury are present for this Friday before the weekend holiday. And I thought I might give just some general update on scheduling to the jury. Been working with the lawyers, and we have a full day of evidence today. We have a full week of evidence next week, and I think we may have 1 or 2 days of evidence the week of June 2nd. But it is a real possibility that this court will give the jury the case after closing arguments and legal instruction at the end of the first week of June or the beginning of the second week. So that's a rough outline of where we're at. So again, a full day of evidence today. Next week we have witnesses lined up all week, and then we have a couple more days maybe of trailing witnesses, and then we'll hand you the case. This is a 2-phase trial, and that is phase 1 schedule. I will also say that you, the jury, have been working hard on this case. taking in evidence. And I understand that it's a challenge because you haven't been given the law yet. And but I think what I wanted to share with you is to give you confidence that I will be giving you the law, telling you how you should view the facts and make your determinations and apply the law. So you're going to get that. And then the attorneys are going to get closing argument, and they're different. That's different than opening statements, where opening statements is just a preview of the evidence, right? So in closing arguments, the lawyers will reference the legal instructions, and they will argue how they think the facts played out and how the law should be applied there. So it's all going to come together for you. Some of you have done jury trials before, but I just wanted to give you just a boost of confidence that while you're taking in all this evidence, that there's going to be a much greater context for you in order to do your work. So we'll get there. And that's a rough estimate of where we're at with respect to the calendar. So we are in the defense case in chief. We are collecting evidence. And I know I mentioned the video. We are going to get back to that piece of evidence, but we're going to take some witnesses. Mr. Hutchinson, you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, the defense calls Amy Gutierrez.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Gutierrez. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, we'll have you sit in the witness stand. Lawyers will ask questions, 2 of them.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the cause not being for the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Amy Gutierrez, AMYGUTIERREZ.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good morning, Ms. Gutierrez.
Good morning.
Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I am a social worker. I provide mental health services for WellPath and provide mental health care for the county jails.
What is WellPath?
WellPath is a contracted provider that provides medical, dental, mental health services to inmates that are housed in the county jail.
Is WellPath specific to Yolo County Jail, or do they provide services to other counties as well?
We provide services to other counties as well.
And what is your specific job title with WellPath?
I am a mental health coordinator, so I provide mental health services to inmates while they're in custody.
What is your educational background for this position?
I am a licensed clinical social worker. I have a master's in social work.
And how long have you worked as a mental health professional for WellPath?
I have been working with WellPath since 2022, I believe.
And prior to that, did you hold any other positions working in county jails?
I started with WellPath in a different county. I was working per diem for a few different counties providing the same services.
And what counties were those?
I started with Placer County. I've also provided services with Shasta County via telehealth, and then I took a full-time position at Yolo County.
Before you started working in the jail settings, did you have any other experience in working with severely mentally ill individuals?
I did. I worked in intensive outpatient treatment with Turning Point Community Programs.
What is Turning Point Community Programs?
It's an intensive outpatient program where we provide services to severely mentally ill patients that receive the highest level of care in the community.
Does that include individuals who suffer from schizophrenia?
That's correct.
And throughout your career, have you worked with individuals who suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with the positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, I am.
All Are you familiar with the negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, I am.
Now, Ms. Gutierrez, at Yolo County Jail, let's start with today. How many mental health professionals are employed by WellPath assigned to Yolo County Jail?
There are 2.
Okay. And who are those 2 individuals?
Now it's Brandy Halstead and Kelsey Daytrick.
I'd like to direct your attention to the period from May 2003 through May 2023 through September 2023. Were you working for WellPath at that time?
Yes, I was.
Did you have a different position during that time period?
Yes, I did.
What was your position?
I held a mental health professional, and I was full-time at Yolo County.
And so you've subsequently been promoted to a coordinator position?
That's correct.
So from that time period, from May 2023 until September 2023, how many mental health professionals were assigned to the Yolo County Jail?
2.
And who were those 2 individuals?
Myself and Brandy Halstead.
During that time period, was there, for mentally ill inmates, how did they receive psychiatric services?
If the patient met with us and there was a clinical need or request for the patient to see psychiatry, then we would put in a referral for them to see psychiatry.
And who was the psychiatrist that provided services to Yolo County inmates during that time period, once again, May through September 2023?
Dr. Patricia Tyler.
And was she employed by WellPath at that time?
Yes, she was.
How would Dr. Tyler see patients? Would she come in person, or would she see patients by some other means?
She provided services via telepsychiatry, so it was on a video platform.
Can you explain what telepsychiatry is?
Sure. It's just providing virtual psychiatry via virtual means, so usually via Zoom.
And when you have contact with an inmate in Yolo County Jail who is believed to suffer from mental illness, do you keep any records documenting your contact?
Yes, we do.
How do you keep those records?
We have an electronic health record, so we document every interaction that we have with the patient.
How do you document the interaction?
It's in what's called a sick call in our electronic health record, so we document essentially a progress note in the health record.
And do you have access to the sick calls documented by Ms. Halstead?
Yes.
And did she have access to the sick calls documented by you?
Yes, she did.
And with Dr. Tyler, did she have access to all the records?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to May 4th of 2023. On that date, did you meet an individual named Carlos Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
How did you come into contact with Mr. Dominguez?
I was asked to see him because he was placed on suicide watch prior to my shift. And so when I saw him, he was already on suicide watch in the jail, and I met with him in a booking cell.
What, during this time period, what shift did you work and days did you work at the Yolo County Jail?
I worked primarily Monday through Friday from 8 to 4.
And what schedule did Ms. Halstead work?
The same.
So are there mental health professionals at the jail on weekends?
Not routinely scheduled.
So you indicated that when you got to work, Mr. Dominguez was on suicide watch.
That's correct.
What is suicide watch?
Suicide watch is a different level of observation for patients that we find to be at higher risk for suicide, and so they're monitored more frequently and seen by the mental health professionals every 24 hours.
If a patient does not express any desire to harm themselves, can they still be placed on suicide watch?
Yes, they can.
What circumstances would a person who says they don't want to harm themselves would be placed on suicide watch?
There are a variety of reasons a patient could be placed on suicide watch. It could be that they demonstrate high risk factors such as serious charges, first time in custody, if they are unable to answer suicide risk questions, or if they are engaging in any sort of self-harming behavior. So there's a variety of reasons.
Do you recall the first time you met Mr. Dominguez?
I do.
What did you note about his appearance and behavior?
I noted he was already dressed in a safety smock and he was presenting in a very rigid posture with very minimal answers and appeared guarded.
You said he was in a rigid posture.
Yes,
Can rigid posture be a symptom of schizophrenia?
it can be.
And you also indicated he had minimal speech.
Correct.
And can that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, it can.
You said he was in a safety smock. What is a safety smock?
It is an article of clothing that is suicide resistant that we provide at the jail. Instead of a jumpsuit, they're provided a safety smock if they're on suicide watch.
Is it made of a material that a person could not tear and potentially hang themselves?
Correct.
Do you recall the first time you met Mr. Dominguez, anything about his emotional expression, his affect?
Yes, I did document that he presented with flat affect.
What is a flat affect?
That is kind of a inability to demonstrate emotion with their facial expression.
And you spoke about rigid posture and minimal speech being symptoms of schizophrenia. Are those potential considered negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
That's correct.
What about a flat affect? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, it can.
So when a person is placed on suicide watch, where are they housed?
They are typically housed in the infirmary.
Okay, where is the infirmary?
It is located in the medical wing of the jail.
Is that where your office is?
It is down the hallway, yes.
So what type of cell, are they kept in a cell within the infirmary?
Yes.
Describe the cell.
The cells in the infirmary have a bunk that's made out of concrete. It has a toilet, a sink, and that's it.
What materials, if any, are they allowed to have with them in this cell?
If they're on suicide watch, the only things that they're allowed to have are a safety smock, a safety blanket, and all of their food is provided in a styrofoam tray.
What is the safety blanket?
It is made out of the same material, just so that they can't rip it.
And you said their food is provided on a styrofoam tray.
That's correct.
What type of utensils are they given?
They are not provided utensils.
Why are they not provided utensils?
We try to eliminate anything that they could use to harm themselves when they're on suicide watch.
So, how often is the person's need for suicide watch reassessed?
They are met with, mental health meets with them every 24 hours. Custody staff checks on them every 15 minutes, and then medical, I think it's every 6 hours.
So they have to be checked every 15 minutes?
Correct.
Given how restrictive suicide watch is it something that people reassess every day, whether it's still necessary?
That's correct.
Okay. How frequently do you reassess whether suicide watch is still necessary?
Mental health reassesses every 24 hours.
And from a mental health standpoint, do you want people to be on suicide watch longer than is necessary?
No, we always strive for the least restrictive level of care.
Why do you want it to be the least restrictive level of care? Why is that important?
We want to support their ability to cope with most access to support, to coping skills and supports.
Now, are some people only on suicide watch for a day or two?
That's correct.
Ma'am, if you know, during So Mr. Dominguez was placed on suicide watch on May 4th. How many months was he on suicide watch before he was finally released from it?
If I may look at my notes.
Those notes may not have it. Let me ask you this. Do you recall what month he was finally released from suicide watch?
I don't recall, but I do remember that he was on for over 100 days.
So during those 100 days, when he was in his cell, besides the safety smock, the safety blanket, and the styrofoam plate, did he have any other items in the cell with him?
No.
Are they given any reading materials or other types of diversion to pass the time?
No.
And in my questions, I want to focus on the time period. Let me ask you this. At some point, did Mr. Dominguez get an injection of or a dose of antipsychotic medication?
Yes, he did.
And you recall approximately when that first dosage was?
I believe it was mid-July 2023.
Okay. So, ma'am, for my first set of questions, I want to focus on your observations prior to him receiving a dosage of antipsychotic medication.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Dominguez's eating habits?
I did.
And what did you observe?
Can I just interject here? The witness has, it looks like you must have your progress notes with you.
I do.
And that's fine, but I just need to make a record. And she's referencing her notes, so you need to manage that. Okay.
What we can do, ma'am, keep the notes down, and if you need to look at it to refresh your memory,
Okay.
we can do that. About his eating habits, what do you recall?
I do recall that he ate intermittently and sometimes was placed on a hunger strike.
Now, when I hear the term hunger strike, I think of Cesar Chavez or Gandhi not eating to try to achieve a purpose. Is that what you mean by hunger strike with Mr. Dominguez?
No, in custody we use hunger strike as a term for when a patient refuses 4 consecutive meals, and it's just a means of tracking if the patient is consuming foods and fluids.
So did Mr. Dominguez ever indicate that he was not eating because he wanted to achieve a specific purpose?
No.
Did he ever explain to you why he was not eating?
He just stated that he didn't have an appetite or just would not respond.
At some point, while he was in, let me back up, was Mr. Dominguez, what was his build when you first saw him? Would you describe him as heavy, thin, when you first saw him on May 4th?
I would say he was average.
That was the first time you'd ever seen him, correct?
That's correct.
So you had no personal knowledge of what his build was a couple years earlier?
No.
Did Mr. Dominguez, did his weight change during the months he was on suicide watch?
Yes.
How so?
His weight decreased over time.
Did his lack of eating and drinking, did that result in any trips outside of the jail for Mr. Dominguez?
Yes, he was placed on a 5150 hold.
Do you recall how many times, not just a 5150 hold, we'll get to that, but you know how many times he was taken to the emergency room?
I don't recall. I believe it was 2 or 3.
Now, ma'am, in addition to the mental health staff, are there staff who work for WellPath who monitor a patient's physical health?
Yes.
Okay. And are they employees of WellPath as well?
Yes, they are.
And do they keep records of their observations, just like you and Ms. Halstead keep records of your observations.
Yes, they do.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit JJ. Ma'am, do you recognize what that exhibit is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is what we call a flow sheet. It just documents vital signs over time.
And does it also document a wait over time?
Yes, it does.
And is that document made in the regular course of a business at Wellpath?
Yes.
And when they make those notations, is it done at or near the time of the act, condition, or event being recorded?
Yes.
And you've already said you're familiar with these records, and you've already described how they're prepared?
Yes.
Are they prepared the same way your mental health records are prepared?
Yes, they are.
And is the method of preparation for these records trustworthy, in your opinion?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
I'm going to zoom out a little bit more here. Do you see this entry on June 26, 2023 by a RN named Gustavo Perez?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Gustavo Perez?
Yes, I am.
Is he an employee at Wellpath?
Yes, he is.
And does it document, does Mr. Perez document how much Mr. Dominguez weighed on June 26th of 2023?
Yes.
And how much did he weigh?
108 pounds.
Did you ever make any effort to encourage Mr. Dominguez to eat?
Yes, I did.
And how would he respond?
He would regularly not respond or could not articulate why he was not eating.
Were there times he would eat small amounts of food?
Yes.
And were there times when he would not eat any meals whatsoever?
That's correct.
Was he ever able to articulate to you why he was not eating other than he wasn't hungry?
No.
During approximately the first month that you interacted with Mr. Dominguez, would you see him basically every day that you were at the jail?
Yes.
During the first month, did he respond to you verbally?
He did.
How would you describe the verbal responses that you received?
There were very minimal responses, often 1 to 3 words. He appeared very guarded, but he did respond verbally.
But would you ask him how he was feeling?
Yes.
And what was his response almost every time?
He would say, good.
Given that he did not have anything in his cell, did you ever have an opportunity to observe what he was doing when he was sitting in his cell?
He did.
And what would you observe him doing?
Oftentimes just laying on his bunk or just sitting there.
And when he was sitting there, did you ever see him staring at anything?
Just staring at the wall.
Would you observe him staring at the wall for long periods of time?
Yes.
Ma'am, from your experience, can that type of behavior be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Now, did you ever offer to put anything up on his jail cell for him to look at so he could have some sort of stimulation, for lack of a better word?
I did request that, yes.
What did you suggest?
I suggested that we put up either lyrics or some sort of reading material, but unfortunately that's not permitted at the jail.
So you wanted to put basically tape up on his cell some song lyrics or reading material?
Yes,
Had he mentioned to you at some point that he liked music,
he did.
but you were not able to do that?
No.
And during this 100-day period, were you constantly reassessing to see if you could take him off suicide watch?
Yes.
During once again, the first period before he received any antipsychotic medication, did you ever observe Mr. Dominguez display any sort of emotion?
No.
Did you ever see him laugh?
No.
Did you ever see him smile?
No.
Did you ever see him cry?
No.
Did you ever observe any sort of emotion other than that blank flat effect?
No.
And a flat effect is not emotion, it's the absence of emotion, correct?
Correct.
And that complete lack of emotion, can that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Now, when someone is in suicide watch, is there a day room that they can go to?
Yes, there is.
What is the day room?
It is just the center of the other cells in the infirmary.
If a person on suicide watch, how long each day do they have the opportunity to go out into the day room?
Approximately 1 hour a day.
And what sort of activities can they do when they're in the day room?
They can watch TV, they can read, or make phone calls.
And while they're in the day room, is someone observing them so it can be ensured they're not harming themselves?
Yes, that's correct.
During the 100 days he was on suicide watch, did Mr. Breaux ever come out into the day room?
Not that I recall.
I'm asking your personal observations. To your knowledge, did he ever take a shower?
Not that I recall.
Did he ever brush his teeth?
Not that I recall.
Did he ever go out and watch television?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever see him on his own make a phone call?
No.
How did his physical appearance change over these 100 days when he's not showering, brushing his teeth? Can you describe what you observed?
His personal hygiene did decline. He became more malodorous and disheveled. He just did not appear to take care of himself when he was on suicide watch.
Malodorous, if a person doesn't shower for 3 months, would it be fair to say they become extremely malodorous?
Correct.
Was Mr. Dominguez extremely malodorous?
Yes, he was.
And is a decline in personal hygiene, in your experience, can that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Can be.
What about eye contact? When you would try to communicate with Mr. Dominguez, did you notice anything about his ability to maintain eye contact?
He had very minimal eye contact or would look beyond me when I was talking to him.
And would you try to stand directly in front of him?
Yes.
What do you mean by looking beyond you?
Oftentimes staring at something behind me or just appearing distracted.
So would you put yourself in a position where he would kind of have to make eye contact and he would look beyond you?
Yes,
Is an inability to make eye contact, can that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
it can be.
Now, do you recall incidents where Mr. Dominguez made statements indicating he believed he was still a student at UC Davis?
Yes.
What do you recall?
He said that he needed to meet with his counselor to talk about his classes.
And did he want you to set anything up for him so he could meet with his counselor?
I believe he requested either a phone call or a Zoom meeting with his counselor.
Now, at that time, did you know that Mr. Dominguez was no longer a student at UC Davis?
No, I did not.
At some point, did you become aware of that?
Yes.
Did you ever confront him with the fact that he was not a student at UC Davis?
I don't believe I did.
Why not?
I was still trying to build rapport with him. He minimally engaged, and so I didn't want to address that at that time.
Did his verbal speech change, his verbal response change over time?
Yes, they did.
How did it change?
Eventually, he stopped responding verbally.
And how would he respond?
He would oftentimes just shake his head yes or no, or he would give me a thumbs up or thumbs down.
On approximately May 19th, did you author an email to superiors of Guillory County Jail requesting that Mr. Dominguez be referred for a 5150 evaluation?
May I refer to my notes?
Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
What is a 5150 evaluation?
It is an evaluation done by a clinician to determine if he meets criteria to be involuntarily hospitalized.
And what criteria has to be satisfied for a person to be involuntarily hospitalized?
There are 3 different types of holds. They can be on a hold for danger to self, danger to others, or grave disability.
What did you believe would be the grounds for Mr. Dominguez to be placed on a 5150 hold?
I believed that he was gravely disabled.
Now, is a 5150 hold limited to people inside a jail, or can anyone in the community potentially be placed on a 5150 hold?
It's not limited to people in custody. It can be for people in the community as well.
How common is it for someone in custody to be placed on a 5150 hold?
It's pretty uncommon.
Why is it pretty uncommon?
Most of the time, we can meet the patient's needs while they're in custody.
And by we, you mean the WellPath staff?
That's correct.
So when you recommended a 5150 evaluation, were you concerned that you could not meet Mr. Dominguez's current needs?
Yes.
Was he taken to a hospital on a 5150 evaluation?
Yes, he was.
You recall how long he was gone for?
I do not recall.
Ultimately, did he return?
Yes, he did.
Ma'am, in your experience, you said it is uncommon for people in jail to be placed on 5150 holds. How common is this for a hospital to actually accept someone who's coming from the jail?
It's pretty uncommon.
Okay. Why is that?
I think there's a few different factors. One is that most of the time, so there are a couple different factors that I believe contribute. There are the fact that most of the time the jail can provide and meet the needs of the patient, and then also it is a security concern as far as having officers staffed at the hospital.
And because of the charges that Mr. Dominguez was in custody for, there needed to be officers at the hospital with him, correct?
That's correct.
For any inmate, there has to be officers, is that correct?
Yes.
During the time he was in the suicide watch, did Mr. Dominguez ever complain about anything?
Not that I recall.
At some point, did you reach out to Mr. Dominguez's mother?
Yes, I did.
Why did you reach out to Mr. Dominguez's mother?
I was trying to obtain any history or collateral information regarding his mental health or substance use that might be relevant to his treatment.
And don't tell what was said, but did you speak to his mother on the phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you use an interpreter?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to get Mr. Dominguez to speak to his mother during that incident?
No, I did not.
Like, direct your attention to June 2nd, and if you can't remember, you can refresh your memory. Did Mr. Dominguez make any other statement about being concerned that he was missing his classes?
May I refer to my notes?
Okay.
He did. He expressed interest in school and that he was feeling upset due to missing school.
So this is on June 2nd?
That's correct.
At this point, if you recall, did you realize he'd been terminated from UC Davis?
I don't recall.
Now, ma'am, I'd like to direct your attention to an incident that happened between June 6th and June 9th. Do you ever recall a situation where Mr. Dominguez had something unusual on his face?
Yes, I do.
What do you recall?
I recall him being disheveled and having mucus on his face.
Okay. Describe how this mucus was on his face.
It was just hanging out of his nose.
So it was I don't want to put words in your mouth, it was basically like a stream of mucus hanging from his nose?
That's correct.
Did you observe it?
Yes, I did.
How long was this string of mucus?
I don't know the exact length.
But was it just a little thing coming out of his nose, or was it pretty significant?
It was pretty significant.
Would describing how an icicle hangs off a building, would that be kind of an appropriate description?
Yes.
Now, I'm sure everyone's had experience where they may have something hanging from their nose and then they wipe it away. You would agree that's a common experience?
Yes.
How many days did this basically icicle of mucus remain on Mr. Dominguez's nose without him wiping it away?
May I reference my notes, Your Honor?
Okay.
From my documentation, it looks like I documented it for at least 2 consecutive days.
When was the first date? If you look at June 6th, did you document it on June 6th?
Yes, I did.
And look at June 9th.
Yes, I did.
So he had this basic icicle of mucus hanging from his nose from June 6th to June 9th.
Yes.
And based on your observations, is it something that if he'd simply put his hand to his nose and wiped, he could have knocked it off?
Yes.
Given that he wasn't showering, did you ever encourage him to do something as an alternative to showering?
I did.
What did you encourage him to do?
I encouraged him to use the sink in his cell just to kind of wipe himself down.
Did he do that?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, ma'am, at some point on approximately June 21st, did you become aware that Dr. Patricia Tyler made a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
Were you involved in that decision?
It's a collaborative effort amongst our team, yes.
Explain what went into that decision.
Oftentimes, it'll be conversations between the clinicians and the psychiatrist to discuss the clinical presentation of the patient, and it's ultimately the provider's decision whether or not they choose to initiate an involuntary medication.
And who's the provider?
That's Dr. Patricia Tyler.
Now, prior to June 21st, had Mr. Dominguez been offered antipsychotic medication to to take voluntarily?
Yes, he had.
What was his response?
He declined.
Did Mr. Dominguez ever admit any mental health symptoms whatsoever?
No.
In your experience, is it common for people with schizophrenia to often deny that they have a mental illness?
Yes.
So, are you familiar with kind of the steps that must be taken to give someone emergency medication involuntarily?
Yes.
Is the jail allowed to basically give an emergency dose without first going to a court in certain circumstances?
In certain circumstances, yes.
And then ultimately, do they have to go to a court to get a further order?
Yes, they do.
Do you recall when Mr. Dominguez received his first dosage of emergency antipsychotic medication?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your memory to look at the notes?
Yes.
I direct your attention to July 13th.
Yes, it does look like he received the emergency medication on July 13th, 2023.
And was that just one dose?
I believe so.
Ma'am, in your experience, when people receive antipsychotic medication, does one dose fix it, or does it often take several months of regular medication to stabilize?
Typically, it requires ongoing medication adherence to stabilize.
If Dr. Tyler made her recommendation on June 21st, if you know, why did it take until July 13th for Mr. Dominguez to get his first dose of antipsychotic medication?
I believe it just was a requirement to get the court order.
You weren't, there were people above your pay grade who were doing this situation?
Yes.
At some point, did you become aware that on August 3rd there was a court order authorizing involuntary antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
And when Mr. Dominguez was presented with that court order, did he physically refuse the medication, or did he acquiesce and take it?
I believe he took it.
And did you continue to see Mr. Dominguez from August 3rd up until it was mid-September when he went to Atascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
Did you administer or give him the antipsychotic medication? Or would you be one of the persons who would do it?
No.
Who would administer it?
That would be a nurse.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Dominguez during that first 5 or 6 weeks where he was taking medication but before going to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you notice any changes?
I did.
What changes did you notice once he started taking medication?
He became increasingly engaged with mental health. He was able to engage verbally.
So when he started, by the time he received antipsychotic medication, was he even communicating at all at that point, or no?
No.
Okay. So once he started taking medication, his verbal engagement improved?
Yes.
What else did you notice?
I do recall him having improved hygiene at that point as well.
Did he start taking some showers?
I believe so.
What else did you notice? This once again after he received the antipsychotic medication.
His affect improved. We saw him smile for the first time. He was able to engage in spontaneous conversation.
And do you still see Mr. Dominguez at the jail?
I don't work there full time anymore, so not regularly.
But even though you saw him smile once, did he still have generally a flat affect even after taking medication?
Yes, he did.
Ma'am, in your experience, is it common for some people with schizophrenia, even after they take medication, to still have that flat effect, negative symptom?
Yes.
Anything else you can recall about improvements you saw from when he started taking the antipsychotic medication until he left for Atascadero State Hospital?
He was eating more routinely.
And obviously, you did not see him while he was at Atascadero State Hospital?
That's correct.
Were you still in your position when he returned from Atascadero State Hospital in January of 2024?
No.
So you were not interacting with Mr. Since his return from the state hospital, do you interact with Mr. Dominguez on a regular basis?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. DeMora, cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Gutierrez.
Good morning.
Ms. Gutierrez, a couple of questions about Mr. Dominguez being placed on suicide watch. Now, when you first saw him at the county jail and you interacted with him, he never made statements about wanting to harm himself, correct?
Correct.
And he never made statements about wanting to harm other people, right?
That's correct.
And so he was placed on suicide watch. You said there are a number of factors to consider. One are the seriousness of the charges, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder are very serious charges.
Correct.
And that is common with other inmates who are brought into the county jail who have similar charges, correct?
That's correct.
You also look at whether someone has been in custody for the first time, as whether to place that person on suicide watch, and you knew that this was Ms. Dominguez's first time in jail, correct?
Correct.
And so you would agree that those factors themselves, the seriousness of the charges, his first time in the county jail, those weigh more heavily in whether to determine to place him on suicide watch, correct?
Correct.
And so during the time, 100 days or so that he was on suicide watch, at no point did you see or learn of any times that Mr. Dominguez attempted to hurt someone else physically.
Correct.
And in your interactions with him, he never got physically violent with you, right?
That's correct.
He never made physical contact with you, correct?
Correct.
Never swung a punch at you?
No.
Never made a stabbing motion or something similar to you?
No.
And so your concern with him was about him being able to take care of himself, correct?
Correct.
It was never about whether he would harm you or one of your coworkers.
That's correct.
And no one, to your knowledge, ever expressed a fear of him harming them or another member of the jail, correct?
Not that I recall.
Now that suicide safety smock that you talked about, he doesn't get a choice whether he wears that, correct?
That's correct.
And so that's determined either by WellPath or by the jail, right?
That's a jail policy, yes.
And you would agree that when Mr. Dominguez first came into the jail, that was the first time you actually met and interacted with him, right?
That's correct.
You never saw him outside of the jail and how he'd interact with other people, correct?
Correct.
You spoke to his mother at one point to try to determine things that may be helpful in his mental health treatment, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't talk to or reach out to any of his former roommates to see how he had been behaving or engaging with them prior to his arrest, right?
That's correct.
And so you would agree that the information you had about how he behaved outside of jail was limited, right?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Gutierrez, would you agree that a person who has a mental health issue, once they go into a custodial setting, like a jail or a prison, something that is confined, where their movement is restricted, that they can tend to decompensate.
That's correct.
And when I say decompensate, meaning that their symptoms can get worse in the custodial setting, right?
Correct.
And those symptoms that they exhibit in the custodial setting aren't necessarily the symptoms and signs and behaviors that they exhibited outside of that, right?
That could be.
And so, with someone with schizophrenia, if they're in this custodial setting, they may be, for the first time being in jail, they may start showering less, correct?
Sometimes.
Sometimes eating less.
Sometimes.
Sometimes they could get more violent if they have a violent tendency, correct?
Sometimes.
Now, where Mr. Dominguez was being housed, he said he was in the infirmary, correct?
Correct.
And other than with jail staff, he has very limited interaction with other inmates at the jail, correct?
Correct.
And because you weren't able to put up lyrics or things in his cell, there's not a whole lot to do in there, right?
Correct.
It's kind of, you just lay in bed or walk around your cell, right?
Yes.
And from your experiences, your experience with interacting with inmates, treating inmates, most aren't happy to be in custody, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeMora. Mr. Hutchinson, redirect?
Yes. Other than the change in verbal, when you went from a few words to no response, and increased weight loss, all those symptoms you saw, flat effect, lack of eye contact, the staring, were all those present from the first moment you met Mr. Dominguez?
They were present, but they definitely worsened over time.
So this was not, he was placed on suicide watch from the moment he got there, correct?
Yes.
There are situations when a person comes into jail in general population and is later placed in suicide watch.
That's correct.
Based on your personal experience, how many other attorneys, how many other inmates can you think of who've been on suicide watch for over 100 days other than Carlos Dominguez?
At my time at Yolo County, probably less than 5.
And were all those individuals severely mentally ill?
Yes.
And the prosecutor asked you if he had limited interaction with other inmates. When he's on suicide watch, does he have any interaction with other inmates?
The only time that he would have access to other inmates is during his day room if he went up to another infirmary cell.
But did he ever come out into the day room?
No, not that I remember.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gutierrez, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And have a great day.
Thank you. Should I leave these here?
Mr. Hutchinson, did you hand the notes to her?
She can do that. That's fine. Or she can have them.
Well, I don't want her to take anything she didn't come with. So
Okay,
if
I'll
you,
take it.
yeah, you get them back. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, next witness.
Defense calls Dr. Patricia Tyler.
Okay, let's get Dr. Tyler. I'm going to stand up and stretch. We're going to take a break in 15 minutes or so. Thank you. Off record.
All right, Dr. Patricia Tyler is coming up next, so that's who we've been waiting for, the doctor. So she should tell us what meds he was on. She should tell us what his diagnosis is. I'm thinking that she's going to be the one that's going to answer all of our questions. So when they get to the break, I'll recap what Ms. Gutierrez said there. But Newton, doing the great camera work. Thank you so much for your fantastic camera work. We give praise to Newton for his fantastic camera work.
I'm going to ask the clerk to administer the oath, then I'll have you take the witness stand, 2 lawyers to ask questions.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give, the cause not being for the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
I'm so sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
That's all right. Can you spell your whole name?
Patricia Tyler, Patricia, Tyler, Tyler.
Okay, great. And are you comfortable? You want to move the chair in and maybe bring the mic down a little bit? Yeah, that's good. Okay. Mr. Hutchinson, direct examination.
Good morning, Dr. Tyler. What do you do for a living?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And what is a psychiatrist?
A psychiatrist is a physician who specializes in treatment of mental disorders.
And is a psychiatrist a medical doctor?
Yes.
How long have you been a practicing psychiatrist?
Since 1984.
Can you describe your educational background to become a psychiatrist?
After college, you go to medical school for 4 years, and at the end of medical school, when you get your MD or doctorate of medicine, then I did 4 years of training specifically in psychiatry.
Where did you get your undergrad degree at?
Atlantic Union College,
And what was that degree in?
biology.
And where did you go to medical school?
Loma Linda Medical School.
And where did you do your residency?
University of California, Irvine.
And what positions have you held as a practicing psychiatrist?
I've practiced psychiatry in a lot of different positions. I started in private practice when I first got out of psychiatry residency, and then I moved up to Northern California, and I was the medical director at Napa County. And then I later was the medical director at Napa State Hospital.
Let me stop you there. When you say you were the medical director at Napa County, what do you mean by that?
That means I was in charge of any psychiatrist and nursing associated with provision of medicine for psychiatric patients.
So you were the boss?
I was the boss of that portion.
Okay.
It was part of Health and Human Services, which has social work and chemical dependency and a whole bunch of other departments, but yes.
And you said you were then the medical director at Napa State Hospital?
Yes.
What is Napa State Hospital?
Napa State Hospital is one of the largest psychiatric hospitals in the United States. It, at this time, is primarily patients who are committed to the state hospital as a result of either being accused of a crime or having been found not guilty by reason of insanity, or sometimes on a conservatorship but can't be managed in the community.
How long were you the director at Napa State Hospital?
Oh gosh, I'm not sure. I've never been good at dates, to tell you the truth, but a while.
Okay. Can you give a rough estimate of how many years?
Like 8 years or something like that.
At some point, did you leave Napa State Hospital and go into another area of practice?
Yes, I retired as the medical director at Napa State Hospital and was sort of unsuccessful at retiring. So I decided to continue some work, and I worked as a direct clinical psychiatrist in various jails.
And who was your employer when you worked as a clinical psychiatrist in jails?
Well, they've changed names a couple of times, but essentially the company's now known as WellPath.
And ma'am, over the course of your career, have you treated patients who suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the negative and positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the criteria that psychiatrists rely on in diagnosing someone with schizophrenia?
Yes.
And can you even give an estimate of how many patients with schizophrenia you have treated or seen in some capacity over your career?
I have no idea. Many.
You know, I'd like to offer Dr. Tyler as an expert in psychiatry and schizophrenia.
Any volunteer? All right, we have a qualified expert.
Now, Dr. Tyler, very briefly, can you explain to the jury what is schizophrenia?
Schizophrenia is a mental disorder that usually presents with symptoms which are called prodromal, which is sort of the beginning of schizophrenia, and then develops into active symptoms. So prodromal symptoms would be, and this usually occurs in late teens to early adulthood, and sometimes for women a little bit later than that. But the early symptoms of schizophrenia are deterioration in the person's social functioning, their ability to function academically, the ability to work, where they just sort of withdraw or are not able to continue their normal pattern of success. And then in the active phase of schizophrenia, a patient can have symptoms of hallucinations, delusions, or paranoia, sometimes very odd speech, and then sometimes they will have very odd behaviors where they're just staring. And the last criteria is what's called negative symptoms, which is really the absence of normal responses. So an example would be somebody with schizophrenia often will have a very blank look on their face. They're not smiling, they're not frowning, they're just kind of like not there. The other pronounced thing that happens in negative symptoms is they don't have ambition or the ability to be motivated to do anything normal.
I want to talk about some of the negative symptoms. Can minimal speech, poverty of speech, can that be a negative symptom?
A lack of speech, or what we call poverty of speech, is a negative symptom where they just sort of quit talking.
And what about an inability to maintain eye contact? Is that a negative symptom?
Yeah, it's not necessarily that they're not looking at you, but it's like they're looking through you. You're not. It's a very unusual way of eye contact.
And what about concrete, simplistic thinking? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes. So in concrete thinking, you know, when you have something happens or whatever, there's consequences of that, and it's almost as if they're not able to kind of think it through. And the way that we test for that as a psychiatrist, for instance, is what we call proverbs. So somebody might say, you know, if you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. And we'll ask them to interpret what that means. And normally people will say, well, you know, don't accuse somebody of something that you're doing, or a more in-depth understanding of it. But somebody with schizophrenia will often just respond by saying, well, you know, don't live in glass. But it doesn't make any sense. It's not looking at the deeper meaning of things.
Now, you mentioned the lack of motivation. Is that a term called avulsion?
Yes.
And is that spelled A-V-O-L-I-T-I-O-N?
Yes.
Some attorney may accidentally pronounce that as abolition?
Yeah.
Okay. But it's pronounced avulsion, correct?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about a reduced experience of pleasure? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes. So, I mean, it can be a symptom of other things as well, but often people who are developing schizophrenia lose interest in their normal hobbies or activities, and just sort of sit around doing nothing.
And what about slowing of movements? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be. So sometimes people with schizophrenia just stand in one spot for a very, very, very long time.
And what about maintenance of rigid or unusual postures? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
And how about distrust of others?
Pardon me?
Distrust of others.
Yeah, we would call that paranoia.
And you've already mentioned social withdrawal. That can be an early symptom of schizophrenia.
Yes.
What is catatonia?
Catatonia is when an individual with schizophrenia, usually at a very severe stage, just literally quits moving at all, sometimes in a very odd posture, and it can be a life-threatening condition.
Now, I'm going to go back to your position with WellPath. Were you working for WellPath in May of 2023 through August of 2023?
Yes.
And in what capacity were you working during that time period?
I was a psychiatrist treating patients or inmates at the jail.
And how did you treat inmates at Guillory County Jail? Did you come to Guillory County Jail, or did you see them through some other means?
Mostly I did remote psychiatric treatment, which means that the patients brought to a place where there's a computer and they talk to me like via Zoom, or like, I don't know whether you could talk to your kids on FaceTime, but it's something like that.
And did you have access to the records and notes made by Amy Gutierrez and Brandy Halstead?
Yes.
In May of, on May 16th of 2023, did you meet a patient by the name of Carlos Dominguez?
I did.
Okay. Describe what the first time you observed him on this telepsychiatry. Was there anything about his appearance that you took note of?
Well, what I recall, of course, it's been a long time, but what I recall is when he first came to see me, he had long hair that he was wearing over his eyes. So I really couldn't see his face. It almost went down to his chin. It was very dirty, not poorly groomed. He was hardly speaking. It was difficult to elicit more than one or two word answers to many questions I had. And I mean, that's initially what I would say.
And when you first met him, did you have access to any collateral information beyond your observations and Miss Halstead and Gutierrez's notes?
No.
Now, do you recall what dates you met with Mr. Dominguez via telepsychiatry?
I don't know them off the top of my head, no.
But at some point, did you make a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication?
I did.
Why did you make a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication?
Well, I had seen him by that time, or attempted to see him a number of times, and besides concluding that he was suffering from some sort of active psychotic condition, more importantly, it was reported to me, and the records reflected, that he had had repetitive episodes of not eating or drinking sufficiently to maintain his bodily functions, and he had had to be sent out to the emergency room several occasions. His laboratory functions indicated that he wasn't eating or drinking sufficiently. He was already very thin when I saw him. His BMI was quite low. And it was my conclusion that this was most likely something that he was doing not because he had some wish for some secondary gain or an outcome, but more as a result of mental illness, which we often do see in the acute phase of schizophrenia, where somebody becomes paranoid. They just quit eating sometimes, to the point that you really are concerned about their ability for their organs to function properly.
Now, as you say here today, you don't recall the specific date, but assume that you made this recommendation on June 21st. You can assume for purposes of question. Was there a delay between the time you made your recommendation and Mr. Dominguez actually getting the first dose of antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
When you make a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication, when do you want it to be administered?
Immediately.
Why is it important for emergency antipsychotic medication to be administered immediately?
Because I had concluded that he was at risk of harming his bodily functions, his kidney, his liver, his brain, his bloodstream, etc.
Now, doctor, do you recall how many weeks went by before Mr. Dominguez received the first dose of emergency antipsychotic medication that you recommended?
I don't recall that.
Let me stop you there. Dr. Tyler, we've been going for a while, so we're going to take a mid-morning break. I know you just got started, but we have covered some ground. You're excused, and we're going to see you back in 15 minutes, okay? 15-minute break for everyone. Remember the three-part admonition: don't form any opinions, don't discuss, don't research. To the jury, enjoy your break. Thank you. Off the record.
All right, we're going to go through our, wow, Fala. I'm assuming that a cat stepped on or a dog stepped on your keyboard, I hope. I hope that's the case and you're not stroking out on us. Riley Snoot says whatever that was. Okay. Good. All right, let's go through what we've heard so far in the morning session. Amy Gutierrez was first up, social worker at WellPath. She's a licensed clinical social worker. She has a master's. She works in county jails. She's worked with people with schizophrenia. She knows about the positive and negative symptoms. Two other people work there, Brandy and a Kelsey. She's been a mental health professional since in May of 2023. She was a mental health professional. Since then, she's got an upgrade, if you will. So from May until September, it was just Brandy and herself. Dr. Patricia Tyler was there as well. All records are kept electronic through a software or website called Sick Call, and then your progress notes are within that. So May 4th of 2023, she met Carlos. He was placed on a watch. She met him in a booking cell. Different level of observation, monitored more frequently. You're viewed every 24 hours. I think that's medically. Then she goes on and she says that they're viewed much more frequently, but at that point she said just every 24 hours. You don't want to self-harm. You can still be placed. So if you have a serious charge, if it's the first time in custody, or you're exhibiting any kind of self-harming behavior, which he was the first time in custody and serious charges, and he was also saying, his cuts came from himself. So that's why they put him on. His appearance and behavior: he had rigid posture, he appeared guarded, and he was wearing a safety smock, which is what he's wearing in the thumbnail there. He was emotionally, had a flat affect. His inability to exhibit emotions with facial expressions. He was in the infirmary, which was in the medical wing, and basically he has a bunk, safety smock, safety blanket, which is the same material, and food is in a styrofoam tray, and you don't get utensils. So there's a 15-minute check. There's a medical check every 6 hours, and then mental health assessment every 24 hours. It's the least restrictive so that they can cope more easily, right? So they're not, it sounds pretty bad, but believe it or not, that's the least restrictive so that they can cope more easily. Some people are only on for a day or two. The watch started May 4th, and he was on it for over 100 days. All he had was a smock, a blanket, and a plate, and that was it. No reading materials. The antipsychotic meds started in mid-July. He ate intermittently, and he was placed on a hunger strike. That's used as a term when they refuse 4 consecutive meals. And this, like the judge said, or no, Mr. Hutchinson said, this isn't like Che Rivera or Gandhi, where people go on a hunger strike. This was he just didn't eat, I guess. His build was average at first, but his weight decreased over time. They placed him on a 5150 hold, which we read in the state of California means involuntary detention of individuals who are experiencing a mental health crisis and pose an immediate danger to themselves, others, or are gravely disabled. She eventually meant it as gravely disabled. He had been taken to the emergency room 2 or 3 times. So it's not like he just went once. He went 2 or 3 times. I'm guessing we'll probably hear from the hospital as well. Then they talk about his weight document. I heard 108 pounds, but I don't know if that's what he was when he came in. Is that how much he weighed when he came in? Because I'm looking at his chart, and I'm trying. There's the weight. So, June 26th. So June 26th. So this is weird because June 24th, he's 112 pounds. Oh. Okay, so he lost 4 pounds in 2 days? Wow. So June 26th, he was 108 pounds. That's pretty skinny. He wouldn't respond or couldn't articulate why he wasn't eating. He would eat small amounts of food sometimes. She would say, "How are you feeling?" He would say, "Good." He was just laying or sitting, staring at the wall in the cell for long periods of time. That's a symptom of schizophrenia. She requested putting song lyrics or reading material on the wall, but that was not accepted because that was, jail policy. She knew that Carlos liked music. She never saw Carlos cry, laugh, smile, just a flat affect. That's a symptom. There is a day room for inmates that they can read, watch TV, make phone calls. They can go there 1 hour a day. Carlos never came out to that day room. He didn't shower. He didn't brush his teeth. He didn't go out and watch TV. He didn't make any phone calls. He became malodorous and disheveled. The decline in personal hygiene, that could be a symptom. Eye contact was minimal, or she said he would look beyond you. He said he needed to meet with his counselor so he could talk about his classes. So he's still living in that. He's still living in that world of, I'm still going to class. She didn't know Carlos wasn't a student. She didn't want to confront him because she was trying to build a rapport. Eventually, Carlos stopped responding verbally and would just shake his head yes or no and give thumbs up or down. Then the 5150 was done to see if he needed to be involuntarily hospitalized. She said she felt it was great. He was gravely disabled, and it's very uncommon to place this on someone. Usually, she says you can meet the patient's needs. He was taken to the hospital. He was taken to the. I lost my place. He was taken to the hospital, but she doesn't know for how long. Eventually, Carlos does return. She says it's not common for hospitals to accept someone coming from jail because of the security risk. You have to have officers there at the hospital. Plus, usually the jail can meet the needs. Carlos didn't complain about anything. Right? He didn't complain. It's like he wasn't there. Like he literally was just a shell. She spoke. She reached out to his mother, Varla, to see if there was anything relevant to see if there was anything relevant in his past that could help, like any history. I don't know if she told him that. I don't know. He was on his own, or he crossed from El Salvador to Texas when he was like 6 years old, for 3-4 months, and he wasn't with his parents. I hope she told him that. I don't know if she did. She didn't say that. So let's see. Then we get to the missing school, expressed regret. Then we get to the mucus on his face. He had snot hanging out of his nose for from June 6th to June 9th. Wouldn't she want to? Why didn't she? Why didn't why didn't Miss Gutierrez wipe it? Anyway, encouraged Carlos to use the sink to wipe himself down. He didn't even do that. Emergency meds were discussed with the team. Dr. Patricia Tyler. Carlos had been offered meds. He declined those. He never admitted he never admitted he had an issue, he had a problem. That's common, for that to happen. You need a court order to get the emergency meds. So July 13th, he did receive one dose, but you need ongoing meds to stabilize. So it took them until August 3rd for the court order to come in. Carlos did start to take his meds then. I wonder how they got him to take it. I'd like to talk to Dr. Rachel. I don't know. Do you know that? Or a therapist, do you guys know? How do you get somebody who doesn't want to take meds? How do you get them to take the meds? Do you just hold them down and inject them? Or, I mean, how traumatic? Like, how do you do that without it being traumatic to them? Paging Dr. Rachel, paging therapist, do you guys know that answer? Or if there's anybody else in the chat, how do you administer emergency meds? They noticed changes after the meds, engaged verbally, his hygiene improved, he would shower, the affect improved, he would smile, he would do spontaneous conversations. He still had the flat affect after the meds, though, and that is common. He was eating more routinely. He didn't she didn't interact with Carlos anymore. Other inmates were on watch with seriousness of charges. This was Cross. Carlos never got physically violent or harmed anyone while at the jail. The concern was Carlos taking care of himself and not harming others. Doesn't get a choice whether to wear the safety smock. It's the jail policy. First time meeting was inside of the jail. Reward system, yeah. You want to see a movie, take this pill. But he didn't want to do anything, Pammy. He was just, you don't want to do it without traumatizing them. You don't want to do it without, yeah, of course. If declining meds, then that's concerning in the future. Like, how do you get somebody to, can't be forced, which is why it takes a lot to get a court order. Like, how do you force feed somebody who doesn't want to be force fed? How do you do that? I'm just trying to figure that out. So then Patricia Tyler came up. Oh, wait, let me get back to redirect. All the symptoms were present at the beginning, and they got worse over time. Over 100 days on watch, she said probably less than 5 that she had ever dealt with, and they were all severely mentally ill. The day room would be the only time for interaction with others. So then Dr. Patricia Tyler gets up. She's a psychiatrist. She's a medical doctor. She's been a psychiatrist since 1984. She said she tried to retire, but eventually went to work at WellPath and then went to jails. She's treated or seen how many people. She says she has no idea how many people she's treated over the years. She talks about the mental disorder symptoms of schizophrenia. Happens in your late teens, early 20s for males, and then females, it's a little bit later. Then she goes on to describe, social function, work, academically, you withdraw. Positive symptoms would be hallucinations, delusions, paranoia, just staring off into space, staring at a wall, staring through people. Negative symptoms would be blank face, no ambition, no motivation, poverty of speech. I like that, poverty of speech. That's a good one. She says, you're just looking right through you, eye contact. You're just not even making eye contact. You're just looking right through the person. Complete simplistic thinking, and then she references the proverb, if live in glass houses, don't throw rocks. Most people know what that means, or if not, they can kind of think, oh yeah, let me think. If I don't live in, I'm going to have my house shatter. If somebody, don't throw rocks. Don't be mean to people, basically. So she says they'll just say, don't live in a glass house instead of looking for the deeper meaning. So there's a loss of interest in normal hobbies, and you just sit around doing nothing. You'll just stand in one spot for a long time. Rigid posture, distrust of others, and she's like, yeah, we call that paranoia. 2023, she was at WellPath as a psychiatrist, treating inmates in jail. She would treat them remotely via Zoom. She met Carlos in May of 2023. She said he had long hair over his eyes, almost to his chin, pretty much what you see in that picture right there. He was dirty, not groomed, he was hardly speaking, 1 or 2 word answers. She made a request for emergency antipsychotic meds. She was concerned that the lack of food would hurt his bodily functions, brain, liver, heart, kidneys, all that stuff. So it's kind of like a duh. Yeah, you don't eat, you're gonna hurt. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Nona Robin, how are you? Thank you for coming in. Let's see. Don't be a hypocrite. Capri, thank you so much. Best recaps on the tubes. Appreciate that. There's Nona saying hello to everybody. Appreciate you coming in. Remy says, I'm not saying anything about meds. It's a tricky one. Glad I've never had to force anyone. It's so sad. I guess it's like, well, everybody's had pets that you had to, force meds into. We've done it. We've done it with dogs. We've done it with cats. Joe's with us. Joe, where are you? I got to find you, buddy. Has RA got diagnosed mental illness, or was it for sedation? Hope your fundraising went well. All right, I don't know what you guys are talking about there. Joe, I didn't see when you came in. Sorry. Hey, Lynn, good to see you. Let's see. There's Joe. Thank you for joining us. Always good to see you. Let's see. Is that LRX or LRX? LRX. So I'm pretty sure if they are court ordered to take meds and they still refuse the jail, we'll strap them in a chair and inject the medication. I know, right? That sounds like so harsh. Oof. Nona, while I'm here, I just want to say that you do an amazing job of organizing everything. Oh, and it's so simple to find specific things. Well, thank you, Nona. I appreciate that. We also have this this is our we call it our players. That's our affectionate name because we always think of this as a play. This is our cast of characters, if you will. So there's the defendant. Those are David and Karim are the people that he stabbed and deleted. And then Kimberlee he stabbed, but she did survive. So Father says, some meds can be given by injection, which is why it takes a lot to get a court order. Yeah, I would think that would probably be the best way to do it, because then it's just a jab versus shoving something down your throat. I mean, that's like terrible, right? Eesh. Deanna, sounds like I missed a good morning. Yeah, unfortunately, psychiatrist, the main doctor, right? We're finally hearing from the experts. All right, looks like they're coming back.
Okay, thank you. Back on the record outside, with the jury, I should say, and after the morning break-in, let's resume Dr. Tyler's testimony. She's on direct with Attorney Hutchinson. Go ahead.
Dr. Tyler, when we left off, I was talking about your order for voluntary antipsychotic medication. I just wanted to back up and ask a question I failed to ask. Is disorganized thinking, is that a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Okay. And what is disorganized thinking?
That's when one thought doesn't follow another in an organized fashion, or it doesn't make any sense.
And what about disorganized speech? Is that a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What do you mean by disorganized speech?
That would be the expression of one thought not following another in an organized or logical fashion.
Going back to your recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication, if a patient is willing to voluntarily take medication, do you have to make such an order?
No.
So does that order only come into place where you have a patient unwilling to take medication?
Well, it's that as well as imminently needing emergency medication.
From your experiences, is it common for people with schizophrenia to believe that they're not ill?
Yes.
Okay. Can you elaborate on that?
A lack of insight is what we call it technically, but it's where the person suffering from schizophrenia isn't aware that their thinking doesn't make any sense, isn't logical, that the things that they believe might be happening are actually not happening, are not real, and they don't understand that they might be putting themselves at risk in terms of the way they're behaving, or that their actions towards others don't make any sense or are dangerous.
Just a moment. What's the medical term for lack of insight?
Lack of insight?
Okay. Thanks.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Is it common for people with schizophrenia to deny any mental health symptoms?
Yes.
And is that due to the lack of insight?
Yes.
Dr. Tyler, are you familiar with the term a first break?
Yes.
What is a first break?
It's the first time that an individual who has schizophrenia experiences an acute phase of the illness where they're having the active symptoms of schizophrenia, such as hearing voices, delusions, paranoia, disorganized speech and behavior.
Is the lack of insight more common with someone experiencing a first break as opposed to a person who's had experience, received medication, and received treatment?
I'd say it's more intense, not necessarily always more frequent.
What do you mean by more intense?
Well, if you're having a delusion, like whatever the delusion might be, some people think that God sent them down to save the world, for instance, and that God specifically has asked them to kill their dog. Then if they're believing that, they don't have any understanding of what's really happening, so they have a lack of insight and don't believe that they need to have medication because they think those things are real. It's a very intense belief that it's real. They may take action on those beliefs, for instance. And even even when somebody's been treated, I see many individuals with schizophrenia who are doing much better than they used to. They're on medication, they're better, but they still may believe that they don't actually have an illness, or that they don't need to take this medication, which is one of the reasons why people quit taking medication frequently after being on it and doing better, and then they'll quit, they'll end up getting ill again, and then get rehospitalized or end up in trouble again.
But are there also patients with schizophrenia who, after receiving treatment, develop insight and accept the fact that they have schizophrenia?
Yes, there are, although it's a lot less than I wish.
Let's go back to your order for involuntary medication. Once again, I asked you to assume that you made that order on June 21st, and you can also assume that Mr. Dominguez did not receive his first dosage of antipsychotic medication until July 13th. Do you know, based on your personal knowledge, what caused that delay?
You know, it was and still remains somewhat confusing to me.
Okay. What happened?
Well, I actually, before I did the order, it was my recollection that I wrote a note and that I requested help from the mental health staff to find out what the policy was in Yolo County Jail for emergency medication. Each jail has different policies based upon their own structure and abilities and that kind of stuff. So I wasn't entirely certain what those policies were. But eventually I was told that yes, they do have a policy around emergency medication. I reviewed what that policy was. I determined that Mr. Dominguez met those criteria, and I wrote the order. After that, there was a very long delay, and I'm not entirely certain what happened.
listen very carefully to my question. Did you become aware that a registered nurse who worked for WellPath contacted another psychiatrist, essentially trying to overrule you?
My recollection is I asked one of the mental health staff, Brandy, whether it was possible to do emergency medication for this particular patient. And as I recall, I was told that a psychiatrist, a supervising psychiatrist who doesn't work at the jail, had determined that he shouldn't be given it.
Okay. At that point, did you have a communication with this? Where was this supervising psychiatrist located at?
I don't entirely know where he was working or where he's physically located.
But was he someone who'd actually seen Mr. Dominguez?
No.
Did you have a conversation with this psychiatrist?
I did.
And did you explain to him your reasons for ordering emergency antipsychotic medication?
I did.
And after you explained your reasons, did he agree with you 100%?
He indicated that he agreed with me.
And so you don't have personal knowledge of which person at WellPath reached out to this psychiatrist, correct?
I am not entirely certain.
And you don't know what was told to this psychiatrist?
All I recall is that Dr. Dalmasi said that it was presented in a very different way.
In other words, what had been told to him was different than what you had told him.
Yes.
And this was Dr. Dalmasi?
Yes.
Now, at the time you were making this order for emergency antipsychotic medication, you did not have any, still did not have any collateral information, meaning statements from people who knew Mr. Dominguez before he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, on August 3rd, did you have to testify at a hearing before a court to get a permanent order for involuntary medication?
Yes.
Prior to that hearing, did you have an opportunity to review collateral information, including witness statements from Mr. Dominguez's friends, former girlfriend, roommates, and coworker?
I recall that I did.
And based on your observations and that collateral information, when you testified at the hearing, did you offer a diagnosis of what mental illness Mr. Dominguez suffered from?
Yes.
And what was that diagnosis?
Schizophrenia.
Did you continue to see Mr. Dominguez before he left for Atascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
Did you observe any improvement once he began taking antipsychotic medication regularly?
Somewhat, yes.
Ma'am, doctor, does antipsychotic medication, is this a situation where one dose fixes it, or can it take a considerable period of time for a person to stabilize on the medication?
For its full beneficial effect, it actually can take quite a number of months.
How many months can it take for antipsychotic medication to have its full beneficial effect?
Well, I think if you look in the physician's desk reference, which is a big book from each of the drug companies on how medications work, and I recall that it can take 2 to 6 months for the full effect of a particular medication, but that assumes no need to change the dose and no side effects and compliance and all of that kind of stuff. So,
thank you, Dr. Tyler. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then Mr. Vanderhook, Cross.
good morning.
I'd like to ask you some questions. Just for the sake of this question, just assume, please, that a mental illness is present. So please don't take any of these questions as trying to imply that there's no mental illness present or anything like that. But I would like to get some information from you. Is there a difference between forensic and clinical psychology?
Psychology?
You can answer.
Yes, or forensic or clinical psychiatric evaluation.
Yes.
And what is it that you engage in?
Well, I've done both, but for the purposes of this patient, I was doing a clinical evaluation.
Understood. What's the difference between clinical and forensic evaluation?
A clinical evaluation's primary goal is to treat the patient. A forensic evaluation is usually to determine an answer to a legal question in regards to a psychiatric condition.
And so, is there some controversy surrounding forensic evaluation?
Objection outside scope.
Okay, that is sustained.
Is there less is clinical psychiatric evaluation controversial at all?
Well, there's controversy in the world on every topic, and
That's fair. Is the controversial nature fairly limited?
I wouldn't say so, no.
All right. Is it fair to say that for clinical evaluations, the purpose is for treating what is currently being presented rather than trying to look to the past?
No, because you often can't figure out what you're treating unless you understand what has happened in the past.
Right, but as far as making a diagnosis and that sort of thing, you're trying to diagnose what's going on now, and you're not trying to answer questions about what the proper diagnosis would have been in a past time, correct?
No.
Okay, how's that?
Well, for instance, in the case of schizophrenia, one of the things you have to determine is how long the symptoms have been going on, what the patient's baseline functioning was before any symptoms arrived. So history is important to determine what the patient has and what you need to treat.
Understood. And so you need the history to be able to diagnose what it is you're being presented with, correct?
That's ideal.
All right. And sometimes, such as working in custodial situations, you don't necessarily have that history right away, correct?
Very often.
And it sounds like your experience in the area of custodial settings is extensive.
I would say yes.
Are you familiar with the term decompensating?
Yes.
What is decompensating? What does it mean to decompensate?
That's usually used in the psychiatric sense that somebody's getting worse.
And is decompensation particularly prevalent in custodial settings?
Could you clarify more what you mean by that?
You see that a lot.
Do I see people decompensating? I often see people pretty upset about being in jail. Decompensating, if that's what you're using the word, that's not necessarily what I use the word to indicate, though.
Right, so for you, decompensating is that their symptoms of mental health are getting worse over time, correct?
Correct.
And so in a custodial setting, there's a lot of environmental factors that could potentially cause a person's condition to get worse over time, correct?
Well, prisons and jails are pretty unpleasant places, yes.
And so especially if someone's not receiving medication or treatment, then their symptoms can be getting worse based on the environment that they're in, correct?
Well, it depends on what's wrong.
Okay, what about someone who has schizophrenia?
Most people would say, and I would agree, that jails and prisons are not a good place for people with schizophrenia.
And so when a person is put into jail or prison, they are taken away from their normal environment, correct?
Yeah.
And can that have a negative psychological effect on people?
Yes?
particularly people with schizophrenia, can that be something that would cause them to decompensate?
I have seen patients with schizophrenia do quite poorly, and more poorly than they were in other settings, depending upon what other setting they were coming from. If they're coming from the streets and using drugs and or a very, very negative environment, it may not be different, but generally people would agree jails and prisons are not good for people with schizophrenia. They don't do well.
Understood. And being placed in jail you're in a highly restricted environment. As far as if you're a prisoner, you have limited movement, you're in a cell and that sort of thing, correct?
Yes.
And is that something that could contribute to a person with schizophrenia decompensating?
Repeat the question?
Being in a highly restricted environment like a prison, can that lead to someone decompensating, particularly someone with schizophrenia?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily the restrictions that cause the difficulties. I think it's more jails and prisons aren't places where your primary goal is to make people feel better.
When people are subject to stresses, can that exacerbate psychological conditions?
Yes.
And so it is being placed in a highly restrictive environment one such stressor.
It can be for some people.
And being taken out of their normal environment could also be one of those stressors.
It can be.
And if a person is facing charges of a serious nature, could that be a stressor that would affect a person?
Certainly.
And this question may be true for all people, but particularly people who have some kind of illness. Do you have experience with people being picky about food and what type of food they eat?
Well, I would say most inmates I see don't like jail food. It's not known for its great tastiness.
Understood. No one's going to argue that. But just as far as that when they have access to specialized foods, that they want to get their specialized foods.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay. Are there people who have mental illnesses or some kind of issue that they restrict what they want or what they eat to only certain items?
Well, some people with a severe mental illness, such as schizophrenia, because of their paranoia, for instance, I've seen them, they will only eat food if it's from an unopened container. If that's answering your question, I'm not sure, but...
Well, let me ask you, let me rephrase this a different way. People in jail, do they have access to the same food that they had access to when they were not in jail?
Well, some people come from the streets, so actually they have better food, but, I really... generally speaking, if they weren't living on the streets, their food is a lot more restricted. Assuming they don't have commissary, of course, but...
All right, so food is more restricted in jail, correct?
Yes.
All right. Could that be a stressor that, a person likes to eat a particular food, but they don't have access to that? Could that just be something that increases the potential level of stress?
It's not a common thing that people attribute their stress to.
Okay. Does a person's recreational drug use, does that have an outside scope?
Wait just a moment. I'm going to overrule that objection and allow it. Go ahead.
Is that something that people will do, or if they're using drugs outside of custody, are they able to continue the use?
Wait, hold on. I'll allow the question as it relates to the medical condition of schizophrenia, but not generally as their patient use and so forth.
Understood.
Yeah, that line of questioning is appropriate for the doctor.
Do people have the same access to drugs in jail that they have out of jail?
Objection, outside scope.
Sustained.
people stopping their drug use affect decompensation?
Yes.
How so?
Well, if, for instance, if somebody is addicted to heroin and they get arrested and put in jail and then don't have any access to any similar substance, then they experience withdrawal physically, and it also affects them mentally.
Are there some drugs that people can take that would have an effect on the symptoms that they're experiencing?
Inject outside scope, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd be glad to give counsel direction. Thank you. Give me just a second, folks. Off the record.
Going to a sidebar. So we're still hearing from Dr. Patricia Tyler. She is, now they're on cross, but let me get to, before they come back, if they come back, if I can get this done. They talk about disorganized thinking as a symptom. This was on direct. Needed emergency meds. It's more important than wanting them. So needing them is more important than wanting them. Lack of insight is common for those suffering from schizophrenia. First break, she describes what a first break is. That's the first time they experience acute phase, which could be delusions, paranoia, etc. Delusion could be God sent them to save the world. So June 21st, the court order, let's see, to July 13th. Okay, they're back.
With respect to the objection, it was sustained, but I provided legal guidance to counsel. And so go ahead.
And so if a person is suffering effects from schizophrenia, can their use of marijuana affect the symptoms that they are experiencing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So if a person is suffering from schizophrenia and they use marijuana, can marijuana have an effect on the symptoms that they have?
It can.
And are there many people who report that using marijuana helps them with their symptoms that they're experiencing?
I've certainly had inmates or outpatient who have schizophrenia who tell me that it helps them sleep.
And so if a person is used to using marijuana to help manage the symptoms that they're experiencing, would suddenly taking away their access to marijuana be a stressor on them in a custodial setting?
A stressor, yes.
And all these kind of stressors are things that could cause a person to decompensate or increase the rate at which they decompensate, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Decompensation in the sense that I use it in a psychiatric sense doesn't just mean that they're unhappy or they're not feeling comfortable. It means the symptoms of schizophrenia in this case become much worse.
Right. And so if someone has symptoms and they're subject to stresses in the custodial setting, their symptoms could get worse, correct?
Yes.
So I'd like to talk to you briefly about symptoms of schizophrenia. And so there was some discussion about symptoms. And so positive symptoms of schizophrenia could include delusions, correct?
Yes.
Hallucinations, correct?
Yes.
Disorganized thinking and speech, correct?
Yes.
Disorganized or abnormal motor behavior, correct?
Yes.
And you have some negative symptoms such as reduced emotional expression, correct?
Yes.
And decreased speech or poverty of speech, correct?
Yes.
And loss of motivation, correct?
Yes.
Social withdrawal, correct?
Yeah.
And there could be some cognitive symptoms of schizophrenia as well. Is difficulty with attention and concentration a symptom of schizophrenia?
Can be, yes.
What about problems with executive function?
Yes.
And what is executive function?
It's your judgment, your ability to evaluate the situation accurately.
So other potential symptoms would include things like difficulty with personal hygiene and care, correct?
Yes?
And paranoia and suspiciousness, correct?
Yes?
And depression and anxiety, correct?
They can be found in schizophrenia, yes.
And social isolation can be a symptom as well, correct?
Yes.
And so are these all things that you're looking for during your evaluations of people in the custodial type setting?
Yes.
And so with Mr. Dominguez, you had at least 3 evaluations of him that you performed while he was in custody prior to the medication being administered, correct?
I actually don't remember.
Okay. Could it be 3?
It could be 3,
Okay.
yes.
So when you're conducting these evaluations, are you doing it in person, or are you physically at the jail, or what's the mechanism that is being used for this?
For the purposes of this interaction, I was via remote.
Okay, and so what's that setup like when you're doing this remote treatment? Is it a phone call? Do you have like a virtual presence? Like what is the technology being used?
Well, I have a computer and I use Zoom.
And so as far as your end, you're in front of a computer and you're being able to see the patient in front of you via the monitor on Zoom?
Right.
And you can you have audio feed as well, so you can hear what's going on?
Yes.
And then from the patient's end, what do they see of you?
But I think they see my face.
Okay.
Yeah.
And hear your voice as well?
Yes.
And so for all your evaluations of Mr. Dominguez, these are done using remote technology?
You know, I did see him in person, but I don't remember whether it was before or after the emergency medication order.
Okay. And you did an evaluation of Mr. Dominguez on May 16th of 2023, correct?
I'm going to have to take your word for it, yeah?
Do you have your notes with you?
I don't.
That's not great.
I think we have a stipulation that that was the first observation. She's already testified to that on direct.
Well, I want to ask her about some things on the notes. Send a copy to the clerk for printing if that would be acceptable to the court.
You can use my notes.
Thank you, counsel.
We're going to 516. Dr. Tyler, comparing it with your budgets and notes. Can you take a look at that and see if that refreshes your memory as to...
Let's get an offer of proof as to what she's looking at. What are these? Progress notes?
These are the notes that Ms. Taylor has testified to that are prepared by her. Ms. Halstead and Dr. Tyler's notes are included as well.
Marked as Exhibit JJ?
I didn't, no.
No.
These are,
I'm not currently asking for them to be marked.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to get my beat on it. Are these the notes that the last witness had?
yes,
Okay, she was refreshing her memory. The progress notes.
yes.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Jail progress notes. We're good, doctor.
Okay.
All right, so there was an evaluation on 5/16, May 16th, correct?
Yes.
And this is your first evaluation of Mr. Dominguez, correct?
I think so.
And did you review these notes at all before coming to court today?
I looked at them yesterday, yeah.
Understood. So on this 5/16 meeting, did you have conversation with Mr. Dominguez?
I did.
And would he answer questions that you had?
Somewhat, yeah.
Did you ask him about talking with his family?
I did.
And specifically, you asked him why he hadn't been talking to his family, correct?
According to my note, it says I asked him if he had been getting along with his family, and I asked him why he had not been talking to his family, and he replied, I don't know, I just don't want to.
And so, and you asked him if he'd been getting along with his family, correct?
I did.
And what was his response?
His response was, let me see here. Not really.
And did he report to you that this was his first arrest?
His first arrest?
Should be just the next line on the notes.
Oh. Let me see. Yes.
Right. And so, for people's first arrest, can being in custody for the first time be more stressful than someone who has been in custody and is familiar with that kind of environment?
Usually that's the case, yes. Although it depends on what they're charged with, but yes.
And so clearly someone with a lesser charge is going to be under less stress than someone with, say, a serious charge, correct?
That's what you would expect.
And when you were talking with him, you asked him specifically if he'd been having any unusual experiences, correct? And this is about 10 lines down from where we were.
Yes, I did.
Specifically, you were asking whether he had been, if he had any unusual experiences like being given special missions, abilities, where they could hear other people's thoughts, or they could hear his, correct?
Yes.
And he said that he said no, correct?
Yes.
And you asked him if he'd had or been experiencing any traumatic incidences, bullying, or other stressful events prior to or since his arrest, and he replied no, correct?
Correct.
And you asked him how his classes had been going prior to his arrest, correct?
Yes.
And he replied, good, well, I had been struggling, correct?
Yes.
And you asked him if he knew who his attorney was, correct?
Let me see.
Or about another 10 lines down.
Yes.
And he told you it was Mr. Hutchinson, correct?
Yes.
And then this was also one of the times where you asked him about psychiatric medications, and he just said that he did not feel he needed them, correct? Very last line in that section.
Yes.
And so, and that's typical even for people with mental illness, right?
That's typical of people with schizophrenia, not necessarily all mental health conditions.
Understood, thank you. And so, it sounds like during this May 16th evaluation, you're able to have a fairly decent dialogue in that you're asking questions and he's giving answers that make sense based on the questions you're asking, correct?
No. His answers were often one or two words, often no. And the other thing that was odd about that particular interview is, you know, this is a young man who's in jail for the first time, charged with murder. And he did not have any facial expressions or any particular statements that indicated that he was distressed. He wasn't crying, which is frequent. He wasn't anxious. He had that very flat look that you often see with people with schizophrenia. So what we call his affect was quite unusual given how much unbelievable stress he was under.
And so, given those, sorry, I'm back. I just want to say, he wasn't answering questions. It's not like he was completely catatonic, though, correct?
Correct. It was just one word, though. I mean, that's why I actually, in this note, tried to quote him as accurately as possible, and most of the answers are like one word.
And so, based on this kind of initial assessment, did you form a diagnosis immediately, or did you wait making a diagnosis a little bit later?
I formed what we call a differential diagnosis. So that's, in layman's terms, those are the things that are kind of in my mind that could possibly be happening, but it's not certain.
And so, and this was all before he was medicated, correct?
Yes.
And so this was about, if your evaluation is on the 16th, then this is about 13 to 12 days after being booked in jail, correct?
I don't know when he was booked in jail.
Understood. And so let's go back to the differential diagnosis. What was your differential diagnosis here?
Well, one of the things you would consider is what we call a brief psychotic break. Another possibility is schizophreniform disorder, which is something, it's like a psychotic break that's lasted more than a month, less than 6 months. Schizophrenia is another possibility. Being depressed with psychotic features is another possibility. Drug-induced psychosis is another possibility. Malingering is another possibility. Just the stress of the environment is another possibility. So there's a lot of different things that it could be or could have been.
And you also listed sociopathy, personality disorder as a possibility?
Yes.
And you also listed autism spectrum disorder as a possibility?
Yes.
And so it sounds like from this initial consult, there's kind of a wide array of possibilities, and you're not limiting things yet, you're keeping an open mind.
Correct. I mean, I did think he had some mental condition going on, but I wasn't sure what it was.
Understood. And like I said at the beginning, none of these questions are trying to imply that it's not. But I do want to get some information here about your next visit. And so from the notes, can you see visiting him or having an assessment done on June 21st?
June the 21st.
Yes.
June the 21st. Well, my next visit was May the 30th.
Okay. Let's go to June 21st, though.
Okay.
There's a couple of issues. And I think this is the fax number page on the top of your notes. And it says 119201.
Okay.
So on those notes, in the section marked objective, you have mental status summary mute. What does that mean?
That meant when the patient, during the interview, didn't speak.
And so this is significantly different than the interview that you had a month and a week prior.
Correct.
And so here, as far as decompensating, you're seeing decompensating, meaning symptoms getting worse from your initial interview, correct?
Yes.
And so by this time, you're seeing significantly more serious symptoms.
I don't remember exactly how many times he went to the emergency room, but based upon my own interview on that particular occasion, in that he was mute, and the fact that I had learned that he wasn't eating properly and he had required hospitalization or going to the emergency room, yes, he had definitely gotten worse.
And so you noted things like loss of weight, not eating, not showering, withdrawal from others, correct?
Yes.
And so I'm going to just go forward in time a little bit to, sorry, and this is June 21st date. This was the time when you said that you thought involuntary antipsychotic medication was in order, correct?
Well, I recommended that if it was possible, yes.
Understood. And so you also had an evaluation on July 16th, correct?
The notes only go to July 13th. The notes that I have here.
All right. I'll hand you another note. Please ignore my sketching on there. But as far as this date, just draw your attention to the assessment field. And on this date, you assessed them as having catatonic or semi-catatonic behavior, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so this behavior of catatonic or semi-catatonic behavior is even worse than the mute behavior you were talking about before, correct?
Yes.
And so here we see even further progression of decompensation, meaning that his symptoms are getting worse over time, correct?
I did think they were getting pretty bad, yes.
Understood. So I'm going to ask you this. Sorry, that was it as far as specific evaluations. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned something on direct examination.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, it's my fault. You mentioned something on direct examination about sometimes people believe that things like they believe that God has sent them on a mission. Do you remember talking about that?
Yeah, I was giving that as an example.
And what's that called again?
That's a delusion.
Yeah,
Well, in this context.
Understood.
You want to explain the difference between a delusion and a hallucination?
A hallucination is where an individual hears something that actually is not present. So they might hear somebody's voice. A delusion is a belief that's not real.
And a hallucination can be other sensory.
Yes, it could be visual. They could see something, or they could feel something, or they can smell something sometimes.
And so my question is, for this type of thing where people believe they have a mission or something along those lines, is it typical for that to remain hidden, or will they tell you that they have this mission, or could it depend?
Actually, delusions is one of the more difficult things to elicit from patients. They often don't tell you. And especially if you don't know that it's there and you don't know anything about their background, then it can often be overlooked.
And so, is the same true for hallucinations?
Hallucinations are easier to observe as a psychiatrist because you can see a patient, for instance, talking to themselves. I'm sure you've probably seen people on the street talking to themselves and there's nobody there, or they're looking off to the side. And anyway, it's easier to observe a hallucination, an auditory hallucination, than it is to necessarily pick up on a delusion.
Right, and same for visual hallucinations?
Visual, yeah. I mean, you see people looking off as if there's something in the room when there's nothing there.
Right. And so for those, you'll see them responding to external stimuli, but there's no actual external stimuli there.
Right.
And so there was a discussion about medication and the effects of medication. If someone suffers from serious mental illness, like schizophrenia, and they are medicated, do all their symptoms go away?
Sometimes, but often not.
Okay, and so sometimes if the person is medicated, symptoms can still be observed in a subsequent evaluation.
In the case of schizophrenia, yes.
Okay. Does the medication cure schizophrenia?
No.
What does it do?
It relieves or diminishes the symptoms of schizophrenia. Some people get pretty good relief, so they're nearly back to their normal, but most people are not completely back to the normal background.
Understood. And then, just one second. Just a second. Oh, yeah, so when you were doing these evaluations of Mr. Dominguez, when was it that you started to get collateral information as far as what had been going on with him outside of custody?
Oh gosh, I believe we did eventually get Mr. Dominguez to agree to get a release of information for his mother, and that one of the mental health clinicians spoke to his mother. And then later on, I think just prior to the involuntary medication hearing, I was given the opportunity to review some other collateral information.
Understood. And then I just got a couple follow-up questions regarding his conduct in the custodial setting that was observed by you or that you're aware of. Are you aware of any incidents of Mr. Dominguez attacking or harming staff?
No.
And in your interactions with Mr. Dominguez and your review of the notes, was there any instances of him hiding or being afraid of you or other staff members?
I really couldn't say, because I don't know whether, for instance, he wasn't speaking or wouldn't come to some appointments because he was afraid of me or somebody else, or I don't know.
As far as like hiding in a cell, like trying to hide under a blanket or trying to hide in a corner or anything like that?
I believe he was frequently seen underneath a blanket. Yes, I mean, there's various reasons why that can be, though. A lot of those cell rooms are very cold, and but sometimes it can be seen in people who are feeling paranoid. They cover themselves up.
Okay, so paranoia can be a symptom of schizophrenia as well?
Paranoia is one of the delusions that you would see.
Understood. But no instances of violence that you know before or after medication?
I think that I was told that there might have been one instance, but I don't know the particulars of it. So.
All right, and I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Hook. I appreciate that. And Mr. Hutchinson, just a moment. I wanted to ask a question just on background. Dr. Tyler, you were the medical director at Napa State Hospital. Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
Right. And I think you said about 8 years.
Something like that. I was in and out of positions.
To put that in context, can you tell me approximately how many patients you might have in the last year of your tenure there?
Patients?
At the hospital?
Direct care?
Or, no, under your total supervision. How many patients are in that hospital?
There's like 2,500 patients.
2,500?
Some, or maybe close to that.
And then how many staff would there be at that time for 2,500 patients?
Oh gosh, I think a lot more than that. I don't know.
Big staff. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Hutchinson.
Dr. Tyler, when you use the term decompensating, what do you mean by that?
I mean, the patient is suffering from a mental illness and getting very ill from that mental illness. Seriously ill.
Can a person with schizophrenia decompensate outside of custody in their home environment?
Oh, for certain.
And if that person then goes into custody, can they continue to decompensate?
Yes.
And the prosecutor asked you something about picky food. Have you ever had an experience where a healthy person goes into jail and then because they don't get marijuana and they can't get their almond milk, they suddenly develop schizophrenia. Have you ever heard of that happening?
I've not seen that.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Tyler, I appreciate your testimony, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Subject to recall, okay, that's fine, thank you. All right. We're up against it, and I don't think we can make a lot of progress. You have one more witness, is that right?
Yes.
That witness will be available at 1:30?
I hope so.
Well, anyway, the witness will have to be. I mean, I'm not going to jam it in here. Yeah, okay. So we're going to take a break, but we got a full afternoon of evidence, and I did talk to the parties, and again, I wanted to say thank you for your gesture today. Again, I mean, it's really very special, and I want to give you a moment at the end of the court day so you can get a picture in the courtroom. And I would ask you during the course of this trial, just however, keep that picture private and not publish that. So that would be my request. Anyway, at this time, I want you to enjoy your lunch break. There's a 3-part admonition. Don't form any opinions. Don't discuss the case. Don't research it, okay? I'll see you for the afternoon session. Thank you. Off the record.
That was interesting. He thanks the jury for the gesture from this morning, and he's going to let them take a picture of themselves? What? Newton, we need to know. What the heck was that about? What was the gesture, and he's going to let them take a picture? I got to ask Newton about that. Was it a birthday cake? Yeah, Newton, what was that about the judge? They were dressed as an American flag.
Your attention. Your number 10 wrote me a note, and I'll read it to you. It raises an interesting question. I don't know if this is important, but I cannot see the defendant due to the podium. Again, I'm not sure whether I need to see the defendant as part of my observation process, but I wanted to bring this to your attention. Thank you. So anyway, it is true that there are lines of sight that are obstructed. And anyway, any comments on that, Mr. Hutchinson?
No.
Okay, for the prosecution?
No.
Okay, all right. I mean, there is a body of case law regarding observing a criminal defendant, and but if the parties don't have any concerns, then the court doesn't have any concerns.
I have no problem trying to move the podium back a little bit to see if that will allow better line of sight for juror 10. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you meet and confer on it and talk to the bailiff? But there's a cord there, and it does make me a little nervous. But in any event, you can work on it here in a second. And yeah, the attorneys are rightfully using the podium. If there's a period of time where you can put the podium down, perhaps when you're watching the video or something of that sort, consider that. Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else for the defense?
No.
Okay, prosecution?
No.
All right, I'll see you after lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Off the record.
All right, that's pretty cool. Hey, ghosts, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Newton, what was that? What happened earlier? Did you say it already? What happened earlier? Judge's birthday. Ah, okay, it was the judge's birthday. Is it the judge's birthday? Newton, what, if you're listening, what happened earlier that the judge that we missed? We missed something. We came in just as the judge was everybody was laughing. And then he just said that thanks for the gesture. Sounds like maybe it was his birthday. All right. Hey, Nan, how are you? Good to see you. I got here in time for a break. It's lunchtime. No, it's the flag shirt juror. Oh, because Memorial Day weekend, I guess. Is that what it is? Hey, Zach, what's up? How are you? All right, let's get to the recap here. All right. Let me see. Okay, so we have Dr. Patricia Tyler. She is the psychiatrist who treated Carlos in the jail. Out of the break, we came back to talking about disorganized thinking. That's a symptom. He needed his emergency. So the need for emergency meds is more important than wanting them. So you can want something, but the need is more important. Lack of insight is common for those suffering. The first break, she talks about what first break is. That's the first time they experience an acute phase, which could be delusions, paranoia. Delusions could be that God sent them to save the world. Then they talk about June 21st is the court order, but it takes until July 13th before the first dose comes. She remains confused as to the delay. Now, here's where it gets interesting. So here, check this out. I'm going to go down a little conspiracy theory rabbit hole here. She wrote a note and requested help from the staff for the policy on emergency meds. Carlos met the criteria, and she wrote the order, and she wasn't sure why there was a delay. Now here's where it gets interesting in my book. There was a registered nurse who contacted another psychiatrist, and did they overrule you? She says she remembers asking Brandy whether it was possible to do the emergency meds, and another psychiatrist said Carlos didn't need them. That person never saw Carlos, meaning that psychiatrist. That person had a conversation with the psychiatrist and explained, meaning the nurse, and explained her reasons. I'm sorry. Then she had a conversation with the psychiatrist and explained her reasons, and then he agreed with the meds. So some nurse told the other psychiatrist, Carlos doesn't need these emergency meds. So here's where I'm thinking, was somebody in the jail saying, F him, F him? I'm just gonna leave that right there. I'll just pop that right there. So once she did talk to Dr. Mossy, I believe his name was, he was like, wow, that's yeah, I agree with you. He definitely needs these meds. So some nurse at the jail told this other psychiatrist he doesn't need emergency meds. Interesting. All right. So for the hearing, she had to read reports from her friends and family. Her diagnosis is ultimately schizophrenia. Right? Are you guys hearing that? Okay. You guys are okay. Yeah. Malpractice for that nurse, Angela, Psychosaurus Rex. I mean, serious? Therapist, did we ever hear the reasons why it was originally not deemed appropriate to medicate him? No. That's the thing. No. Forcing medication, someone is a big deal. Yeah, you need a court order, as we're finding out. Bammy, popping the conspiracy. Why not? It's Friday. It's Friday conspiracy. Conspiracy Friday. Why not? If you need the meds, you need them. That is so sad if they failed him in many ways. Joe asks, Northwest, do you think that jail prison docs may be more prone to forced medication? Yeah, it's Friday conspiracy. It's Conspiracy Friday here at Trial TV Live. All right, so ultimately her diagnosis was schizophrenia. I'm just interested, why did a nurse overstep this other treating psychiatrist and tell the supervising psychiatrist he doesn't need meds? So just gonna leave that there. The tinfoil hat gang. Sure, why not? It's fun. All right. So schizophrenia is her diagnosis. She observed somewhat improvements after regular dosage. She says it can take 2 to 6 months for meds to take effect. So then Cross came in. So he's like, what's the difference between forensic psychology and clinical psychology? She said, well, she's done both, but for Carlos, she did a clinical evaluation. Clinical is you treat a patient. Forensic is when you determine an answer to a legal question in regards to psychology. So we hear all about forensic pathologists. We hear hear that all the time, but this is forensic psychology. So then he asks her, is clinical psychology controversial? And she says, well, there's controversy all over the world. That got some chuckles out of everybody, and that is true. There's not a place in the world where there's not some kind of controversy. Then they talk about decompensating, and every time I heard them, I kept this decomposition. I kept wanting decomposing. I kept wanting to hear that in my head was decomposing, but they were saying decompensating. Decompensating is used that someone is getting worse. I mean, someone is, it is kind of like you're decomposing, but you're decompensating. You're decompensating. She was asked, do you see it a lot? She says, I see people upset being in jail, but she does not use that word. Prison will not help somebody with schizophrenia. Jail and prison's primary goal is to not make people feel better. Stressors can make it worse. Remember, this is all under cross. A highly restrictive environment could be a stressor. Yeah, I can imagine that. Most inmates don't like jail food, so they were talking about his lack of eating. I think that's a stretch. You don't, after a point in time, you're going to eat. If you want to remain alive, you're going to eat, even if it's just a bologna sandwich, and you're going to eat. So I get it. I get the state was trying to go after her, but then she talked about heroin users having withdrawal. You'd withdraw physically as well as mentally. They asked if marijuana could have effect on the symptoms. She said it can. She has been told that users that smoke tell her that it helps them sleep. Meaning people that have schizophrenia have told her, yeah, smoking helps me go to sleep. Would having that being taken away be a stressor? She says yes. Let's see. She did 3 evaluations before his medications. She doesn't remember the exact number. But he clearly has her notes. She saw Carlos in person, but she doesn't remember if it was before or after the meds. She met him through Zoom, or that's how she generally met her patients. She also met, I think, Carlos through Zoom. And then this document is handed to her, and the judge asked for an offer of proof, to which the lawyers ultimately agree with that. She says she looked at her notes yesterday. So then she's looking through her notes. So May 16th meeting, she had a conversation. Carlos answered questions somewhat. Then during that interview, she was talking about his family, asked if he was getting along. I don't know. I just don't want to is what he said. That's more than 1 or 2 words, but asked about usual experiences. I'm sorry. She asked him if he had unusual experiences like being given special missions or hearing other thoughts, and Carlos said no. There were no traumatic experiences, or he was not bullied before. How were classes? He said good. Well, I had been struggling, so he was aware of that. He was asked about his attorney, and Carlos indicated Mr. Hutchinson. She said his answers were often 1 or 2 words. What I just read, they were not 1 or 2 words, but it is what it is. Carlos didn't have any facial expressions indicating he was distressed. Okay, yeah, so she's talking about, here he is. He's just been pulled in for, deleting 2 people, stabbing another, put a whole city on, high alert. Everybody's anxious. And she said that's, incredibly distressful for anybody, first-time offender, that kind of thing. And she says he wasn't crying, he wasn't anxious, he wasn't nervous, he wasn't, tweaking out or anything. She said his flat affect, he had flat affect given the incredible stress he was under. So initially she listed a wide array of potential illnesses. Excuse me. Because she just didn't quite know what was going on. So then he says, let's talk about the June 21st visit. And she's like, well, my next visit was May 30th. He's like, well, no, let's talk about June 21st. So that summary, she puts down mental status summary was mute. And he's like, what is mute? And she's like, that meant Carlos didn't speak during the interview. She saw Carlos getting worse from the first meeting. I don't see how this is helping the state. I mean, to me, this is showing that he's getting worse. I mean, they kept saying he's getting worse and worse and worse. So, and he kept saying, "Will being in a prison or being in jail help schizophrenia?" And she's like, "Yes." I don't understand how. I didn't get that it was helping the state. Maybe you guys got something different. I did not see that line of questioning helping the state. They talk about catatonic, semi-catatonic behavior. That's actually worse than being mute. So it's just further progression that he's getting worse. They talk about the God is talking to them. They talk about that a little bit. Then the judge asks her to define the difference between a delusion or hallucination, to which she says delusion is a belief. That's not real, and hallucination is it's just not there, whether it's audible or visual, or I suppose feeling. I mean, yeah, you could feel if you feel. Some people say they feel something brush by them, and they turn around and there's nothing there. Is that a delusion, or is that is that a hallucination, or is that is that a loved one reaching out to you? Is that a ghost? What is that? Meds. Let's see. Meds will sometimes take the symptoms away. She talks about that you can get somewhat back to normal. So I don't see these meds getting Carlos somewhat back to normal. But hey, Drunky, thank you so much for the 5 gifted Trial TV Live memberships. Who did you get? You got Karen and Anakis, Frequency Bebop. That's cool. Britta got one. Okay, we know Britta. Kaylee Sheldon, awesome. Spiteful Pelican, very cool. Well, thank you so much for that, Drunky. For all that don't know, I'm wearing the T-shirt that Drunky sent us, Squeegee. For those that, here, I'll do a full screen. This came from Drunky the Bear. So thank you for that, Drunky. Also, little guy back there. That came from Drunky as well. So thank you so much, Drunky. Appreciate that. All right, let's see what else. Let me go back to here. We'll go here so you guys can check that out. Yeah, he does not look like he's back to normal at all with his meds that he's taking. So is this really what he's going to be like for the rest of his life? I mean, I guess, I don't know. So eventually they got a release to talk to his mother. She reviewed other collateral documents right before the hearing. No mention of Carlos attacking or harming the staff. He asked that to the other health professional too, and I'm trying to figure that out. What do you guys think about that? Why would he ask that there was no evidence of Carlos being aggressive to the staff, aggressive to the psychiatrists? Why do you guys think that? Why do you think the state was asking if he's aggressive in jail? How would that help their case? What do you guys think? I throw that out to you, chat. I'll take a sip of water while you guys respond. What's up, Trial Junkies United? How are you today? Why is it important for the state to be asking if Carlos was aggressive to anybody in jail? Let's see. Missy says to say he's not a threat to others. They are hoping he is still violent. Trial Junkies United says. Psychosaurus says, because if he picks and chooses who to be aggressive toward, it could speak to mental status. Just woke up? Lucky you. Nan says, I guess it means he wouldn't be a danger in a mental hospital. Do they want him in a mental hospital or do they want him in a prison? On a reverse psychology front, if he wasn't violent to staff, he might prove he's faking it. OnlyFans says. Baca says because the attacks were an act of aggression in public. Lily Wayne says it makes you wonder if he was aggressive in life, but hasn't he already confessed to that? Drunky the Bear says, I think the state is trying to show Carlos can choose not to be violent. Violent. Okay. Sharon says there's always someone bigger and badder than you. Therapist, to show he has control over his behavior. All right, I'm seeing that. Marty says effectiveness of meds, so that he's not, so he has a choice. Okay. I gotcha. Psychosaurus Rex, wait, hold on. Sorry, hold on. Get back to you, David. Psychosaurus Rex says, but that's silly, really, because I know zero not guilty reason of insanity patients I've worked with are indiscriminately violent. I mean, some were somewhere when they were acutely psychotic. Northwest says, a guilty or not guilty reason of insanity verdict is a win for the state. Sure. DSN, they want him to stay in prison. David says she went to take glasses off her head that were not there. Not quite sure what, I missed that, sorry. Trial junkies in prison, if he isn't violent, just means he's very medicated. Karen says it is very rare for a person to go back to being normal. My son has lived with this horrible mental illness for over 20 years. No, I'm sorry, Karen. You would never wish it on your worst enemy. Yeah, no, I can believe it. Pammy says, perhaps to prove he's faking it, or at least adding to the story. See, now I would counter that, Pammy, with like, how do you fake, because that was one of our polls yesterday, like, how do you fake not eating for 4 days and losing, like, he was like 170, and he went down to like 108. He lost like 70 pounds, 60 pounds. I mean, isn't that like a mental illness right there, to be able to put yourself through that? All right, let me continue on. So no mention of Carlos attacking or harming the staff. He was frequently, okay, this is going to trigger Fala. So Fala, if you're listening, this is going to trigger you. I'm giving you a warning right now. Trigger warning for Fala. Trigger warning for Fala. He was frequently seen underneath the blanket, and that could be several reasons. There could be several reasons. He was cold or he was paranoid. So, trigger warning for Fala. I hope that you're okay. Called anorexia. Therapist, says Shirley Roth, medication helps with schizophrenic people. He should be in a mental institution to get the help he needs. Then he can be released. Oh, who's ordering sushi? I don't think therapist, eats sushi, but I'm not going to speak for her. Northwest, a not guilty verdict is still an option for the jury. Fala's just hiding underneath her blanket. I tried to warn you. I tried to give you a heads up. OnlyFan, well, I guess he would clean that up on closings. Zach, you are Fala's trigger. And yep, Pammy. Yeah, sorry, Karen. That's terrible. Yep, OnlyFan therapist, is a vegan, so she does not eat any fish or animal byproducts or animals. None of that stuff. She only eats veggies, green beans, broccoli, Brussels sprouts. Pammy, I was only referring to the aggression side of it. Gotcha. Trout Junkies United is a vegan vampire. OnlyFan, she's a vegan vampire. All right, let me continue on. Oh, then the judge pops in and he says he asked the Dr. Patricia Tyler, Dr. Tyler. She had talked about her history, working and everything. 8 years as a medical doctor at a hospital. How many patients did you have? And she's like, she didn't really know, but she guessed at 2,500. And he said, how much staff would you have for 2,500? And she said, you would have a lot more than that. Raw Brussels sprouts. I know that's what you're going to have. Rob, you're going to have that, right? You're going to have that tonight, right? Therapist, Gordon, I can think of another reason a young lad would go under a blanket. Gordon. There are veggie options for sushi. Doesn't have to include fish. That is true. I love sushi and I don't eat fish, but I do cheat sometimes when I do have sushi. But yeah, no, I there's many vegetarian vegetable options for sushi. That is true. So, BK, sorry, Joe. BK, how can someone think to release somebody who murdered 3 people? You wouldn't release them. He needs help. I mean, he needs help for sure. I don't think they're going to release him. I don't think they're going to find him not guilty, especially because they started out, his defense literally said in the opening statements, what happened isn't under debate. What's under debate is what his mental acuity was. So I can't imagine that they're going to. Northwest, are you sure about that? That not guilty is on the table? I just have the charges. I have the count 1, count 2, count 3, the enhancements and the special circumstances. We haven't actually, so really, Northwest, that's still on the table, is not guilty? How can that be on the table when the defense came right out of the gates and said, they're not disputing the actions, the question is what was Carlos's specific intent? So Northwest, how is that still on the, how is not guilty still on the table? I'm confused. The jury can say not guilty, just straight up not guilty, and he walks. I need a citation. Can you find that? And have they even said that is on the table? Please give me some. Copy and paste that from somewhere if you don't mind, because I can't believe that that's even an option, especially because the defense said that they're not debating it. Karen says, thank you. Interesting fact, as most schizophrenic people will never be abusive. It's usually the opposite. They are too nice and receive the abuse. Oh, that's too bad. I don't know. I'm confused. Northwest, I need some help. If you're saying that not guilty is on the table, I need if you can find it, I need some help trying to find that. That just doesn't make sense. The Constitution says that that's an option. Okay, so I guess we're gonna go there, I guess. All right. I guess I have to wait to see what the jury instructions are, ultimately. Joe says, doesn't the defense have to have the state ahead of time? Wait, doesn't that defense have to state ahead of time if their intended defense is not guilty by reason of insanity? Hold on a sec. Aaron did some fantastic research. So let me just see let me go to her documents. Oh, here we go. Okay, so his charges. All right, he's entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Trial will be conducted in 2 phases. Guilt phase determines whether he committed the crimes. Sanity phase determines whether he was legally insane at the time. Okay, so those are the 2 phases. The prosecution's not seeking the DP, so if found guilty and sane, so if he's guilty and sane, he faces life in prison without possibility of parole. If he's found not guilty by reason of insanity, he would be committed to the state mental health facility. So that's kind of where we stand with that. I guess I have to wait to see what the jury instructions are. Falda says Ken said it. What did Ken say? Did Ken say something? Not guilty, reason of insanity means no legal liability, but still needs custodial care. Yeah, we get that. Well, I just read what's up. So he could be found guilty and sane, which I think is what happened to Chloe Driver. Or no, was she guilty and sane? I think Chloe Driver was guilty and then sane. I think that's what happened with her. But he could be found not guilty by reason of insanity, which is the whole NGRI thingy. All right. So Northwest says defense did notify state of intent to run a not guilty reason of insanity defense. Okay. Yep. Phase 1 is guilty or not guilty. Phase 2 is reason of insanity, as I just read. She was guilty but mentally ill. Well, thinks that's the same thing here, right? Psychosaurus, that's what I'm thinking. I think that this is the same thing. He's guilty, he did it, but he's mentally ill, right? So with Chloe, she did not have she did not go to any kind of institution or facility. She went to prison. So, yeah, Father, he isn't walking out scot-free no matter what. That is true. All right, let me continue on because I'm almost done with this. So then redirect, they talk about decompensation can happen at home. It doesn't have to just be in a jail. She is subject to recall. Dr. Tyler is subject to recall. The defense has a witness that's available at 1:30. So we'll probably get to the the video after that. They may not finish the video, to be quite honest. They may not finish the video. Which was his interview. They may not finish it today, which isn't bad because I'm kind of okay having like 2 hours here, 2 hours there. I can't sit through 6 hours one day. It might not be a bad thing that they're going to break this up over 3 days, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours kind of thing. Then the judge thanks the jury for the gesture and he's going to let them take a photo of themselves. What happened? What happened? And then the juror wrote a note asking, I don't know if this is important, but I thought I'd bring it up. I can't see the defendant due to the podium. So then the judge asks about if the parties, they don't have a concern, and defense is okay if the podium is moved back a bit. So. All right, let me go to the top of the day because the judge has an update on the schedule. So he expects this to be a full day. Next week will be a full week other than obviously Memorial Day week. Memorial Day, which is Monday, we will be off. Everybody's going to be off here in the States. And then 1 or 2 days, the week of June 2nd, he says it's a real possibility that this will go to the jury the first week of June, which, Joe, that will help me tremendously because I want this, well, that's the first phase. Oh, geez, then we got the second phase, which is going to bring in a bunch of, yeah, that's not going to help me at all because this is probably going to be going on. That's where the 10 weeks comes in. I'm just thinking of Lori. So we'll have to, Aaron and I will figure that out. We'll do this like in the morning. We'll be doing catch-ups in the morning, and then we'll be covering Lori during the afternoon. And then, of course, our daily recaps with Joe Schmo. So, all right. Yes, we will definitely be doing Lori, 666, June 2nd. We will be covering 666. We will be covering picking up on Lori, and we're not going to give up on this. But what we'll do is the mornings, like from 10 to 12, we'll do what happened the day before. So we will be behind, and then maybe the weekends we can kind of do a little bit of catch up. But we are not going to give up on Miss Fallow. And then of course our recaps with Joe, the Joe Meister. Meister, Burger Meister. All right. Yep, they have 1 week to finish up. Queen Lori is up. Yeah, but the OnlyFans, then they have to go through that. If he's found guilty, then they have to go through the whole thing. Was he sane or not? So that could take another 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So now I'm kind of understanding it might be a 10-week. It's only been 2 weeks, and then that could take 2 weeks. Yeah. I don't think it'll be 10 weeks, but yeah. Yes, GS18, this channel will have her trial. Absolutely. No, we're not going to. No, because I have to pay attention. No, I have to pay attention. If we dual stream, I have to pay attention. So we will not dual stream because I need to pay attention for these recaps. If I dual stream, I'll focus on Lori, and then this will just. I won't be able to give recaps because I won't be paying attention. So we'll just do. Like on Tuesday, we'll do Monday morning. Wednesday, we'll do Monday afternoon. It's going to get complicated, but we'll figure it out. And then the weekend, we might be able to catch up just a little bit. Maybe we might catch up just a little bit on the weekends. So, All right, guys. Let's see. Lily Wayne, there will be some long days coming, so rest up when you can. Chris, Aaron, and Mods. Yes. Yeah. And Joe. Same with Joe. Yeah. Joe's going to be... Yep. Joe's going to be doing the same. Long days. But Lori's only going to be 2 weeks, I think. She's not going to be too long. GS18, yeah. Lori is evil. See, now they're not even saying she's like insane, or they're not even saying anything like that. So what makes her, like, is she worse than Carlos? At least Carlos is saying, wait a minute, I have this problem. Lori's not saying she has a problem. That's the thing, Joe says, I predict Lori's trial will be over with a guilty verdict by Friday the 13th. That is true. Lori's first Thursday will be short. Friday will be off. Yeah, that is true, Northwest. So we might be able to do some catching up that first. That is true. Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, we will be able to do some catching up with this trial because Lori will be off. So that is true. Wait. Psychosaurus, no, we won't stop. We'll just be moving around the stream. Yes, we are all zombies. All right, guys. You are a vegan vampire. Trial Junkies United is a vegan vampire. All right, hey, I have an update. And Gordon, I told you yesterday that I wasn't going to tell you what if people responded to our stream. So we have a new person. Another person has said yes. So anniversary stream, 1 year anniversary stream, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, which is going to be the 31st. In not any particular order, Joe. Not any particular order. Here is who has agreed to be on the show. Joe Schmo has agreed to be on the show. Trial Junkies United has agreed to be on the show. True Crime Addict has agreed to be on the show. Recovery Addict has agreed to be on the show. Therapist has agreed to be on the show. Dr. Rachel has agreed to be on the show. Nick Starro has agreed to be on the show. P.I. Sam has agreed to be on the show. Broken Baker, we love Broken Baker. He's decided to be on the show, or has accepted. And the newest person that has accepted the invite is, drumroll please, Sneaky Side, our friend Sneaky. Sneaky Side is going to be on the show. So I have one more invitation out there, and I'm really excited. I hope that person says yes. I've been in contact and talking with them. I'm going to make a phone call with them later. So I'm highly looking forward to the show next Saturday. So it's going to be good. It's going to be a fun show. So I'm going to take a break. It's 3:30 Eastern right now. I'm going to go business. When's her next hearing? There's a betting line. She attacks her lawyer again. I know, right on. I'm sure. All right. Going to take a break. Going to pop off for about 45 minutes. I'll be back around 4:15. Trial starts. Let me put us back up here. Live trial starts again at 4:30, and they're going to come back with another mental health worker. We've heard from the doctor and a master's, Amy Gutierrez. We heard from Dr. Patricia Tyler. So after that, we're going to hear from one more person, probably Brandy. I think that's the person we're going to hear from. So have a great lunch. Have a great break, everybody. I am going to play some music for you guys, and I will see you in about, half hour, 45 minutes or so. Let me play some music here for you. And let's see here. Enjoy the break.
I thought you meant well, but you savage as hell. Telling me things we both know you regret. The hell should've told me about her before you sucked me in. You thought we could be cool for the summer. Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Aquí mi amor, somos el amor, el mundo se paró. Solo esta pasión.
first bus in the station. Everywhere is nowhere to lost souls. Let's get lost by intention. Where the world has protection. Where the waves hit the sand. In the sun, scattered lips, arms and pebbles, sinking slowly as the mud at the bottom of the ocean. We're all light and emotion, drifting without a sound. Me and Mary and I walk into her room, through lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon, till we hit the ground. Lay upon a shallow part of the dreams, late in the morning, smell of coffee and of silent fiends, slowly are morphing, the recollections of drowning in each other's arms. Me and Mary and I walk into her room, through those lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon, till we hit the ground.
And welcome back from lunch or break or whatever it is that you guys are doing out there while we are on the court lunch break. Just want to... What's everybody up to? We should be getting court in about 10 minutes or so. Joyce, you're not doing anything this weekend if you can help it? Yes, welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Golden Girl, you're refreshed. Very good. I feel refreshed as well. It's hot. It's hot here. I'm sure it's hot where you guys are too. 94 right now for us. 95 tomorrow. Yeah, we're in the 90s for the next like 5 or 6 days. God, it's 54 where my mom used to live. It's 54 degrees. Yeesh. What a difference. Like 40 degrees difference. Yeah, I saw Birdie. That's why I skipped it. I saw it. I skipped it. Let's see. All right, sorry, I'm just checking some things here. Joyce, 63 where you are, that's not bad. That's doable, right? I can live with 63. If it's sunny. I guess it depends on if it's sunny or not. If it's not sunny, if it's gray and raining, then that's, you know. You didn't expect me back? Just because I'm not on screen doesn't mean I'm not watching. How about that? 54 in B-Town. Beantown. Therapist, you know, my son graduates today. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I've been racking my brain for a alternative to a flower bouquet to give him, and I got nothing, so he'll get nothing. He'll get nothing, and he'll like it. You saw my suggestions, right? Just let him have a day to himself, play games, play video games, watch TV. 63 in Nebraska. He wants a new F-250 King Ranch, he told you? Well, as long as it's sunny. If it's sunny, Joyce, right? I think 63 and sunny would be fine. But if it's 63 and raining, then it's not fine. 66RO, get him something endearing like a gold chain or ring, something he will always remember. Congrats on his graduation. Oh, how about an earring? Does he do earrings? Get him a diamond or something. Or a tattoo? What about a tattoo? All right, Deanna May in the courtroom with Just Shamrock. Cool. Very cool. All right. What about a gift card? Let him decide. Yeah, I'd say just, a day to himself. Let him sit around in his underwear and watch TV and play video games, or get him a diamond, get him an earring. Or, yes, Golden Girl, yay to Deanna May and Just Shamrock. Very cool, you guys. Yeah, post when you can. I think they're about 40 seconds ahead of us, I believe. I think Deanna sorted it out. That they're about 40 seconds ahead of us, I think. I think that's what she figured it out. Or we sorted that out. Zach, your son got suspended first 2 days of this week? Why doesn't that surprise me, Zach? All right, Newton, ready to party. Hey, right. Get him a guitar. Does he play? Does he play guitar, therapist? Yeah, if he plays guitar, get him a guitar for sure. Get him an instrument. Take him to a show. Take him to a concert. Go have a drink with him. We're all old. Oh, he plays piano? Well, that's cool. Take him to a concert. So, he's 17. Take him to what about a concert? What's his favorite band? Or, what does somebody who plays keyboards want? I said get a drink with him. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what's wrong with that? Take him out and get him drunk and go take him to a concert. It's not like he probably hasn't done it already. See, concert's a great idea. Sister bought tickets to go see Eric Johnson recently with second oldest, incredible guitar player. Oh, Nomad, you have a tailor. Just collecting dust? That stinks. Excuse me. Well, why is it collecting dust? Don't encourage underage drinking? Well, you know he's doing it already. So why not do it with him? You're right. I shouldn't encourage that. Therapist, you know, is a fantastic parent, so I'm not going to encourage anything that would get her in trouble. I'm not going to encourage anything that will get you in trouble. You are a fantastic parent. And I mean that truly. I'm not being, facetious or anything. I mean that with the purest intentions. So we have a feed. Let's get you back into the courtroom.
Dates about
Okay, court is back.
Mr. Kumar. Okay, was there any other issue?
People actually had a request, Your Honor, based on the testimony this morning with Dr. Tyler and Ms. Gutierrez. I understand that Randy Halstead is going to be testifying next. I make a 352 objection to her being cumulative. We've already heard about substantial treatment and observations of Mr. Dominguez while he's in custody from both witnesses this morning. I don't think there's any issue with the manner in which he was behaving. He compensated, and then now that we have the diagnosis from Dr. Tyler, I think it falls into the realm of cumulative at this point.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson.
I agree. I intend to ask you 3 questions. Statements he made on 2 specific dates about still being enrolled at UC Davis and the date he got off suicide watch. Those 3 questions after I laid the brief foundation for her job.
That's fine. All right, so we're in agreement then. So the parties in effect met and conferred, and we've narrowed the testimony. Sound good, Mr. DeMar?
Sounds good.
Okay, great. We're going to do a traditional all rise to get started. And then, Mr. Hutchinson, you are going to return to the exhibit, the video?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and do we have Sergeant Muscardini?
Yes.
Okay, he's here. All right. That's my preference. We could do an empty chair, but that's not the way I'd like to do this. He's the witness on this exhibit. Okay, great. So let's get started. Thank you. Off record.
Mustard Weenie's coming back. He's been almost as much as Alex Torres, Detective Torres. He's been on the stand like 4 or 5 times. I think Mustard Weenie, he's been on 3 times now, 2 times, 2 or 3 times. Alien Spaceship, what if you have headphones? Once you play, can you plug in your keyboard, your piano, plug it in, at least you can play with keyboards. And they don't like guitar. I find my cats, they come to me when I play guitar. They'll come and they'll sit with me. And the dogs, whenever we've had dogs and cats, they like the guitar playing. Saxophone, not so much. But yeah, when I play guitar, it seems to soothe the cats and the dogs. When we had our 2 Jack Russells, they were totally cool with the guitar. I guess it depends on what style you're playing. What sounds are you emanating from your keyboard and your guitar? I think that's probably pretty much boils down to that. What sounds are emanating?
In the People's State of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez, case CR 23-1391. Everyone is here that needs to be here, and we're taking evidence from the defense. Mr. Hutchinson, you have a witness you'd like to call.
The defense calls it Randy Halstead.
Okay, let's get Ms. Halstead. Good afternoon. Come on in and stand here at the podium right before me. Thank you for being here. I'm told your testimony is going to be relatively short, by the way, and I'm going to have the clerk swear you in and then have you take the witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you are to give in the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Brandy Halstead, Brandi Halsted.
Thank you. Direct.
Good afternoon, Ms. Halstead. What do you do for a living?
I'm a licensed clinical social worker.
And where do you work?
I work inside Yolo County Jail for WellPath.
And in what capacity?
I'm a clinician.
Do you specialize in the individuals you work with?
Yes.
How so?
In forensic work or just clinical social work in general.
Were you working for WellPath in May through September of 2023?
Yes.
And what was your position with WellPath at that time?
A clinician.
Did you have the same job as Amy Gutierrez?
Yes.
Did you have the same schedule as Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
In your role as a clinician, did you have contact with Carlos Dominguez?
Yes.
And when you had contact, did you record your observations in any sort of notes?
Yes.
And what would you do? How did you record your notes?
Oh, in our daily EHR.
I'd like to direct your attention to the date of May 9th, 2023. Did you meet with Mr. Dominguez that day?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you repeat the date again?
May 9th of 2023, 2:08 p.m.
Yes, I did.
During that meeting, did Mr. Dominguez ask you if he would be able to attend something?
Yes.
What did he ask you if he could attend?
His next school meeting?
So by school, what was he referring to?
I believe UC Davis.
And did he tell you when this meeting was that he wanted to attend?
It wasn't specific, he just said next week.
And so what date again was this conversation?
On May 9th.
Do you recall if you, at this point he's in custody
Yes.
for 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. How did you respond when he asked if you could attend his school meeting the following week?
I don't remember my full response in detail. I do remember, I think, expressing some kind of hesitancy or being unsure if that would be an option.
And at that time, did you know whether he did have, before he was arrested, whether he'd scheduled a meeting for the following week?
No.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 16th, 2023, 1:40 p.m. Did you meet with Mr. Dominguez on that date?
Yes.
During that meeting, did Mr. Dominguez again make any reference to his school?
Yes.
What did he say?
I don't remember specifically the requirement. I do remember him asking about school and if he could talk to, I believe, some of the staff. I'm not clear.
Some of the staff at UC Davis?
Maybe. Yeah.
At that point, you'd been in custody for about a month and a half.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, were you aware that he was no longer a student at UC Davis?
I don't recall.
So when he asked if he could contact the staff at UC Davis, how did that strike you?
Concerning.
How so?
Some lack of insight about his situation, awareness of what was happening, the severity of his situation.
At some point, you became aware that Mr. Dominguez there was an order for involuntary medication in early August?
Yes.
And once there was an order for involuntary medication, how regularly would he get his medication?
I don't recall the schedule.
Is it generally at least once a day?
It depends on the person and it depends on the order.
But whatever Dr. Tyler prescribed, would that be what was followed?
Yes.
Do you recall what we heard testimony that Mr. Reales Dominguez was on suicide watch for over 100 days.
Yes.
You can assume, for the sake of this question, that the order for involuntary medication was issued on August 3rd. Do you recall what day Mr. Reales Dominguez was removed from suicide watch?
On August 15th.
So 12 days after the order.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Demora, cross-exam.
Yes, thank you, Director. And good afternoon. During the times that you interacted with Mr. Reales Dominguez, he never attacked you, correct?
Objection outside scope.
Sustained. You know, I mean, we talked about we're going to limit the scope to 3 general areas.
Understood. But when you were having conversations with him, you were allowed to be in his cell with him, correct?
Objection outside scope.
Sustained.
When he was on, you're familiar with him being on suicide watch, obviously, because you were just asking questions about that. And that suicide watch, your understanding wasn't because he was violent towards himself or other
Objection
people.
outside scope.
Sustained. Yeah, the 3 topics that we had, just to summarize, was a statement made by the defendant to Ms. Halstead on May 9, 2023, a statement made by the defendant to Ms. Halstead on June 16, and then a date identified as the date that the defendant was taken off suicide watch, which was August 3rd. So those are the areas of inquiry.
August 15th, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, right. The meds order was August 3rd. The date removed was August 15th. Yes.
When you were when you were asking him, or excuse me, on each of those instances where Mr. Reales Dominguez was asking about school, you were able to have a verbal conversation with him,
Correct.
and he articulated that he wanted to go back to school or talk with someone from UC Davis, correct?
Correct.
And so he had the insight at the time to know that he had been enrolled at UC Davis, correct?
Correct.
And assume for the sake of this question that he had not read or been notified personally that he had been expelled from school. Is there reason to believe that someone in this situation for the first time may believe that they can still attend or talk to someone from UC Davis?
Say that again.
Yes, assume for purposes of this question that Mr. Reales Dominguez didn't have notification that he'd been expelled from school. Would those questions that he was interested in going to school or talking to someone from school appear to be consistent with someone who believes that they have not been kicked out?
If he did not have notification,
Thank you. No further questions.
Thanks.
Just have follow-up, Your Honor.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, when he made these statements, had he already been charged with 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder?
I believe so.
Answered.
Overruled.
Okay. So,
I'm
when-
sorry, I missed an answer.
The court ruling was overruled, and you can answer.
I believe so.
So when he asked you if he could attend his meeting at UC Davis the week after May 17th, did you think that showed insight into his situation?
No.
And when you spoke to him on June 16th, 2023, and he asked about whether he could have contact with his school, did you think that showed insight into his situation?
No.
And in your note, did you indicate that it demonstrated limited insight in your opinion?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I believe so. I don't see it on here. I'd have to look at it
Refresh your
real
memory to
quick.
look at your note from June 16th.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay. All right. Ms. Halstead, thank you. Yep. Have a great day.
You too.
I appreciate you making time for us. Okay, and let's recall Sergeant Muscardine. Good afternoon, sir. Make your way to the witness stand. You're still under oath and you understand that?
Yes.
Thanks. We're going to resume the exhibit at issue, which is the video of the interrogation. And what is that marked as? That's DD? DD, right, exhibit DD. And so we're going to bring the blinds down and we'll bring the lights down. And I promised the jury that we would take regular breaks. And I know that it's a challenge to watch a video. I know that the audio is not perfect, and just want to ask the jury to do the best that you can in taking in this evidence. So thank you. All right, with that, Mr. Hutchinson, go ahead.
I'm resuming at 7:09 and 58 seconds.
Okay, well, so let me sure. How many crime alerts did you see? Just one. And which one did you see? I'm not sure. Well, I just like went over like the email and then like the crime alert. Like it was just like when was that? Just like I'm not sure. Was it today? No, not today. Today is Wednesday, the 3rd. Wednesday. Okay, was it yesterday? Tuesday? No, I'm not sure. Was it on Monday? I'll say it was within the week. Was it within a week? Like a week or two? Was it on Thursday last week? No. Was it before Thursday or after Thursday? If you don't remember, it's okay. It's not, but if you do, you can just say which day it is. No, I don't. And how did you see the alert? You mentioned in email? Yeah. Was that at your house? Was that in a park? Was that at school? No, that was at my place. At your place? On your computer? Yeah. Okay. So the clothes you're wearing right now, how long do you have them on? Today. What were you wearing yesterday? I have like some sweatpants and another like t-shirt. So I told you that was about 8 different videos of you. I told you a lot. I have like 8 different videos of you out Monday night when you said you're at home. That nobody can vouch for you or say for sure that you were at home. You said that you were, okay? I'm telling them on video. Really want to believe it on video. When you were out Monday night, do you remember what clothes you were wearing? riding the bike Monday night?
No.
I'm not saying it was your bike. Tell me where you were Monday night when you're out. Where'd you go?
I was just at my place, and I wasn't paying much attention to what I was doing. I was just out there. Went up my work, and then yeah, that's about it.
Where you from that part? What I'm saying is when you left, where did you go? The reason why I'm asking is because I have the video, so I already know the truth. I'm kind of gauging your level of honesty for you to be honest with yourself. I understand you're not being honest with me. We're established that. You're being honest with yourself. So I know where you went. I'm asking you to tell me. Where'd you go Monday night when you left your house?
About what I went to say what I did on Monday.
Yeah.
I just got up. I went over my me and the school now. When I got back, I just went over some more schoolwork and that was about it.
When you went out Monday night, went through campus, downtown, told you, I've seen you on camera, I have the video of you, the path you took. Tell me about the transients.
Were you on your bike or someone else's bike? Were you on your bike or someone else's bike? I don't have a bike.
It's not a question.
Did you borrow someone's bike? Did you steal someone's bike? Did you take one of your roommate's bikes? No, I just walked. Where'd you go? Where'd you go when you left your house?
on Monday. We already know where you went. So tell us where you went.
Yeah, I just, I went to school.
What time did you go to school?
Like two something.
Did you want some water?
No, I'm good.
When you left your house that night, what time did you leave and where did you go? When you left your house that night, what time did you leave? I'll start with that. Whether you went out for a walk or rode your bike, what time did you leave your house?
Yeah, and then I went to class. And then I walked back, and then that's about it.
What did you do that evening when you left your house?
To class.
What time was that?
Like 2 to like 3ish to 8.
To 8? What did you do after 8? After class? Where'd you go? I know where you went. We know where you went, but where'd you go?
I went back to my place.
Okay, and where'd you go after that? What time did you get back to your place? It doesn't need to be an exact time if that's what you're trying to do. And Hank, like, what time did you get home? After class?
I got there around like 8:30.
And then after 8:30, when you left your house, where did you go?
I just went back to
After you left your house, you went back to your place? That doesn't make sense.
no, after school I went to my place, and then
Yeah, you said you got back to your place at about 8:30 at night after class, and then you said you left your house. So where did you go after you left your house after 8:30? Does that make sense? Does that question make sense? I'm not trying to trick you. Where did you go when you left your house after 8:30?
I went to I just went over my work.
You went over your work?
Yeah, I didn't.
Where did you-
When I got
to my place at 8:30. I didn't, I went, like, just to get some more time. Where'd you go? Where did you go get your work done? I just got it done in at my desk. Where's your desk? At your house? Oh, yeah. Okay, but where did you see? I went to school. After, okay, and then where'd you go after school? Did you go to downtown Davis? No. What time did you get to downtown Davis? I know you like to walk. You were talking about walking to the store and stuff. So, did you walk to downtown Davis or did you ride a bike? Did you walk to downtown Davis from your house, or did you walk, or did you ride a bike? Oh, no. How did you get to downtown Davis? Did you rollerblade? Did you? I didn't. I just, This is on Monday evening. How did you get to downtown Davis? Did you jog or run? What do you think? Which one? Do you not remember how you got there? Did you take an Uber? Did a friend drive you? No. So how'd you get down there? Oh, I just walked. You just walked? Okay. And that was about, what time did you walk to downtown Davis? That was after 8:30. So what time do you think you ended up in downtown Davis? We established that you walked there. Did you understand the question? About what time? 8:30, 9 o'clock? I walked to class, and then I just went to, back to my place.
Are you still in school?
Yeah.
Look at me. Did you withdraw from school on April 28th, which is Friday? Thursday, actually, I think it was.
Oh, no.
Were you kicked out?
No.
The record shows you withdrew. Because you're not a student anymore.
No, I'm still a student.
So why would the university tell us that you're no longer a student there? That you withdrew from class?
I have a question, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, you know that he didn't withdraw from class, he was separated by the university effective April 28th, correct?
Yes.
And why is Sergeant Ramos telling him that he withdrew?
Objection, speculation.
Oh, yeah, don't speculate, only if you know, go ahead.
I have no idea.
Was that the information, do you know where Sergeant Ramos got the information that he withdrew?
I don't.
You would agree that withdrawing means when someone voluntarily withdraws from school. That's how you would understand that term, correct?
Yes.
Were people texting you information, you and Sergeant Ramos information while you were conducting this interview?
For myself, yes. I don't know about Sergeant Ramos.
Who was watching this interview behind that wall?
I believe Detective Ritter and Matt Jameson at a certain point.
And Matt Jameson, who does he work for?
At the time, I believe the DA's office.
So I get it. It's hard. School's up. You said you weren't doing too well. You had some work to do to make up. I understand that. Maybe that's a lot harder than you thought. Maybe you needed some more work, things like that. I understand, Mark. Are you still in the Willie Davis?
Yeah.
Then why did the school say you're not? Look at me, John. Look at me. Why did the school say you're not?
Sergeant Musgrave, do you remember when I asked you if Sergeant Ramos repeatedly told Mr. Dominguez to look at him throughout the interview?
Yes.
Can we just hear a few of those examples?
Yes.
Speak for itself. Was Mr. Dominguez not making eye contact with the two of you?
Not the entire time, but most of the time he was not.
Most of the time he was not. But when Sergeant Ramos told him to look at him, would he look at Sergeant Ramos?
Yes.
My son, I should still be enrolled.
You're not. You did say that you withdrew. That kind of happened without actually knowing. University said that you withdrew last week on April 28th, and you're telling me that you're in school on Monday.
Say, it was like a mistake. Like, I know that the school can't be wrong in their end, but I should still be enrolled. Like, if I have like, more classes. But,
And still go to school on Monday. You sit here and tell us that you're going to school and work on your homework. You don't strike me as the kind of guy who wants to sit around and waste our time. Am I right?
yeah,
Okay. You're right, you're saying that because that's the truth. That's what you believe.
yeah.
So why don't you be honest with us?
For the school?
For most of the stuff that we're talking about.
No, like for the school, I'm keeping up with my classes and everything. I'm not sure why, like they would say, like I'm not enrolled. I know like last quarter, like I did myself, but like I'm still enrolled for like this quarter. Like I know like my degree and I already have like like appointment to like get that like straightened.
To get what straightened out?
Like my schedule.
Schedule, well, you're telling me your schedule already done. If what you're telling me is true, you give it to me. Your 2 bio classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays, with your lecture in your lab, and 2 bio classes on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So we just schedule there, so what would you need appointments to straighten that out?
So, Musgrave, when Mr. Dominguez told you he had appointments regarding his degree, were you aware that he did have an appointment scheduled for May 17th?
I was not.
Prior to today, were you ever aware of that?
No.
Alright, like, just to make sure, like, just like keeping up with, like, what, the degree requires. That's what, like, the appointment is for. Like, yeah, I was just gonna, like, go over it, like how, like, I want, like, my degree to, like, to actually, but, like, so I can get back enrolled. And, that was just, like, from, like, the classes, from the last quarter.
Okay. Well, thanks for at least accidentally telling me the first little bit of truth. So your plans are to get back enrolled. So you're going to work on this stuff, trying to get caught up and hand in makeup work, trying to get back in good graces and earn your way back into the school?
No, I wasn't, like, I was supposed to, like, keep up with my schoolwork, like, from last quarter.
That's how school works. I understand that part.
Yeah, and, like, this quarter, like, I gotta, like, keep doing the same thing, but, like, for the last quarter, like, I wasn't, like on it that much, like, I should be on, like, this quarter, like, even though, like, I have to fix my, like, enrollment status, like, I wasn't thinking I was gonna, like, affect me in any way. Either for, like, the school part, I have, like, an appointment. It's next week on Thursday, I believe.
Do you remember who you have to meet with?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you know which building's in, at least? Office?
Yes.
Okay, so now we established that part. We got that part of the way. Did you go to class on Monday?
Yeah.
But
no.
Okay. Did you go to class on Monday?
Yeah.
Why did you go to class on Monday if you're not even enrolled in school?
Well, I didn't know that I wasn't, like, enrolled. Like, what?
When did you find out?
Like, when you told me.
So you found out when I told you that you had an appointment?
I already, like, knew, like, I was gonna have to, like, make an appointment or, like, for something, because of, like, my grade. And, I didn't know, like, they were gonna, like, just, like, take me off, like, the system. Like, the schoolwork. Like, I didn't, consider, like, not to do it.
Hey, John, do you know downtown Davis pretty well?
No, I don't.
I mean, have you been to that? You said you walked to downtown Davis from your house. Do you know where the railroad tracks are? Oh, yeah. So they kind of run through like downtown partially and partially like on 2nd Street. Do you know where 2nd Street is? No. Okay. So what happened near the tracks in downtown Davis on Monday night? Did you get in a fight? What happened? No. Did you see a fight? No. So you didn't see anything? No, I didn't. Were you involved in a fight? No. Were you involved in a fight at all on Monday night? And I'm not saying necessarily down by the tracks, but did you get in a fight with somebody on Monday? No. Did someone hurt you on Monday? No.
Did you hurt somebody on Monday? When you were down by the transient camp with all the tents, there's like 3 tents down there. First of all, did you see more than the one that you were at? Did you even realize or pay attention that there were other tents around there? Look at me, John. Other than the tent that you were at, did you even see any of the tents that were there? Did you even realize there were other tents there?
No.
Why did you pick that tent?
No.
So it's nothing. See any other person that was in it? Do you know if it was male or female at least?
Did you know it was a female? No. Did you know? Good.
Did you know afterwards? John, did you find out afterwards?
No.
Did you try and look it up or check?
No.
Why not? Did it matter? Did it matter to you?
Yeah.
What part of it mattered? You said it mattered. What mattered?
Like what I did?
Do you know what color the tent was? Can you just tell me about the tent? Do you remember?
No.
Do you hear her scream?
No. What did you do, John? I went over it. What? You did what? I'm sorry. What did you do with that tent? Help us understand. What did you do with the tent, Joe? Can you try to help us understand, what happened? And why you did it? No.
Which part? Can you explain to us why you did it? Help us understand a little bit better.
I know it's hard, John, to talk about it. You probably haven't talked about this with anybody, but me and Steve. We're not here to judge you. We're not here to trick you. We're just trying to figure out why.
It'll help you to talk. What did you do with that tent, John? John, look at me. What happened at that tent?
What did you do, John? How did you get into that tent? John, how did you get into that tent? Did you use scissors? Did you use a knife? Did you use a razor blade? What did you use? John? No. What did you use? Did you use the knife that's in your bag? No.
John? Would you use to give them the 10?
Went over like today.
I'm sorry?
Like, went over like today. Like, what up?
So you're asking about a tent, and he answers, I went over about the day. Did you hear that?
Yes.
You didn't know what he was talking about.
No.
What were you trying to do, John, at that time? Were you trying to hurt someone?
No.
Were you trying to kill someone?
No.
So what were you trying to do? Help us understand.
Do you know if she lived? Did you look at that when you said you looked it up to see what she did?
So Sergeant Reynolds said when he looked it up to see what he did, when did Mr. Rouse?
I don't remember. I must have missed it too.
Did he actually say that? Or did Sergeant Reynolds just pull that out of you know what?
Rephrase it.
Did Sergeant Reynolds just make that up?
I don't know.
Do you know?
No.
Look at me. If I told you she died, would that surprise you?
Yeah.
Why would that surprise you? So,
Do you know how many times you stabbed her?
No.
how many times do you think you stabbed her? You did. We already know part of it. When you're in the tent, is that how you cut yourself on that hand? That's not a cut, that's a stab.
No.
How did you get that cut or that stab wound right there? Well, it looks like it's about 2 days old. How did you get that?
I think, like, I got, I did it myself.
With what? Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
So you right to right hand?
Yeah.
So you throw stuff with your right hand?
Yeah.
Do you have a best friend?
No.
A sibling? No. You don't really want to answer that question. Do you have any brothers or sisters?
No. I have siblings.
Do you have siblings, but what? You don't talk to them?
I haven't.
So you don't have anybody close to you? If you have siblings you don't have any contact with, if you don't have any friends, you don't know 2 roommates' names. You keep to yourself. You have goals and ambitions. The problem is your grades start slipping. School gets rough. You get overwhelmed. And you see David kicks you out of school. You get dropped. Agree?
Yeah.
So now that you got dropped out of school, I venture to say that the financial aid is probably going to be stopped. So now you don't have a job. You don't have an income. Probably the next step is you're probably going to get kicked out of your house, right? We thought about that.
Yeah.
It's probably weighing pretty heavily on your mind, right? It's a lot of stress, man. I get it. Probably don't have any answers, right? I don't think so. I don't have any answers for it either. See a lot of stuff going on. Sometimes I go for walks at night, clear your head. It's real common. I think people do it all the time. I do it sometimes. See, I do walks at night, clear your head. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. A lot to think about. Ponder life. Try and, search for answers. Answers can be difficult to find, even on walks. How often do you think you go out at night for walks?
I would say like a good amount.
2, 3, 4 times a week, you think?
No, just like 30-minute walks. Somewhere.
I'd love to know if you walk in Central Park.
I haven't been, no.
You ever seen them before?
No.
If you have anything you remember.
No.
Then David. You don't know this guy. You said you don't recognize him.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, do you have a problem with this guy? Do you think, since you got a problem with him, you think he has a problem with you? So he's never done anything to you?
No.
Have you ever done anything to him?
No.
Do you have a reason to hate him?
No.
Is there a reason why you want him dead?
No.
They surprised you told you that he sleeps on a park bench in Central Park. Between the playground and the carousel.
What?
Yeah, I've never seen his face before, but you have seen him. Last Wednesday night, she went for a walk. Late Monday night, or Thursday morning, they go for a walk.
No.
She go to Central Park.
No.
There's an interesting thing about that knife in the bag. What do you think the interesting fact about it I'm going to tell you is? Look at me. The interesting fact about that knife. What do you think it is? Pretty crucial part of it. John, what piece of the knife are you missing? A very important piece of that knife isn't there. You lost a piece of it.
I'm not sure.
It's not true at all. It was going in circles now playing games. You're missing a piece of that knife. Where is it? Now, let me try something simple. How long have you had that knife? Should be able to answer at least that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
A week? A month? A year? A couple days? John, how long have you had that knife?
Where did you get the knife? Maybe that'll help you remember when you got it. did he buy it? Hey John, where'd you buy the knife?
I'll say I had it like with me like since like before.
Since before what? Hey John, where did you get the knife?
It was just like
Do you not remember, or you just don't want to tell me? What's it good for?
I'll say it was like
Did you buy it at a store?
No.
Did you buy it from a person?
No.
Did you steal it?
No.
How did you get it? Did someone give it to you as a gift?
No. I'll say it was like
Did you win it in a raffle? How did you get it? Not that hard of a question.
no, I think like 20 something.
You spent $20 on it?
I think.
Okay, and where did you buy it for $20? Did you buy it on the street from someone? Did you buy it at a store? Do you not remember? Which one is it, John?
I don't really like remember.
So familiar? Is it the same knife? Or was it the same knife?
Kind of.
Okay. The black? Or the stainless steel? What color is your knife?
Black.
How long have you had it?
I'm not sure, like
Is that what the 20 was? You've had it for 20 days? Is that what you were trying to say?
no.
So how long have you had it?
It sounds like 20 years, but it looks like
He just told you he had it for 20 years, correct?
Yes.
Now, at this point, you still thought his birthday was October 10th of 2001. That was the last birthday he gave you?
Yes.
So if he had it for 20 years, you would have got it when he was 1 year old.
Correct.
Did that answer strike you as unusual?
Yes.
You later determined his birthday was actually October 5th of 2002.
Yes.
So you got it when you were 1 year old?
nah, it was just like something that like in my head. Nah.
You've had that knife since you were a kid?
I wouldn't say since a kid.
Well, you don't have to say that. I'm just asking you when you know, did you have it when you were a kid? Did you have it when you were in college? Did you, how long have you had it? That's all I'm asking. Is there a reason you don't want to tell us how long you've had it?
Well, no, I'm not sure.
You just don't remember? Okay, that's fair. I don't remember everything either. What do you do with that knife?
Nothing.
Why do you have it? Why do you have it, John? Why do you have that knife? Do you understand the question, John?
Yeah.
What's the question?
How long I had the knife?
No, the question was why do you have that knife?
What's up, man? Look.
Do you want to step out? You want me to step out or?
Oh, well,
Okay, that's not good. I'll just step in there. John, drink some water, man.
Yeah, this water. You want some food?
Oh, no.
We're gonna get some food. We're gonna get right back.
Okay. Like pizza, or I think we got pizza sandwiches.
No,
Nothing?
Sure. This order, all right, but
Let me stop you there. At this point, we're at 8:17. Are you taking a break to get food?
Yes.
Where are you going? Yeah. I'm just gonna walk. You're just trying to take a walk. Yeah. Okay. What's up, man? Did you need something?
No, I just wanted to,
What's that?
I just wanted to walk a little bit.
To walk. I just can't have you walking around. Where are you gonna go? You want to take your sweatshirt off?
No, it's cool.
Alright.
I just wanted to,
You can stand up. If you want to stretch your legs or something, but...
no, I just wanted to.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to move your chair and you can do little circles right there if you want. Just stretch your leg a little bit, that's fine. What are you thinking?
Schoolwork.
Thinking about schoolwork? You're not thinking about being here?
A little bit. Not too much. Not bad.
What schoolwork do you have to do if you're not really enrolled anymore?
I have a lot of work actually.
You have a lot of work? Are you just trying to get back to school or what?
For that too, but
Okay.
just to like get done with my classes.
Okay. Did you know you had someone?
No.
Would it surprise you to know that he is?
Starting at this point, 8:26, we're approaching 3 hours you've spent in that interview room, correct?
Yes.
At this point, you've already accused him at least of 2 stabbings.
Yes.
Right. And you saw in the video that he got up and just tried to walk out of the door. You saw that?
Yes.
Who was the gentleman at the door who told him to sit down?
It was Detective Ritter.
Where were you when Mr. Dominguez, after 3 hours, simply got up to take a walk?
Where was I?
Yeah.
I was getting water. I don't know.
Detective Ritter tell you that he's trying to take a walk?
Yeah, I think as soon as I returned.
Did that strike you as unusual, that he would just think he could get up and go for a walk?
Yes.
And then when you asked him what he was thinking about, and he said school,
Yes.
did that strike you as unusual?
A little bit, yes.
Did it occur to you that he appeared to have no insight into the situation he was in?
Correct.
You have 5 more minutes.
No.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my partner to come back in. Somebody said you want to go for a walk, and I didn't know where you were going to go. Where do you normally walk when you go walking? Just kind of all over?
No, just like school days and like just like school days.
Does your hair bother you when it's on your face like that, or no?
Not really.
That would drive me insane.
Yeah. I have to get it fixed, but it doesn't really take it to bother me.
You don't want any water. When's the last time you had any water today? Or something?
Actually, I had some water earlier.
Earlier today? Okay. But you said you didn't eat?
No.
How come?
Like,
you mind if I sit?
No.
What is that? that's why I like kind of like go with like go like the whole day without eating. Like sometimes, like it just depends. Like when I get home. I ate like 5 times today. 5 times. I couldn't imagine going the whole day without eating anything. Is it just because you don't have food at home or what? Not really. I kind of just like to be like aware about like how much stuff I have in school. Yeah, through financial aid, and that's how you pay your rent, and that's how you buy your food. Yeah. How do you pay for like internet? That's like with the bills. Do you have any friends? No. Not even your roommates or your friends or anything? Not really. I like tend to talk to them, but no. How long have you lived at Hawthorne? Was it the whole 2 years? Yeah. Have you had the same roommate? Yeah. Do you get along with them? Yeah. Do you get along with you? I mean, there's no like trouble, like whenever we see each other, but I just like talk to myself most of the time. Just recently? Like, are you always talking here, or just to yourself, or keep to yourself? Just to myself, like, I don't know. You? Me what? Do you have friends? Mm-hmm. I have some friends. At least I think they're my friends. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Not too many. I think just about the right number.
Okay, thank you, Counsel. All right. Thank you, Sergeant. I'm going to do a 20-minute break today. I'm going to give you a little bit, and encourage you to walk around, go downstairs. I don't know what the security lines are like. Maybe you have time to get outside. So just get a good full break. I'm going to cut it a little bit early, and I was hoping that you would take a picture. I think maybe Deputy Aguilar can facilitate that at the end, and maybe if you come up here, you can catch a good picture of them. So we'll leave a minute or two at the very end of the day for that. And remember, on your break, get some fresh air. Don't form any opinions. Keep an open mind at all times. Don't research. Don't discuss the subject. We'll see you back. Okay? Thank you. Sergeant McKenzie, we'll see you back.
Thank you.
Officer.
All right, let us go through. I have a lot of notes here. All right. So coming out of the lunch break, we heard from Brandy Halstead. She's a licensed clinical social worker. And she works at WellPath. She was a clinician, just like Amy that we heard from before, in May of 2023. Let's see. She met Carlos May 9th. Carlos wanted to attend class the following week. The meds were August 3rd. August 15th, he was removed from watch. Then Cross came in and they were talking, everything he asked, it was going outside the scope, and it was basically about Carlos attacking others while he was there. All right. So Sergeant Matthew Muscardini. So let's see. They get into, they talk about Monday night. So why was nobody vouching for him Monday night? Do you remember what clothes you were wearing? He says, no, I don't. Most of the time when he answered, he was like, So when I say no, I don't, just generally put a in there. I know where you went. Why don't you tell us, or why don't you tell me? So this is between the two. I thought Muscardini was, like, quite honestly, a little bit more, I don't want to say nice, but he definitely didn't have the attitude as the other officer definitely had. Seemed like he was a little bit more prickly. I'll just leave it at that. Dude, come on. Just, yep, work your way over there. Thank you. Let's see. We've seen you on camera and the path you took. Were you on your bike or someone else's? He says, they asked the question again. He says, I don't have a bike. Do you want some water? He says, no, I'm good. When you left your house, where did you go? And he just says, what time did you leave? Let's start with that. He says, I went to class, and then I went back, and then I have a question mark. What did you do that evening when you left your house? He says, to class. What time was that? He says, like 3-ish to 8. And here I am. What did you do after that? I got to stop adding my ums and uhs. I went back to my place. So 8:30 he left his house. Then they say, then what? I just went back to, you left your house, then you went back to your house? That doesn't make sense. Where did you go after school? Did you walk to downtown Davis or did you ride a bike? He says, did you walk to downtown Davis from your house or did you ride a bike? How did you get to downtown Davis? After several more questions, he says, I just walked. Did you withdraw from school April 28th? He says, no. Were you kicked out? No, I'm still a student there. Why did the university tell us you withdrew from class? Then the defense jumps in. I have a question. You know he didn't withdraw. Why were you asking him that question? Muscardini says, I don't know. Doesn't know where they got that information that he withdrew. So we find out that Detective Ritter and Matt Jameson, who's from the DA office, they were watching. So then the video comes back. Let's see. Repeatedly told to look at me through. Oh, then they stop it, right? Most of the time, Carlos wasn't making eye contact. So repeatedly, he's the detective saying, "Look at me, look at me, look at me," and most of the time, Carlos wasn't making eye contact. So the school told us you withdrew, and you're telling me you didn't. Carlos says, "I still should be enrolled." Don't sit around and waste our time and be honest with us. Prickly guy there. For the school, he says, "I'm keeping up with my classes. I'm not sure why they're saying that. I'm still enrolled in this quarter." And they asked to get what straightened out. He says, my schedule. Then the defense asks, were you aware Carlos had an appointment scheduled? They say no. And they go back to the video. Thank you for accidentally telling us a little bit of the truth. That's the prickly guy says that. School part, I have an appointment next week, Thursday, I think. Do you know who with? He says, I don't. Did you go to class on Monday? He says, yes. Then he says, no. Why did you go to class on Monday if you're not enrolled? He says, I didn't know I wasn't enrolled. When did you find out? When you told me. Then they switch over to, do you know where the railroad tracks is? He says, yes. Do you know where 2nd Street is? He says, no. No. So what happened on 2nd Street? Did you get in a fight? He says, no. He didn't see anything. You weren't involved in a fight. He's like, nope. Let's see. Did someone hurt you on Monday? He says, no. Did you hurt somebody on Monday? Did you see the tents? Look at me, John. Look at me. Why did you pick that tent? He says, then he mumbled something. Did you know it was a female? He says, no. Did you hear her scream? He says, no. We're not here to judge you or trick you. We just want to find out why. John, look at me. Whenever, that's the prickly guy there. What happened at that tent? And then the camera zooms in. Whoop, whoop. Thank you, Newton, for zooming in on his face. How did you get into that tent? John, how did you get into that tent? Did you use scissors? Did you use a knife, a razor blade? What did you use? John. And he's like, what did you use? You're asking me about a tent, and he's saying I went over, let's see. And I went over, Carlos says, you're asking, okay, no, wait, this must have been, okay, so this was the defense. You're asking him about a tent, and he's saying I went over about the day. Did you know what he was talking about? That was the defense, Mr. Hutchinson asking, and Muscardini says no. Then they go back to the video. what were you trying to do at the tent? Were you trying to hurt someone? He says, no. Did you try to kill someone? He says, no. So what were you trying to do? He says, for a long time. Help us understand. Then another question from the defense. He looked it up to see what he said. Then the defense is like, I must have missed that. Did you, what was that about? Did Sergeant Ramos just make that up out of his you-know-what? that was objected to, argumentative. So apparently there's something, maybe there's like an earpiece and they're telling Sergeant Ramos what to say. We go back to the video. If we told her she died, would that surprise you? He says, yes. Why would that surprise you? No answer. How many times do you think you stabbed her? No answer. How often do you think you go out at night to take walks? He mumbled something. Then they show him a picture of David. Have you ever seen him before? He says no. He doesn't recognize him. Did you have a problem with this guy? Did you go for a walk in Central Park? He says no. And then prickly Ramos says, this isn't fun and games. How long have you had the knife? Then they switch over to the knife. He says, I'm not sure. A month, a week, a year, a couple of days. A big Where did you get the knife? Where did you buy it? Another Then he says, I'll say I've had it before. Since before what? We get a big Hey John, where'd you get the knife? And then he's just like, did you buy it at the store? No. Did you get it from a person? Did you steal it? Did you win it at a raffle? He says, no. How did you get it? It's not that hard of a question. Then he says like $20 or something. They ask, you spent $20 on it? Just like that. And then he says, I think. Then he says, I don't remember. Then he's shown, Ramos pulls up a knife on the phone. He's like, is this the knife? John leans forward and he says, kind of. They ask him what color it is. He says, black. How long is it? He says, not sure. He's had it. So he says, you had it for 20 days. Is that what you're trying to say? They says, no, 20 years. Then they throw in the question. Defense comes in and says, you knew his birthday. You knew that would make him 1 year old when he got his knife. Did that strike you as unusual? Muscadini says, yes. Video picks back up. Literally, Muscadini says, so you had the knife when you were 1 year old? And then just kind of mumbles. Then they stand up. Ramos and Muscadini stand up. They say, John, drink some water. Do you want any food? We're going to go get some pizza. He's like, no. Then they leave him alone. Then he's looking at David's picture, right? He stands up, puts on his jacket. He walks to the door. He opens up the door. Somebody comes in and says, hey, where are you going, man? Sit down. Do you need something? He's like, I just wanted to walk. Where are you going to? And then Muscadini comes back in. Do you want to take your sweatshirt off? He's like, no, I'm cool. What were you thinking about? Schoolwork, not thinking about being here? And then defense comes in. Mr. Hutchinson comes in and asks, so you've accused him of 2 stabbings at this point, right? Says, yes. Who told him to sit down? That was Detective Ritter. So Detective Ritter was behind the glass, watching him. Muscadini says he was getting water. He says, did it strike you as unusual for him to get up and take a walk? Muscadini says, yes. So does it appear Carlos has no insight as to the situation he's in? And he's like, yeah. Goes back to the video. And this is where Carlos kind of opens up. He kind of, and in my notes it says he seems more talkative right now. So does the hair bother you? He says, no, not really. And then Muscadini's like, wow, that would drive me insane. And they kind of chuckle. When's the last time you had some water? Carlos says, I had some earlier today. Then they talk about eating. He says, when's the last time you ate? He's like, I can't remember what Carlos said, but Muscadini's like, yeah, I got to eat like 5 times a day. And it seems like Carlos is definitely more engaged at this point. He's not just saying, and just sitting there. He's not moving his arms around or hands around, but he's definitely interacting more. This is the most I've seen him interact so far, and we've been going on for, 2, almost 3 hours now. He asks him about friends. Do you have any friends? He's like, no, not really. He's like, well, what about your roommates? Are your roommates friends? He's like, yeah, no, not really. So I thought that was the most engaged I've seen Carlos yet. So when they're talking about the stabbings, he's really disconnected, right? He's not focused, not disconnected at all. But when they were talking about eating and all that stuff, he seems a lot more engaged. Yeah. So let's see. Dave Whitley, you bought the total toilet fix kit. All right. Let's Let's see, David, your IT is for profit. Let's see. I'm not sure what you're going on about there, Dave, but welcome to the chat. Fala, can you do a quick explanation of the two phases and what happens with each? I'll do the best I can. I'm no lawyer, but in the what do you call it? Research that we did, we found there are two. Let's see. There's two phases. He's pled not guilty by reason of insanity, and the trial is going to be conducted in two phases. So there's a guilt phase, which is in what we're in right now. That determines whether he committed the crimes. I don't know why they're even bothering, because straight out of the gates, his defense, Mr. Hutchinson, said it's not about who did it, it's about his state of mind. So quite honestly, I don't understand why they're doing that. But anyway, they are. Then there's a sanity phase, which determines whether he was legally insane at the time. So if, let's see, so if he's found guilty and sane, he will face life in prison without the possibility of parole. If he's found not guilty by reason of insanity, that's the NGRI, he would be committed to a state mental health facility. That is all that I have, Fala. I really don't have much more because, again, I'm not a lawyer, nor do I know anything about California cases. So I'm sure there are others in our chat that probably have more information about that than I do. So, oh, Toby, you're going to go take a nap. Hope to see you next week. Cool. Yep. Enjoy your nap, and thank you for being with us. Really appreciate you being in the chat. That was okay. Cool. All right. Thank you, Fala. I hope that satisfied some people. So, all right. And Deanna and Just Shamrock are saying that David's sister, Maria, she's in the courtroom, and Karim's parents are there. I've shown some video of his father. His father accepted, I think he accepted some awards or a scholarship, I think, on behalf, and then his mother testified. So. Oh, you're welcome, Sharon. No problem. Glad the description got sorted out as well. We try to do our best with the description, and if you see anything that you feel is incorrect, definitely bring that to our attention. But I'm glad that got sorted out, so thank you. Psychosaurus Rex, I could tell Chad all about NGRI from start to discharge many years later from the hospital. Well, go ahead, Psychosaurus, drop some knowledge on us, because we're all about education here. Susie, great translation, a little better for hearing today, but still super tough. Agreed. So, yeah, Sharon, yeah, I mean, if you ever find anything in the description, just let us know. We're not perfect, we're humans, but we do the best we can, and we change things, you know. I definitely have, I have had moments where I'm changing things as we go through, you know, it happens. We update, and we update as we can. So that's why we're all here, right? How long do you have? Drunkie's asking, NGRI people go to Atascadero. I kind of heard that. I feel like I heard that. Alice says, I hope you all have a safe and fun weekend. Thank you, Chris, Aaron, Slim Ember, and the mods for a great week. I love it here. Thank you, Alice. Enjoy your weekend as well. There's also a stream we went over with NGRI on a previous stream with Dr. Rachel and Therapist You Know. Yes, we do have that. Is your misunderstanding? Don't think I've seen that before. Okay, no worries. Psychosaurus Rex says, Drunkie depends on their county. Carlos would come to DSH Napa most likely as it is the closest. And Bertie asks, that's why I wanted to know if you were watching. So California has 5 state hospitals, DSH Patton, Atascadero, Napa, Metro, Coalinga is for SVPs only with a few MDOs. I'm not quite sure what that means, but I'll just leave it at that. All right, let me come over here for a second. All right. I appreciate you guys all being here with us today. Thank you for spending your Friday with us. Looks like we got about another hour or so to go. Oh, violent. Okay, gotcha. Violent predator. I gotcha. Yeah. Thank you for the misspelling as well, Psychosaurus. So let's read that again. So Collings is for violent predators, and the MDO, they've gone to prison but paroled to a state hospital due to continued dangerousness as a result of mental disease or defect. Wow. So that's where they keep the serious people, because it's a continued dangerousness as a result of mental disease or defect. Moki, you really haven't missed a lot. I guess it's all relative. Hey, Kenneth, good to see you. If found not guilty by reason of insanity, he would be committed to a state mental health facility. Do we know for how long? We don't, but until he's deemed okay to come back into society. I mean, it takes a long, long time. If ever, he may never come back. Patton S. Atascadero, Metro, and Napa are for NGRIs, LPS, Mercon, Company Restoration, and MDOs. But DSH Metro does not take serious violent offenses. Kathy says, too bad prisons are not exclusive to certain crimes. So yeah, they're only going to 7:30 Eastern, so it's like another hour. Psychosaurus says, Kenneth, for Red Room, it would likely be life, but he can file a writ every 6 months to try to get out through court. Yes, awesome. Thank you, Psychosaurus. Kenneth says, thank you for answering. I enjoy how you recap segments. No problem, Kenneth. My pleasure. It saves me time at the end of the stream where I don't have to recap the entire day. We'll be here until like midnight if that's the case. And I figure I'm just sitting here anyway, so I might as well recap, what we just saw. Keep us all up to date, Shirley says, in Quebec, we have the Penal Institute, or Penal Institute for the Criminally Insane. Sounds like a horror movie, right? Baka, I'm assuming you're saying because it's every 6 months. I'm assuming that. As Golden Girl says, Capri Law, it's so nice having these recaps. So thank you, especially for those of you watching other trials. You could come in and get an awesome, thorough summary through Squeegee. Thank you. Thank you, Capri. That's very sweet of you. All right, looks like we've got some action. Go back here. Looks like court's coming back, you guys.
Looking back on the record, and we're in our final session of the week, and we're watching Exhibit DD. We have the witness, Sergeant Muscardini, and Mr. Hutchinson.
Have you ever had friends? Yeah. Like in school or when you were a kid or something, or what?
Yeah, sometimes when I was in school.
Okay. I know you said, so earlier I asked you in the car, like, do you like music or not?
Mm-hmm.
Because I said, what station you want to listen to? He said, no, I don't like music. And then when we came in here, you said, that's like the only thing that you like to do is listen to music.
Yeah. I just didn't know which radio station.
Okay. You normally just like stream it or something, or listen to it on like Pandora, or?
Yeah, I just like put a song on and.
Gotcha. So your typical day is like just listening to music the whole day and doing your homework?
Somewhat.
What else do you like to do for fun? You gotta do something for fun. You like to go bowling or watch TV or movies or go ice skating, or do you do anything for fun? What would you want to do for fun?
What would I want to do?
Yeah, like what's fun to you? Sitting here talking to me? Is that fun? Probably not. Not too bad.
No, it's not too bad.
That's good. But you probably wouldn't consider it fun.
Nah.
But what if you wanted to do something that was really fun, you had all the money in the world, what would you do? Anything? You can do anything. You can go fly to another country, or go water skiing, or...
I'll probably try to invest or something.
Invest?
Yeah.
Like just invest your money to make more money?
Yeah,
So you just want a bunch of money?
Well, not just like for the money, but like maybe like have like something going towards it or something.
Gotcha.
What about you?
I like to golf. I like to listen to music, I guess, a little bit. I don't know any radio channels either, though, because everything's like on Pandora or, that type of thing.
So, Muscardini, we're now 3 hours in. You accused him of 2 stabbings, and now you're having a casual conversation with him where he said it's not too bad speaking to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did that strike you as unusual at the time?
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I never liked school. Do you like school?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite part about school?
I'll say just like getting some work done.
So do you like tests, or do you like homework? You like writing papers, or?
I'll say like papers.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say I like writing papers. They're more like like compared to tests, like you don't require like a lot of study. Like I like how like you get to like read and then like put the information together. But then again, you do have to prepare to study and all that. So
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know. I'll say I'm good with both. But yeah.
So ultimately, you want to be, what do you want to do for a living? If you could do anything you wanted to do, what would it be?
I'll say a nurse.
A nurse?
Yeah.
Not a doctor? I mean, nothing's wrong with being a nurse. I was just curious, like...
No, I'd say a nurse, maybe. sure, but gotcha. I'm not sure. Right. I mean, I don't even know what I want to do for a living, so. Yeah, and here we are. He wanted to go for a walk, so he walked a little bit around the room. But do you need anything? We got food. You still open water, dessert. He said he drank water today. He just doesn't eat a whole lot of food. So obviously he didn't drink water in the last couple hours. No, I'm gonna thank him. He said he was a little surprised to find out that David is a homeless person. Well, why did you hear about it? Well, since they right out, when you found out about that? Yeah. Okay. So you never met David before? Never seen him before? No. I was just doing a little follow my facts straight. On April 26th, that was last Wednesday. So, exactly a week ago. So you tracked me so far, you're following last Wednesday. Do you remember where you were last Wednesday? Anything significant happened that day? No. I just found out that on Wednesday, April 26th, you were dismissed from UC Davis. Did somebody talk to you on Wednesday, April 26th at school?
Okay. Where is that date coming from, April 26th?
I don't know. It's not me, so I'm not sure.
Was there a decision that, who made the decision that of all the law enforcement officers available, it would be Steve Ramos who would be the lead detective in the interview?
Objection, awesome answer.
Overruled.
I don't know why they decided to have him.
But was there, would you agree that then Detective Ramos appears to be the primary detective doing the questioning so far?
Yes.
Was there a decision made as to why he would be the person as opposed to you, other members, or all the law enforcement investigators who were available? Why him?
I don't know.
At campus? No. Did they give you a letter, give you some paperwork? No. Is there anything else about that day? That's what the college is saying. Now, I wasn't there, but that's what they're telling me. No, I didn't. I didn't like get a notification or anything. When did you get notified? Not by us. About the enrollment? Yes, about your dismissal. I already knew I was gonna not be dismissed, but to in grade check or some grade or some academic with a standing due to my grade, but not I didn't get notified that I wasn't enrolled anymore. We used to call that academic probation back in my day. You don't want me to say, okay? Yeah, that's right. So let's check in. It seems like a pretty significant thing. It seems like you said you thought it was coming, right? Since your grade was looking. Yeah. So you knew something was coming. You just didn't quite know what it was yet. No. Okay. I have a grade, and I didn't expect to do so poorly, with my grades that quarter. And I've been on extending, but yeah, but when I was, they went over how the degree requirements thing worked, and usually or when that happened, I was able to they gave me a year to finish, but I wasn't I didn't know I was gonna get unenrolled from Davis.
What part of school are you struggling in?
Mainly just understanding the key concepts.
Was it just this quarter, this semester, or have you been struggling before?
Before as well, but not as much as last quarter. I feel last quarter was just a class that I was taking. Usually they would have given me strength order to go keep with my grades. So I have to see about that. Yeah, I didn't know. They were supposed to notify me where I keep staying.
Okay. So you said that you're struggling with understanding the concepts, grasping the concepts.
Yeah, the nature of the key points.
The key point. When you say that, are you talking about the school academically, or are you talking about other aspects of basically the college life, or you know?
I'll say mainly just school.
Just school.
Yeah, what the class is the lecture.
Okay. Weird question. Are you good at taking notes? Do you think?
I'll say I'm pretty decent. I'm not good, but I'll say if I could get better. I mean, I don't know how, but
Everybody could get better at most things as long as you apply yourself. Do you think you have good study habits?
Yeah.
Do you get distracted easily?
A bit, but not much. I'm able to keep focused and be aware of what's going on and what's the information trying to
These last 4 classes that you had, academically speaking, were they difficult for you?
I'll say no. What my grade showed with what I could have done, or what I know what I could have done, say not they weren't that hard, but
We have issues so doing on your own, you have roommates. You have lots of responsibility at school, figuring things out and stuff. You're saying the academic part wasn't really that hard. What are the difficulties were you running across just with life, in general? What was going on in your own personal space, your own personal world?
I'll say just
track of it, like making sure everything's like cool.
People, organizational issues. Do you think you're pretty organized?
Yeah. I'll say that I can get like a little more organized. But
Do you keep track of tasks? You completing your tasks? You like on time when they're supposed to be done? You're pretty good at that.
Yeah.
I suck at that. It's been a very big struggle of mine to keep focused and finish tasks when I'm supposed to be. No, I say I'm going to do better, but I'm also stubborn. So it usually doesn't happen for me.
Do you have any other family?
No, no.
Do you have grandparents or anything?
No, no.
Did they recently pass away or?
Yeah, not recently, but.
When did they pass away?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Who's the closest person in your life? Closest person to you?
Say myself.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me back up. Other than yourself. Who was the closest person to you?
Some of my siblings.
And how long has it been since you've been close to them?
I'm not sure.
So, sir, earlier on in the interview, you heard when he said he did not have siblings?
Yes.
Now he just told you that his siblings were the closest people to him?
Yes.
What are your plans now moving forward? So today it's Wednesday, May 3rd. What's your 6-month plan?
Say, like, just get everything, situated. Mainly with my grades. Say, it all started with the appointment, and then afterwards, move into my classes and, get more, work to just keep going, on my with my degree and stuff. But if they end up not accepting me, I'll look into a CC or something.
Look into what?
Like a CC or something.
So the junior college is me college?
I'll probably just try to get back on and try to read up my grades. I know they're easier and you can just you can take some of the Davis courses, but
UC Davis is not an easy school. It's known for that. It's known for being a pretty difficult school. Just getting accepted is a pretty big accomplishment. So, but yeah, I know they have a Sac City branch that feeds into Davis. Or you're looking at going somewhere else if you got to that point.
Yeah, probably look into more CCs, see what other options are available, specifically close to Davis. Why do you want to be a nurse or a doctor?
It's just something that interests me.
Well, how does it interest you?
Well, I've been like keeping up with it.
What does that mean?
Like from like growing up with those like how maybe the nurse like going to like the medical field.
But for what reason?
Mainly to help people. But also like,
Is there something cool about it? Like, I see, like, I don't know.
yeah, maybe like the patients you get to know or something. Like,
No, I mean, like what you're doing though? Like, you're doing surgery or you're doing those kinds of things. Like, is that cool or?
I don't know about surgery, but I think that's I don't know if I would get to that. Like going to like the doctor and stuff. But I don't know, the nurse, I'll say just like to help patients and I know they have to do like a lot of like registering and things like that, like with like the patients, and you have to be like careful and stuff.
Is there any other reason you wanted to be a doctor? Like for anybody in your family or?
No.
Like for your grandpa, your grandma? Like you wanted to do it for them or anything?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I mean, I'll prefer like to like sustain like my siblings and my mom and stuff. Say that's like another reason.
Like you want to be able to provide them money, or what do you mean? I don't know what sustain. What do you mean by that?
Like just like to be there for them, like just any case.
Like so you can help them? Like
Stopping, it skipped a little bit, but did he just say he wanted to take care of his siblings and his mom?
I believe so, yes.
You ever mention his dad?
No.
as a doctor or financially? I don't understand what you're saying.
Say financially, mainly. So like also just like giving advice, like as like the doctor or like a nurse. I say like many things that come with that. But also mainly just like to just like not get my parents too many like things to worry about.
So do you feel like since you're kind of maybe not doing so good in school and it sounds like you're not enrolled in school anymore, do you feel like you're disappointing your family? Or your grandma or your grandpa?
I say a little bit because I'm not like through classes I should have passed them, and like now that I told them I have to like go back and actually do the whole work again, and that takes like time off. What the course would have been like. But besides that,
Since you're not enrolled or you're getting kind of, I don't want to say kicked out of school, but since that's not working, are you worried that like you're going to get kicked out of your apartment? Or I'm sorry, your house?
Yeah.
So what are you worried about?
Mainly,
are you worried you're going to need it? I'm sorry, go ahead.
like the bills. I just have to like keep up with them.
So are you worried you're going to get out on the street?
Um,
And when I say out on the street, I mean, not living in your house and living on the street. Is that something that worries you?
I have to like see like what I gotta do and stuff. Like to keep up with like the payment.
And you can't do that if you're not getting financial aid from the school, right?
Yeah, not really.
So then what are you gonna do? You can't get back into school. What if you can't pay your rent? What's your plan? What if you can't be a doctor? What's your plan?
I'll say I'll just like try to stay like in CC or something. Like
That's not gonna make you any money if you any college if you don't have a job.
No, I just like try to get enrolled. If not, look for a TC. And then like see what their cost is, and then try to like.
Once you find out what the cost is, what will be your plan on paying for it?
So I'll have to look for like pay up for the bills.
What bills do you have right now?
Electricity, PG&E, yeah, so like water, trash, and then rent, and then, yeah.
So you split the bills 5 ways?
Yeah.
Usually every month, what's your portion you get to pay?
Like one bag.
What's that?
Like a bag. Like 1,000.
Okay. You said 1,000, that covers rent, plus the utilities.
No, that's just with all the like, what utilities and rent.
You ever hang out with your roommates?
No.
How'd you hook up with them or meet up with them or end up in that house?
I knew one of them. And then like that's how they were like part of like the same household, and then I just like got to know him, and then he just like moved in like into the but their roommate like left, and then they actually I was like, okay, yeah, I could like pay for the room and stuff.
Where were you living before?
Before I wasn't there. I was back in the Bay Area.
Do you have your own room?
Yeah.
Do you share with anybody? It's just your room?
No, it's just my room.
So in your room you have typical room through TV?
No, there's just my desk and iPad, and that's about it.
You said you have a bed?
Mm-hmm.
You have a bed in there? Clothes, I'm assuming you have a dresser, closet or something?
Yeah.
A desk?
Yeah.
You have a furniture in there?
No.
You have a computer?
Oh, yeah.
And then your phone, you said it's there, but it's not, that's not, it doesn't have a number assigned to it right now, or it's just a internet only or Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else significant in your house?
No.
there any other places on the house where you have your stuff?
No.
Do you have a washer and dryer?
Yeah.
How often do you think you do laundry?
I'd say, like once every 2 weeks.
Okay. This sweatshirt you're wearing right now, when's the last time you washed that? You think a week or two?
Yeah.
What about the pants?
I'm not sure. No, I don't know.
Okay, were you wearing this stuff last couple of days?
No, this is for today.
Just for today?
Yeah. I think like 2 weeks.
Were you wearing this stuff at all for the last couple of days?
No.
So, I'm going to backtrack a little bit here. You were at that park. You don't know what the name of the park was that you were at earlier today?
No.
The one by your house on Sycamore.
No.
So, let me make sure to understand where you live on Hawthorne. Hawthorne and Sycamore meet, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so you go to school, you can just cross the crosswalk right there at Sycamore and Russell and walk on the campus?
Yeah.
Okay. And so do you have any constant direction at that point, like north, south, east, and west?
Yeah.
So when you leave your house and you turn onto Sycamore from Hawthorne, you're walking towards campus.
Mm-hmm.
Visualize that?
Yeah.
What direction do you think you're walking?
Like, I'll say, like west, or, yeah, like west.
So Sycamore, does it run, which direction does Sycamore run? Is it
Like a straight.
yeah, so does it run like north-south or east and west?
I'll say runs, north-south. If that's like from Sycamore, you're going towards it.
Yeah, so if you go one direction on Sycamore, you'd be going north, the other direction you'd be going south. So when I say north-south, that's what I mean. So whether you're going this way or this way, so on Sycamore, you think you're either going north or south or east and west.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're walking from school on Sycamore, you cross Russell, you're going back home, which direction are you walking?
Say west.
Okay. So that park was up on Sycamore, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you go there very often?
No.
Where are you at today?
I was just like, yeah, I'm not sure.
How long have you been there for?
Like a bit. Yeah. Like,
You there for more than an hour?
no.
So less than an hour?
Yeah, it was like less than an hour. Yeah, I haven't been on walks that like take longer.
Was there anything different about the park today?
No.
Was there a recently?
No.
Have you done anything significant in that park recently?
No.
You didn't go for a walk one night and come across somebody riding their bike on that bike path?
No.
Would it surprise you if I told you that I'm pretty sure that I have on video going through that park, coming across somebody on a bike, and just listen to an altercation or confrontation that occurred. You understand in the modern world there's video cameras everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of them in this town.
Sergeant Muscardini, do you have a video of Carlos Gonzalez Dominguez in Sycamore Park?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So did Sergeant Ramos just make that up? Or did Detective Ramos just make that up?
I don't know for sure.
Does that surprise you?
A little bit.
Why would that surprise you? It's the modern world, and there's cameras everywhere.
When you heard him say there was a video of it, did that surprise you?
Yes.
At that point, did you think there may have actually been a video that you just hadn't seen?
Potentially, yes.
Well, it's like, it surprised me. It's like, it sounds like there's cameras now.
Let me put this out there. This is something I just learned pretty recently. This is a Tesla that was parked on Sycamore. Tesla's a very, advanced, technologically speaking car. You know, Tesla has 7 cameras on them. Meant for when you're driving to check for motion, blind spots, grill, front, back, left, right. There's 7 cameras on a Tesla. So everyone's parked. They have a 365-degree view around the entire car. Were you aware of that?
No.
Does that surprise you?
Yeah.
I was very surprised. But, something that I learned, especially working in cases like this, there's always videos actually out there. So I'm asking straight up, Saturday night, were you in that park?
No.
Remember, I already know the answer to this question. And this is one of the things I'm gauging your honesty, because you've been pretty forthcoming. We've had a couple issues here and there.
Hey John, why when we brought up the park, your body language and everything changed? We mentioned that park we were at today, and when you were there before, and you completely got changed. Can you explain that? What happened in that park, John? John, what happened in the park?
I'll say, like, my body, I guess, responded to it, like the park or something.
Yeah, why is that?
You know why we're here. You know why we're still here.
What happened in that park, John? explain it to us. Jim, explain to us what happened in that park.
Like what I did, like when I went to the park, or
Yeah, not today.
On Saturday. Saturday night, what you did in that park.
man, I just usually like walk and then
Usually that's what you did. Usually you walk.
yeah.
We've established that before. Like you wanted to go walk around here in the room.
Saturday was different.
When you were walking in the park on Saturday, what was different than your normal walk? What happened?
Nothing, I just like walk and then just come back.
You just walk and then you come back?
Yeah.
I know that's what you normally do, but why was Saturday different? What happened? What changed? What was different? Were you angry? Were you upset? Were you mad about school? Were you mad about letting people down because of college? What happened? Someone make you...
No.
So what happened? Did someone make you feel good? That's okay too.
I just... When I like to mirror.
I'm sorry?
I just like when I like to go walk like around like the park. And,
So you were in the park on Saturday? Sycamore Park?
I don't remember. I'm pretty
Well, you said you were. I'm not trying to trick you. You said you were there. And now you're saying you're pretty sure you were there. We know you were there. But we're trying to have you shed some light on what you did in the park. I know I spoke to you a little bit before about I don't know how much we talked about it, but about DNA, and what DNA is. Do you remember when we had that conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. So so basically your DNA is like everywhere, right? It's on your skin, it's in your blood, it's on your hair, it's everywhere, right? And your body like sheds that. Do you know what that means? Like it flakes off, it falls off, that type of thing?
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm getting at is there is DNA that we located in that park. Not only in that park, but on the bike as well. Can you, does that surprise you?
No.
It doesn't surprise you?
It surprises me how it sheds off.
For what?
Mostly like how
When you're at the bar, were you sitting on the bench?
Yeah.
What were you thinking about?
Nothing. It was just, you know.
I'm gonna say the extra here. Yeah, I don't think she'll talk the same part. Right. Just a big argument. We're here to do right now, okay? Yeah. So, item 13, for reference, okay? This is at Normal Lane, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you understand what we're looking at here?
Yeah.
And so your house is probably down here over, right?
Yeah.
Because it's Hawthorne on this side. So you're on the street name as you were walking that Harbor for now. This park specifically has a bridge, a footbridge that goes over the freeway.
Mm-hmm.
Is that familiar? So it's not the same park?
Yeah.
Okay. When you go across, you ever go across this bridge?
Yeah.
Okay. When you go over to this side of town, west.
I want to stop. Are you able to see the map that Detective Ramos is pointing to?
Somewhat, yes.
There was, when you first contacted Mr. Real Dominguez on the street, what address did he give you?
782 Hawthorne,
And where did he really live?
762 Hawthorne.
So, but when Detective Ramos pointed to, here's your house, what was he pointing to?
The general area of where that address would be.
And did Mr. Real Dominguez agree?
I don't know. I don't remember.
On the freeway? Do you remember where you go?
I usually just, I usually just like go, say like west.
So west would be this direction. This is north of here. South, east, that's west.
No, I usually go west.
So you cross it
Yeah, and I usually just walk back and, yeah.
Do you have a destination over here? Might be going somewhere? So this is part of the road you take from time to time?
Yeah.
So when you're in the park today, whereabouts do you think you were? So you put on the map. When you're in the park today?
Like where I was at?
Yeah, where, I think the bench was. You're sitting on.
Say somewhere near like the little, like when you go over like the hill, like the little pathway hill.
Okay.
And then it's like,
This one?
it's like, I don't know, it's
There needs like a little circle or something. Where the bench was, you think you're sitting on today?
like right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. When you were walking there, did you walk on the path or you just walk through the grass?
No, I walked through the
You like that? The paved, like path that's in there?
Yeah.
Right.
Like closest to the houses.
There's like house, like if you're walking on the path,
No,
it's like right here on the right?
The one where like there's like a little like hill and like the bench like it's like I don't know like across from like the houses.
Is this park special or significant to you in any way?
Yeah.
What is that?
I like enjoy like the walks. That like when I go there.
You feel safe at this park?
Yeah.
When you go through walks, do you ever carry that knife with you?
No.
Why do you have a knife on you today? Is that knife special to you?
Let's stop that right here. At this point, have you ever heard Carlos Dominguez say the knife is special to him? Use that word special.
I don't think so, no.
Who was the first person of the three in that interview room? Who was the first person to use the word special to describe the knife?
I think it was Detective Ramos.
Yeah. So like things. I say things expressive to me. Yeah.
So things, I'm sorry, things come special to you? Is that knife special to you?
No, like how I walk on the park. It's like something that I do, and that's like special because I don't know, like.
So just to be clear, Detective Ramos is trying to get him to say the knife is special, and he just said the walk through the parks are special, correct?
Yes.
Did Detective Ramos later write a report saying that it was Mr. Dominguez who said the knife was special to him?
Jackson Rock Foundation.
Overruled. You've read that report, right?
Which report?
The one where Detective Ramos said it was Mr. Dominguez who said the knife was special to him.
I don't know if I read a report that Detective Ramos wrote.
So you say you've never taken that knife to that park, but you took that knife to that park today. So how would I believe that you didn't have it there on Saturday? No, I didn't. Did you have a different knife on Saturday? No.
Why is that knife special to you?
Did you hear him just do it again?
Yes.
When did Carlos Dominguez say that knife was special to him?
I don't remember when he did.
Then why does Detective Ramos keep saying that?
Jackson speculation.
If you know.
I don't know why he's saying that.
Did it occur to you to say, hey, Steve, he didn't say that? Did it occur to you?
No.
I'll say, because it's like part of me, like, wants me.
It's part of you.
Like, you have to, like, take care of.
Get that. You understand that? Sounds like part of you. Something you've had for a while. Having said that, I'm sure you take it everywhere. Or a lot of places, right? I mean, today you just went to the store and you had it with you, right? I mean, we know that because you had it with you. To the park today, to the store today. Take care of everything a lot. Why do you share it with you.
Sorry, did I miss anything?
We're talking about the night special.
Okay.
He just did it again, didn't he?
Yes.
What is he trying to do there?
Objection, speculation.
I don't know.
Is he trying to get Carlos Dominguez to say the knife is special to him?
I don't know.
It's part of them. Careless places. When we start talking about certain things that my partner was saying, you change, you a little more closed off, a little quieter. It's like, your body can't little, your emotions are changing. If you would open up and start telling us the full story and the truth of what's going on, what's been going on, I think you're going to find yourself having a huge sense of relief.
Okay, counsel. All right, 924 and 17, marking it. Okay, Sergeant Muscardini, I want to thank you for your testimony today. We're going to continue this. We're going to start with the witness on Tuesday at 9:30.
Continue with the video.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to order you back at that time. We're making progress. I think everyone can agree it's a long exhibit.
Yes.
And I appreciate everybody's patience. And have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're excused until Tuesday.
Thank you.
All right. And then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then we have 4 work days next week. And we do have witnesses lined up, I'm told, under subpoena, prepared to testify. And so it'll be a full 4-day week. Obviously, we're celebrating Memorial Day, which is a national holiday and a court holiday. And as I excuse you, it's really important at all times to remember that don't think that it's okay to have a small conversation or wherever, because it's a big trial and it's been, what I mean by that, it's long and it's been going on. I mean, stick to the admonitions. Make sure this case is decided by 12 jurors deliberating with open minds and having listened to the evidence. Make sure that it's airtight, and that's what this case is decided on. And I appreciate that. I know I repeat this. It's just fundamental to justice. So don't discuss the substance of this case with anyone. Don't research anything, and don't form any hard opinions. I'm going to excuse the jury at this time. I'm going to excuse counsel. I don't need to meet with the attorneys. I don't have any issues on my plate. Okay, so I'm going to check in with you 9:15-ish or so. I'm going to turn the courtroom over, let the deputy take a picture of the jury as is. And I think the best place for him to stand is up here and take a picture of it. Yes, when we're ready for that. So I want to wish you a happy Memorial Day, and I want to thank you for your service, and I look forward to seeing everybody next week, okay? So thank you. Enjoy your picture. Thank you. All right. Thank you, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a good weekend. Off the record.
All right, so he's sending them home. So you heard him there. Full work week. Next week is 4 days. Holiday on Monday, but it's going to be a full work week next week. So that's going to take us into June. And as I posted earlier, he thinks it's going to get to them. Let me see here. Yes, there will be rebuttal and all that stuff. So he thinks it's going to get to them the second week of June, meaning for this first phase. So it's a full week other than Monday. All right. I was having a hard time hearing Carlos, to be quite honest. Boy, he was mumbling a lot. But there was some, like, what's okay, so Ramos, if you guys remember, Detective Ramos testified. He's the one who was married to the woman, part of SWAT, that a K-9 attacked somebody, and he wrote a report, and he falsified that report. So that's why the defense was attacking him on cross then. Now he's really going after him here. It's like, what's Ramos doing? He's putting words in Carlos's mouth. Okay, so let me read through this. Have you ever had friends? He says, in school, do you like music? Yeah, Pandora. They talked about Pandora. What else do you do for fun? He says, what would you do? What would you do for fun? Sitting here talking to me? And this is Muscadini talking to him. And he says, is sitting here talking to me fun? He's like, yeah, it's not too bad. He definitely opened up. Like Muscadini, I liked his approach. He was much less like aggressive. Ramos was definitely more the good cop, bad cop, if you will. I thought Muscadini was definitely getting Carlos to open up. Ramos was more, he was just a hammer. He was not, Carlos wasn't opening up to him at all. I didn't think. So anything, what do you do for fun? He says probably like invest or something. So you just want a bunch of money? He says, well, not for the money, but for something. And then he asked, how about you? Carlos actually asked, how about you? And then Mr. Hutchinson said, now you're having a casual conversation. Did that strike you as unusual? And Muscadini's like, yeah, it did. So they go back to the video. Do you like school? He says, yeah. Favorite part is getting work done. Favorite is taking a test, studying, putting the information together. I'll tell you, I'm good with both, but yeah. And ultimately it came out that he wants to be a nurse. And then a question, who decided it would be Detective Ramos to lead? Detective Muscardini says he's not sure. Was there a decision he would be the person? And he's like, I don't know. They go back to the video. This quarter, he was in trouble with his grades, but not in other ones. His siblings are the closest to him. Being a nurse interests him. He's been keeping up. All right, we're going to have Deanna call in, you guys. So stick around. All right, stick around, guys. We're going to have a call in from Deanna, and hopefully Jess Shamrock will be there too. So stick around. We're going to have a call in from our in-court watchers. So hang tight. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a call in from Deanna. She has to get out of the building, but we're going to have her call in. So he wants to be a nurse only to help. Mainly to help people. He doesn't know about surgery, doesn't want to do it for anyone in his family. He prefers to play with his, to hang out with his siblings. All right, yep, we're going to have a call in a few minutes. Call in from our in-court watchers. Then they ask a question. Oh, yeah. He said take care of his siblings and mom. He never mentioned his dad, right? He said he wanted to take care of his siblings and his mom, but he never mentioned he wanted to take care of his dad. Do you feel you're disappointing your family? He says a little bit. What if you can't pay the rent or become a doctor? What's your plan then? Didn't really say anything there. Talks about paying for electricity, water and trash. He has a washer and dryer. He does laundry every 2 weeks. They ask him about when's the last time you washed your jacket. He says a day or two ago. He's not sure about his pants. He says that outfit he was wearing was just for today. Now he put that on today. He wasn't wearing that before, which we know is, that is true. Did you go for a walk and come across someone on the bike path? He says, no. Oh, and then it goes, yeah, we have you on camera at the park. And then the defense pops up. Did Ramos just make that up? And Muscadini's like, I don't know. We have cameras everywhere. He's like, yeah, would it surprise you we have you on camera? Defense is like, did it surprise you? He's like, what? Yeah. So let's see. What was different from your normal walk? Nothing. Just walked and came back. Why was Saturday any different? Were you angry? Were you upset? Just letting people down from college? He's like, no. Let's see. Oh, then the whole thing with the address. Detective Ramos is pointing to a general area, and did Carlos agree? He's like, I don't remember. And then here's the whole thing with the knife being special. Have you ever heard Carlos say a knife was special? No. It was Detective Ramos that said it first. Why is that knife special to you? Did you hear him say it again? Why is Detective Ramos saying it again? Muscadini's like, I don't know. Did it occur to you to say, hey, Steve, he didn't say that? Muscadini's like, yep, nope. Then he did it again, didn't he? Yeah, he's trying. What's he trying to do there? And Muscadini's like, I don't know. Is he trying to get Carlos to say the knife is special? And I guess he put it into his report. He put it in his report that Carlos said that, and Carlos did not. So is that fair? Is that what officers do? Is that what law enforcement do? They just lie and then put things in the report? I guess I don't know. I guess they do. That's why he brought it up so much with Ramos under cross about his wife. So he wrote a report. He lied about his wife, I guess, in that report. At least that's what Hutchinson is saying about that dog attack, the person. So I guess he's saying that Ramos lies in his reports. So then there's that. All right, so we're waiting for Deanna to call in. So hang with us if you guys want to have questions. Get your questions ready for Deanna, and maybe Just Shamrock will be there as well. Oh, here we go. Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So lots happened.
It was pretty interesting for only being a half day, for sure.
Right? All right. So when did you got there right after lunch, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. So I was here right when they were breaking for lunch.
Okay.
But I didn't go in, didn't seem, I was lazy. I didn't go in.
Yeah, right on. All right. So why don't you give us your general impressions, and then we can drill down and get some more specific questions.
Yeah, I just the observations I was just making in the chat. It's just, watching him, you could hear the sound. I could hear everything he was saying, which was so nice.
Right.
And it was just interesting when, anytime they talked about his failures or, not getting kicked out of school,
right, or
the crimes, he would, back down and be evasive and not answer questions. And maybe it's because he doesn't know. That's very possible,
Right.
Doesn't remember or doesn't want to talk about it. But when he was talking with them throughout the video about other things, he was totally open and talked about when they asked him what his plan was. He said, I'm going to go to, junior college and then try to get back into Davis. Those are pretty articulate things. It was just interesting to see, the defense attorney made it seem like he was just going to sit there for 6 hours and not answer any questions.
Right.
And that's not what we got. Not at all.
Yeah. No, I had no idea. When he asked that first question, first of all, the one time he said, Judge, I have a question. And the judge was like, yeah, fine. But then from there on, he would stop and just start asking questions.
Right.
I agree with you with Carlos definitely during this interview when they're talking about the stabbings and that he was very quiet. He would just say but then he would open up, and Hutchinson called that out. He would open up when he was talking about anything else. What do you like to do for fun? Do you like to listen to music? He was actually, and at one point he asked Muscadino there, what about you? What do you like to do for fun? That threw me for a loop.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, he absolutely, was engaged in that conversation, and it just wasn't, what the defense attorney portrayed it to be.
Mm-hmm.
And then the longer that you watched it, for me, the longer that I watched it, I started seeing the pattern kind of arise.
Right.
Instead of wondering why he's not answering the questions or whatever the case may be, it made more sense as it went on that, okay, well, that's an area he doesn't want to talk about or he can't remember or something like that. I mean, he's happy to talk about school if you're talking about getting your degree, becoming a nurse or something like that, but the minute you start talking about him being kicked out or anything like that, you can just see slide back in.
Right. Now, was he watching? Like, what was his reactions to this video?
I mean, he always watches the videos.
Okay.
He is always focused on the videos.
Okay.
At one point, like, he tilted his head to the side.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know what that was, because I obviously couldn't see his face or anything like that, but, you know, I did notice that, you know, he made some head movements, and he's a little more, like, stoic today, not looking really at the jurors whenever they were going in and out. The defense attorney is getting in his car in front of me.
Oh, boy.
Should I attack? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, go say, hey, can we get a statement from you? How do you think the trial's going so far?
Yeah, we have a question.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay, we have a couple questions. Capri Law is asking, can you describe the juror's American flag outfit for us?
Okay, it really wasn't that exciting.
Oh, okay.
So basically, they just took a picture where they were sitting. They didn't even have like a formation or anything, but everybody was wearing either red, white, or blue, and then a couple girls was wearing blue with white stars.
Okay. So that's... okay.
That was what the big to-do was all about. We waited to see the picture. We thought they were going to get up and, you know, get information or something, and no.
Okay. That's cute that they're like, you know, obviously having conversations, you know, backstage, if you will, off out of the courtroom. So what do they talk about, right? You talk about your family, you talk about music, you talk about sports, the weather, blah, blah, blah. So that's really cool. I wonder who came up with that idea to do that. That's cool.
I don't know, but I can tell you every time I get in an elevator with a bunch of the jurors, I'm like frozen because I don't know what to say.
Yeah, no, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Just
you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Do I ask them about the weather? I'm just afraid that my big mouth is going to get me in trouble.
Yeah, no, that's where you just stare at your feet or look up into the ceiling. Just don't do anything. Don't look around. Don't make eye contact. Don't do anything. Be like Carlos. Don't make eye contact.
I was so flustered earlier that when I was coming up after lunch, that there was a couple buttons pushed on the elevator, and it stopped at 2, but 2 wasn't lit up, but 5 was still lit up, and I was so nervous about saying anything that I started to get off on 2, and one of the guys was like, "This isn't your floor." I was like, okay.
Nice. All right, we have another question. We ask this all the time. We're going to ask it again. What about jury reactions? What do you how was the jury reacting throughout all of this?
You know, I think they started off really strong. You know, paying attention, taking notes and stuff like that. But as tedious as it is, you know, at some point it just, even though you can hear what they're saying, it becomes a little Charlie Brownish, you know?
Yeah.
So one of the jurors started to nod off, and, you know, others were just kind of like looking around the room, and you could tell that they weren't, you know, necessarily engaged as much. So I think at first that they had a lot more interest because he was talking and they could understand what he was saying.
Right. Gotcha. Now, we've asked this question before, but maybe it changed today. How was Carlos and Mr. Hutchinson interacting? Were they talking? I know you said Carlos never asks any questions or talks. Did that change today?
No, but it's funny because I think Newton was saying that they don't ever interact, or not very often, but it was funny when I came in after lunch, Mr. Hutchinson was actually having a conversation with Carlos. Oh. And Carlos was turned around in the seat looking at him, and they were like actually having a conversation. So it was interesting.
Right.
I thought like, hey, see Newton?
Right.
They are talking. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, and we've been singing Newton's praises here in chat as you've seen, and I think it's great. We have you, Just Shamrock, and Newton dropping posts in our chat. I think it's just awesome.
I didn't know if I was going to be able to because we had a security guard or officer today. He was super mean and made me take my drink outside.
Oh. What kind of drink was it? Like
It was a pink drink.
yeah, you can't. Yeah, I would say you can't bring that in, right? It would just have to be bottled water or something bottled.
But the last week that I was in there, the other officers allowed us to bring in. They even told me where the soda machine was and let me bring my soda in.
Oh, okay.
But I guess it depends on who you get.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you buy it there, they're probably okay with it. But if you bring it in from outside, that's where they get touchy. I would think.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. All right. How about Maria and then Karim's parents? Let's start with Maria first. How was she reacting when, throughout the whole thing, and then specifically when they showed David's picture?
Well, she was kind of weepy through the whole thing. Because hearing him speak, and then he was actually being interviewed, and they were asking, about the crimes. And the gentleman that was with her, she seems to have like friends on rotation that are coming to support her. Because the guy that was with her, I've never seen before. And I noticed that there was several different people the first week I went.
Okay.
And so he was like shaking his head in a couple situations, where he was saying he didn't know what they were talking about. You could tell that he was frustrated. And she just seemed, it was very hard for her to watch that interrogation. And even harder, obviously, whenever they started talking about David.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. And where was she sitting in relationship to you, and then relationship to Carlos? You guys were on the state side, I'm guessing, or where were you guys sitting?
Yeah, she was like 2 feet in front of me.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, the rows are super close, so I always sit in the back row to make sure there's plenty of seating for the other family and stuff like that.
Of course. And then Karim's parents, where were they sitting in relationship to you, and then Maria?
So I was on the back row with Shamrock, and then they were at the end of the row in the corner, actually, when we came in. So she didn't know that was who that was. And so, yeah.
Gotcha. All right, hold on a second. Just see if there's any other questions here. Did you actually talk to Newton? You guys have had conversations now?
Yeah. I mean, we haven't had full conversations. I think the last time I just said something to him whenever he was walking to his car or something like that.
Nice. Let me see.
That uncomfortable thing I do where I just talk to people randomly.
Right. I love it. All right, let me look through my notes. You were in the chat for Amy and Dr. Patricia and then Brandy, right? You were in chat at that point in time. You were not in the courtroom for their testimony.
I did not get to see, but maybe 20 minutes of the second witness, the older lady.
Oh, okay.
Everything else I missed because there's things.
Sure.
I was running errands.
Yeah, no. Yeah, hey, no worries. I'm just trying to. I just wanted to confirm that you were not in the courtroom. It was after lunch, and that was just the video. As I'm looking through here. All right, I'm trying to think of.
Except for that one witness, I think Brandy.
Yeah.
Was her name that came in right after lunch, and they asked her like 6 or 7 questions?
Yes, Brandy Halstead. Yeah, she was a licensed clinical social worker. Now, how did the jury react to her when she was talking about, she treated Carlos for a little bit? Did they respond to her any differently than they responded to the sergeant there with the video?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, they were paying attention, and a few of them were taking notes.
But nothing.
Yeah, they weren't.
Yeah, nothing.
But nothing like solid. Like they wanted to know what she said. Not to me, anyway.
Right. All right, I gotcha. All right. How was the audio? How did it sound in there?
I could hear everything that he was saying, and even at times when the detectives would say what, I could hear what he was saying. So I don't know how they couldn't hear.
Interesting.
But because at one point they asked why he was taking a walk, and he said to get air.
Yeah.
And they were like, what? What did you say?
Right.
It's like, to get in.
Right. Yeah, that was kind of interesting. He just gets up. Well, he looked at David's picture, right? Then he gets up, zips up his jacket, then he goes out, and then it's Detective Ritter that comes in and says, hey, where you going? What are you doing, man? Yeah, that was kind of interesting. Does the jury do they have transcripts or no?
I didn't see any transcripts.
Okay.
At all.
Because the judge seemed to, was it you that said, or just Shamrock, or somebody said that it seemed like the judge may have had a transcript because he was taking notes. Was that you that said that? Or no?
Nope, not me.
Not you, okay.
I very rarely look at the judge, actually.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Trying to think if it was hard for me now that you've been in court and then you watched the other day with what we can hear from here. It's obviously a lot clearer when you're in the court. I'm guessing the audio.
It is.
Yeah.
It's night and day difference.
Yeah.
Like I have a set of a around the neck set of Bugani speakers, and normally when I turn those on and put them around my neck, I can hear all the stuff that you normally can't hear in chat. But even with my Buganis, I couldn't hear the other day what he was saying at all.
Yeah.
So I'm so glad I was dreading the video, but then it turned out to be good because I could actually hear him and it gave me a lot of insight. So that was interesting.
So so tell me what was the insight? Share with me what did you take away from his demeanor, the way he talked, his his yeahs, like what do you think?
Well, I think not that I've ever killed anybody, but I think I kind of was able to feel a connection with, I'm the type of person, really outgoing and everything like that, but if you're talking about something that's uncomfortable for me, then it's hard for me, to conversate, and I could kind of feel like if I were him, right, and I had done those things, maybe, he had a psychotic break, he did those things, it wasn't him at the time, but now he remembers those things, right? So talking about those things would not be comfortable, and your fight or flight would want you to flight, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to deal with that. I mean, and I kind of felt like I saw some of that in him. Like I'm just going to say I don't know, or whatever the case may be, because I'm not comfortable.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes...
I don't want to talk about it.
Absolutely, that makes total sense. Because I mean, when they say, so you went into the park, or where were you Monday night? Oh yeah, I was over at the tent, and I stabbed somebody. And what about walking through Central Park? Oh yeah, I stabbed this dude 50 times. I mean, is that what they're expecting him to say? Or I know you don't have to answer that, but I mean, like, of course he's going to be, if he even realizes what he did. I think I'm leaning towards that, like maybe he just disassociated and now he's seeing this for like quote unquote the first time, where he's like, wow, he doesn't remember doing that, or if he did it, he pushed it, he's pushing it down, he's, what I'm saying, it's not forefront in his mind where he's like, oh yeah, like a lot of serial killers where they're just like, yeah, I did it and I'll do it again, like Ted Bundy, he was proud of what he did,
right.
Or Kemper, he was proud of what he did. I don't think he's proud of what he did,
No, not at all.
Yeah.
And he's obviously not proud that he got kicked out of school. I mean, school is everything to him, because this is something Shamrock and I were talking about, was that all his successes have been in school.
Yeah.
In high school, he was, really good at all these sports, and he got really good grades, and he had a lot of friends, and everything was great for him. But then he comes up here to go to college, and, you would think that would carry on here as well.
Yeah.
But that's not the case, and that's not what's happening. And when you don't know how to deal with failure,
right?
You know what I mean? Like that can really take you back.
Yeah. That's true. You got, big fish in a little pond, maybe in high school, and then he comes to a larger situation, and then all of a sudden he's not maybe as popular, although he does hook up with Kaylee and Nathan, so at least he made some friends, but it's not like he had like 10 friends or 5 friends. I can identify with that big fish, little pond. Then you go to another situation, you're a little fish in a big pond. How do you deal with that? Some people, can figure their way through that, and other people, can't. And he might be the case. And I'm only speculating, of course, but he may have, because he was confronted with that maybe, but then also other things were kicking in, as we're finding out. Schizophrenia kicks in late teens, early 20s. I mean, he is like a poster child for the age for when that kicks in,
Right.
So.
Right. I have an interesting story.
Sure.
So one of my residents, I have a lot of students in my complex that I work for, and I see a lot of stress. They come in getting coffee, and I try to provide them, with snacks and stuff like that. So they come in the office, and you can see like how bad it is, especially during like finals time and stuff like that, how stressed they get.
Sure.
And I had a student who, when he moved in, he was great. He was, just a typical student, nice guy, no problems whatsoever. But then I started, probably, he had been there almost 2 years, and I started getting phone calls from his surrounding neighbors saying that he was doing strange things. And so they said they smelled burning smell coming from his apartment. So I said, well, that's a problem.
Yeah.
So I went over, I knocked on the door, and I went into the apartment with him, and he left. He left the apartment door wide open, and then he just left. But he had built a fire, like in a fire pit, in his oven.
Oh my gosh.
And had lit it on fire. That's where the smell was coming from.
Wow.
So then, I was looking around the apartment. There was just like other weird things, like things torn up, and some of his furniture was missing. So I came back to the office, and I was like, man, he had a guarantor. So I called the guarantor, and I was like, is everything okay? And she goes, have you heard from him? I was just standing with him, but he left his apartment. Turns out he had a massive break because the stress from school. And I mean, he was like trying to climb the trees. Mom brought over a bunch of like groceries and household goods and stuff like that. And he just tore everything up and threw it in the garbage. Like took it straight out to the dumpster and threw it all away. He was telling everybody that he was a prince.
Jeez.
And that they needed to bow to him.
Wow.
But the parents could never like catch him at home. Like they couldn't connect with him. So they called, they said, is he in the apartment? And I go, yeah, I can try to like keep him there, but he like leaves. And so I went over and talked to him, but he just left again. So I just followed him all over the neighborhood and then coerced him back to the property where his parents could finally grab him and put him in a car.
Wow.
And they took him to mental health, and he got better. Luckily he got better, and it wasn't like schizophrenia or anything, but like this is some serious stuff. These finals, the pressure that they put on these kids to be successful.
Yeah.
I mean, it can break anybody.
Wow. That's quite a story. That is quite a story. Holy smokes. He thought he was a prince, and you had to bow down to him. It's sad.
He would like knock.
Yeah.
He would like knock on his neighbor's doors in the middle of the night.
Wow.
And just announce that he's a prince.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
and I'm like, you can't do that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, or build fires in my apartment. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Hey, I was like, first of all, that's not going to happen again. I'll take your oven before.
At least he did it in the oven. At least I thought you were going to say it was like in the middle of his living room, but at least he had the wherewithal to do it in his oven. Wow.
Yeah, no, thank God.
That's pretty intense. But
you know what I mean? That's why I say like the stress and everything could cause a psychotic break easily. So, I mean, if he was like, prone to have schizophrenia, that, I mean, you couldn't put yourself in a more stressful situation, I think, for him.
Yep.
Is to not succeed in school.
Yeah.
And now he's just like, I just want to pretend like none of this happened. I just want to go back to school.
I know.
I just want to go to my classes and get my degree.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
classic flight.
Right. Yeah, no, that was his sole focus. That was his only focus, single-minded focus was just going back to school, and then he kept going back to school. He kept trying to go back to school. That's all he kept talking about in this interview. That just seemed to be his number one focus. It was, kind of sad and pathetic on one level,
Yeah.
So, let's see, what else? I'm trying to think of, nobody's asking questions, no questions per se. If you guys have any last minute questions, let me know, and I'll ask Deanna, then we'll let you go for the weekend. I'm trying to think of anything I have. How many people were in the courtroom today?
Oh, it was pretty quiet today. There was, I think the afternoon, after the break, there was 3, they looked like they might have been students that were there. Maybe they were taking notes, so maybe something for school.
Okay. And what about like outside? Were anybody outside for support, for not support? Anything outside?
No.
No.
No, it was just pretty quiet.
Interesting.
The 3 camera guys, and then, of course, David's family. The 3 of them. It was what's her name? I always forget. Mary.
Maria. Yeah.
Maria. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's okay.
Maria always comes with another person. I'm not sure who that other person, but she's her constant. And then, like I said, she's got some rotating friends that come in and out. And then Kareem's mom and dad were there up until the break. And then at the break, Maria and her rotating friend left, and her other friends stayed. And then Kareem's parents didn't come back. So.
Gotcha. Burning question everybody wants to know: is Steve's Pizza good?
Yeah. It's Steve's Pizza. I don't know. I haven't eaten at the one in Davis, but typically they have other stuff besides just pizza. They have like pasta plates and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
So it's pretty good. And it's not your typical delivery pizza. So.
Right. Capri Law is asking a question that I think we've talked about this, but I'm going to ask it again just so if somebody didn't hear it. Did you meet up with Shamrock and our camera homie? We appreciate you. That's coming from Capri Law.
Yeah, so Shamrock and I was walking up, and I had my hands full because I had Starbucks for Newton. And
nice.
She recognized me from my picture and said, "Are you Deanna?" I said, "I'm Deanna." So we sat together, and then Newton already knew.
Right, nice. And Baca asked, we talked about this as well, but I'll let you answer it for Baca. Did the jury seem to be paying attention to the video?
Yeah. I mean, I think in the beginning, obviously when he was talking, it's like any video you watch, right? When it starts to get repetitive, you start to kind of lose interest. So when they're asking them the same questions, and he just keeps going back to, I went to school, I walked to school, I came home, I did my homework. That kind of thing. You could see at some point they started to like look around the room and, just not really seem as focused on it, not taking notes, that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. I was engaged when I could actually hear him talk, and then when he was actually talking versus just going that's where I was kind of like not dragging off, but falling off or whatever. But when he actually started to engage, I'm like, oh, okay, now here's something I actually want to hear him talk. So were they different when he would actually talk versus him just going Was there a difference? Did you notice the difference then?
Yeah, I think there were certain parts, that maybe when they started asking him different questions, certainly when they started getting him to talk about, when they left, the detectives left to go get something to eat really quick, and then, obviously he tried to leave, which I'm going to be honest with you, I probably would have done the same thing in that situation.
Right? You're not handcuffed. You might as well.
Nothing to see here. Yeah, nothing to see here. Nothing happened.
Right.
It's horrible.
Right.
But whenever he started getting engaged in the conversation, I think they started to pay more attention.
Yeah.
Because it was new information.
Right. Yeah, because they're sitting there looking at him, and he's like a vegetable zombie, right? He's no emotions whatsoever. And then we're watching this video, and he's just like, and then all of a sudden, through the video, he starts to perk up and actually engage. So it's like, oh, wait a minute, let's listen to what he actually has to say, and that might help us get an understanding of his mental state.
Yeah, I wish I could find his. Was he on TikTok or YouTube, Carlos?
He was on YouTube. He had a YouTube channel.
I mean, I would really wish we could find some of those videos somehow.
Yeah.
Because I have a sneaking suspicion that he wasn't super animated to begin with.
Yeah. I looked. I did a search for him on YouTube very quickly, and it didn't come back anything. It was something bunch of other Carlos Dominguez's, but it may be. I have to refine my search because I'm sure it's still out there somewhere, unless he took it down or somebody took it down. I suppose that's possible.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah. Karen asks, did he ever say anything about riding the bike?
Trying to think.
I remember, but I'll let you answer first while I search my notes.
Yeah, I don't remember him saying anything about actually riding the bike.
Mm-hmm. So they asked him if he had a bike, and he said no. But let me just see if I can find it specifically.
But then he would change his answers later. So
yeah. So were you on your bike or someone else's? He says. They asked the question again. He says, "I don't have a bike." Where did you go? Did you walk to downtown Davis, or did you ride a bike? He's like, did you walk to downtown? Did you ride a bike? So yeah, they asked him a couple times, and he said. So Karen, to answer your question, he said he never had a bike.
Right.
Per se. So I don't. Yeah, you're right. There were times where he would say yes, and then he would say no, or he would change his answers. But I'm not sure if he ever changed his answer about the bike. But yeah, he was not admitting that he owned a bike or had a bike or whatever. So yeah.
Yeah. And maybe he doesn't own a bike. That could be very true.
Well, we know he took Karim's bike. We know he took that one. He had a.
Well, he doesn't own that one.
Yeah, no, obviously, right. Well, he had a black mountain bike, and then Karim's was green, so he took that one. But I think the black and white one was that's the one they found in his backyard. I think they didn't find the green one; they found the black and white one.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah. OnlyFans says Reddit would be a good place to look for videos. All right, OnlyFans, we'll task you when you feel better. Try and find. I'm going to task OnlyFans on that. See if you can find some videos of his.
Yeah, because it just makes me. I'm just curious of what his affect. Like what he was like before.
Yeah. Well, you heard his sister would say when she testified that he would just eat weird random things that her and Dominic would create for him, and he would just eat them, and he would make weird faces, and they would giggle and laugh. So, was he goofy? Well, we've heard multiple times from Kaylee and Nathan and his other friends and roommates that he would laugh, he would cry, he would joke around. So they would say he was animated, I guess, right? So.
Well, people can do that and you can notice those things about them and them not be like me, which I'm kind of out there.
Yeah, gregarious. Yeah.
And so, but other people are more reserved, and I'm just curious. Like, you can still be funny and laugh and joke around and still be more reserved, like with your mannerisms and stuff like that.
That's true. I think one of his roommates, I think, said he was reserved. Maybe one of them's roommates said he was reserved. Well, all those pictures that they showed, he wouldn't show teeth when he smiled. And I remember when I was like in my 20s and I was playing music all over the place. Any picture that was taken of me, I would smile, but I would never show teeth because I was like trying to be the cool rock and roller, right? So that was just my stupidity back then, trying to be like, I'm just too cool to smile, So maybe he was, because he was a musician too. Maybe he was trying to be cool and not smile. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, because the only reason why that would make a difference for me is if he's a more reserved type person, those long periods of just sitting don't seem like I couldn't sit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm much too ADHD or something to sit like that still for that long.
Yeah.
But if he's a more reserved person, then it might not be,
not a big deal. Well, look at him in the interview. He literally was just sitting there. You saw those little blue boxes, and you saw it yesterday too. The officers, the detectives, those blue boxes were going crazy, and he was like nothing. There was no movement whatsoever. It was pretty crazy. Yeah. So. All right. I will let you go for the evening, weekend, and all that good stuff. You got any fun plans for Memorial Day weekend that you want to share with us?
I don't think we're going to do much of anything. I mean, we just got back from camping, so.
That's true.
Probably, and my dog just, his little boy's got cut, so. We can't really do anything outdoorsy.
Right.
So probably just hang out around the house.
That sounds fun. Well, enjoy yourself. Everybody's saying thank you to you and have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and do you have plans for going next week into court?
Yes.
You do. Okay.
I just don't know what days.
Okay. Cool.
So I kind of have to play them by ear a little bit.
All right. Well, let us know. We always appreciate you, obviously, in our chat, and then especially you taking the time out to go to the actual courtroom and then calling us afterwards. It's been great hearing your insight and talking with you. And hugs to you and your family, and have a wonderful weekend. And we will see you. We'll see you Tuesday at 9:30 your time.
Yeah, sounds great. Okay, bye, everyone. Have a great, safe weekend.
Okay, all right. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, very cool. Well, thank you again, Deanna. I was saying Deanna. I'm sorry, Deanna. So everybody say yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all. Much love and respect. Always tough topics will light fires. OnlyFan, I hope you're feeling better. Bye. See you, Remy. Lily Wayne. Yes, Deanna. Have a great weekend. Baka saying have a great weekend as well. Nanar saying thank you. All right, guys. With that, I will say goodbye. Thank you so much for being with us. I'll leave you with a little munchkin over here. And Remy, I think you were asking about Polly. She's due next weekend, not this weekend, not tomorrow, but next weekend, and that's going to be our 1-year anniversary stream. So we may have little kittens that we're dealing with for our 1-year anniversary stream. Oh, there you are, Diana. Yes, thanks everyone. I love you all. Bye. All right, guys. Nanar, have a great weekend. Golden Girl, thank you. Capri saying goodbye. Susie saying thank you, Deanna. Thank you for your insight. Shirley, thank you. Have a great weekend. All right, guys, we will be off on Monday. We have a lot to do. I talked to Aaron. I'm like, I want to just have a weekend where we just sit around on the couch and watch TV all day. Not going to happen. We have so much to do. We have a lot to get ready for. So for next week, next weekend, Lori, all kinds of things going on. So with that, thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our wonderful mod squad, especially Capri. You had a moment today. You made it through. We appreciate you. Good job. And Newton, thank you, our new friend. Thank you so much for what you do. Awesome camera work. You are fantastic. Anytime you do another trial, shoot us an email, info@TrialTVLive. Definitely send us an email. And if it's streaming, we will try and pick it up as our schedule allows us, because I would love to do some more trials with you. This is cool. So with that, have a great weekend. For those that celebrate Memorial Day weekend on this Monday, enjoy. We will be off. Newton dropping the cheese balls. We will be off on Monday, but we will be doing all kinds of things on the back end. So everything is geared towards you guys, for members, for non-members, all kinds of things. We got some really cool things in the works for you guys. So have a wonderful weekend. We will see you on Tuesday. And with that, have a good one. Bye. Yeah.